Hello and welcome back to the North American European Server Summer Tournament. Today is the final day. Today we're gonna see the semifinals. Riot going against LBM as well as Potatoes going against Before You. I am super excited for this. And that's it. That's the introduction. I am the Gaming Christy and today I am here with Persuable, my lovely co-host. How are you doing today?
I am doing very, very well. Very excited for all four of these teams today. And this is going to be very fierce. There's going to be a lot of very good moments. And today is going to set precedents for a very long time on our server. And I'm expecting a lot of great plays from a lot of great players.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I agree. I totally agree. And here we can see. Here you can see the brackets for today. I already mentioned it. We're gonna see LBM going against Riot. Riot is coming in with Alien on the Hunter side. LBM has Roland and Ilunian. I hope I pronounced that name right. And on the other side of the bracket, we can see Before You having Sprinter, KKC on the Hunter side, as well as Potatoes. We already saw Potatoes going in with all for one, doing amazing work on the Hunter side. I am super hyped to see all of the Hunters, but of course also all of these survivors on the teams.
That transition right there. Yeah, so absolutely. I'm very excited to see both of these matchups. LBM been around for a very, very long time. They have a lot of tremendous players on their team. And I'm really excited to see how they're. Remember, this is a best out of 3. It's not a best out of 5. So we are going to expect to see a lot of Dream Witch and a lot of Blood Queen. What's very interesting is that LBM and Riot, both of their teams specialize in both of those hunters as well. And of course, they're going to have third round options if they get that far. And then you're going to have Before You versus Potatoes. And All for One, I believe, really specializes with that Blood Queen, Feaster, and Violinist. I think All for One is actually the only hunter in the tournament that does not use Dream Witch as of now. So that's going to be interesting to see how that Violinist, how that Feaster play is going to show up in regards to Before You. But as we have been able to see before, he really is dangerous and he finds a way to prevent those rescues. And that will be the deciding factor most likely between these matches. So, Grizzly, what happens if you see a Feaster today?
I'm gonna scream, I'm gonna be excited, and I will probably not give you any time to say anything because I would just take over the entire stream, at least for the Feaster gameplay. But I have to be honest, what I am really looking forward to see, maybe even a little bit more than actually seeing a Feaster gameplay, is a violinist gameplay from All for One. Again, we saw him using the violinist already, and he was just doing such a phenomenal job. You just said it, preventing rescues and really sending these survivors back out of the game. And that is something I'm really looking forward to see. And here we have the introduction for the teams. I will hand it over to you again.
Yes, we have Liz Flower, we have Bolin Doji, we have IDTY LJS, we have Roland and Luinian. I'm sorry. I tried though, I didn't. LBM, excellent players. We see Dream Witch and Bloody Queen in here. And again, Liz Flower's been in here for a very long time. Doji, IDTY, excellent players as well as LJS. And here we have Riot. Now, Riot, they have a lot of phenomenal players. They have Alien, Mistaken Green, QC, Haku. We have Alex Andrew. A lot of these players have been around for a very long time. I've played with them as well. And shout out to the lawyer right there. I like that flavor. I like that flavor. I hope I see a lawyer today. I'll take over the stream if we see a lawyer being played, but most likely not.
I will give it to you. And that is actually the first fight that we are going to see in today's semifinals. LBM going against Riot. Can I?
You know,
Can I tell you
if I
something?
if I recall correctly, I think Alex and Mistaken Green are both really ALYX are really good forward players. So it's interesting to see two of them on the same team. There's so many clans out there trying to find top forward players, and this team's lucky to have two of them all in the same team. What would you like to say, Grizzly?
You know, we were talking about the team group layouts, right? And we all know that you have them pretty well mastered. Like, you know all the team compositions. You know how this how it starts as soon as you see the hunter on the map. I was practicing a little bit. During the last few days, I was practicing at least on the Sacred Heart Hospital. And I want to ask you if you would let me do it for the Sacred... I know. I trolled you before. I was coming up with my 400, I don't know, 69, something like that layout. I know that's not true, but if you give me another chance, I will try to do my best to actually call out the group layout. Because I think, again, the map group layouts are really important to know, really good thing to learn and good thing to master. And therefore, I'm putting in my effort right now. I'm still at the Sacred Heart Hospital. And I want to tell this to everyone who is watching. If you are not familiar with the group layouts, make sure to check it out. You can just open up the game, jump into a custom lobby and check out the layouts there. If you're memorizing them, you will have an advantage. You will definitely have an advantage. And again, I was trying to, you know, look at these Sacred Heart Hospital map layouts. And I also want to give a shout out to the community. I was actually receiving an email. After the streams, I was receiving an email from someone in the community that was helping me, that was sending me a map with all the layouts and showing me where the hunters and the survivor spawn is. And if you let me, I will try to call out the group layout, at least on Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. I welcome that. I think one of the most encouraging things for players that they need to learn is these layouts. You may not need to know how to rotate if what we call you're the third or fourth survivor. That means furthest away from the hunter. That's tournament gameplay stuff. But for legendary rank mode, yes, people should know group layouts. When I'm saying those group layouts and people are like, no one knows that, I expect any team that I coach to know that. And I know other leaders such as Complex with Cats, and he expects his teammates to know them as well. They're very important. You know, there's a lot of technical gameplay that happens in this game. And when we pretend like that doesn't matter, a lot of these players, they know them. They've spent time learning them, and you're not just seeing random probability and random chance in regards to where players are moving. Everything is technical and precise, and that's very important that the players know that, because they should be aware of this method that will help them improve their gameplay. So yes, this is group layout number 1, very easy to remember. And you're going to have 2 people by shack, kind of, and 1 towards box. And that is, wow, that's loud. And we're going to see where the Dream Witch is going to move over here by factory. And yeah, I think you can do it. Do you think you can do the next round, Grizzly, with Arms Factory?
Oh, no,
I know
no,
you
I
said
was talking
Sacred
about...
Heart.
I am not sure if I can do it. We will see. For now, let's concentrate on the game. What we can see right here, we have Union. I am also not sure if I say the name right, coming in with the Dream Witch. I'm excited to see more Dream Witch gameplay, because we were already seeing Dream Witch yesterday, and I was slowly learning all the strategies. For example, trapping survivors between 2 leeches, coming in with the patroller. And what we can see right here, this is exactly what is happening. We have the Dream Witch coming in with the patroller now. Already found the mechanic as well, which is an extremely good find, because mechanic again is bringing a lot of decoding speed to the team. You can see, oh, almost hit her right there. And
good job taking that pallet down.
I am not sure if I can do Arms Factory already.
No, that's okay. So one of the things that I want the viewers to pay attention to is the direction that sometimes these Dream Witches send their followers. If you've ever played Dream Witch, you know that sometimes it's very annoying, because you feel like your follower is not catching up to you. And there's actually a strategy that you can do where if your follower is caught, you actually send your follower the opposite direction of where you're going, because the follower will just keep going straight. So when you send the follower in an opposite direction and you move in the opposite direction of the follower will auto-calibrate and start chasing after you faster. And if we can see this in this gameplay, I'll give you an example of when that happens. One of the biggest little tricks with Dream Witch.
So what we just saw was the first hit on the mechanic. Ooh, nice surprise hit. Really good.
So close.
Gravekeeper was seeing it and actually avoiding the terror shock, but taking the hit right there. Ooh, good job putting down these leeches, just putting pressure on the Gravekeeper. But what the Bloody Queen really wants to do is she wants to bring down the mechanic right here. That can still...
Beautiful
nice
blink. Beautiful blink with that turnaround.
Really change the skill a little bit before using it. Fantastic job.
And the Dream Witch did a very good job. When they hit that Gravekeeper and you leech, that's why Dream Witch can just move on. When you get that hit and you just leech, you know the leech is going to follow them, and now they got to actually be worried. And so you can hit them, leech them, and move on in a situation like this when you down somebody else. And I believe they have one leech. Nope, two. Sorry, Mechanic and Gravekeeper. You see that white indicator, right, Grizzly?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you can tell what the leech is.
Yeah, it means we have 2 leeches on the map, and the purple indicator means that these 3 survivors could potentially heal other survivors that have been leeched.
And it should also be mentioned that the Dream Witch, I believe, didn't Dream Witch start with Patroller?
She started with Patroller, yes, but she changed it with Blink.
She did switch to Blink, yeah. And let's see the layout. We see that the 3 ciphers, there's 3 ciphers that are somewhat spread out, but it's going to be difficult. Going against the Dream Witch on this map is very difficult, Grizzly. It's very, and that's why a lot of teams you're going to see trying to choose Arms Factory first and putting their Dream Witch out. The question is how strong is this map going to be after the Arms Factory adjustment? I know everybody is getting caught up on the fact that Factory will no longer have that loop, but the thing is that the ciphers are going to be more spread out. Sometimes the cipher doesn't occur in box. They're gonna use one of these ciphers is going to be in deep ruins where they're running. You see where Alex was running, or ALYX? That's going to get repositioned over there. So it's actually going to be more spread out. And so that's going to be an interesting counterplay with the Dream Witch, especially with No Man's Land.
That really helps out the survivor though. Also, I have to give it to the Dream Witch right now. She's doing a fantastic job. I think Mechanic might get sent back. The survivor team are not trying to rescue. They're really trying to focus on decoding right here. She's coming in with the leech, putting pressure on all the cipher machines. You see that? We have a lot of survivors running around and trying to heal up, trying to get rid of the leeches. As far as I can tell, we only have... Oh yeah, Mechanic's leech also got out there.
Yep, they're going to prevent him from going through the window. Yep, prevent him from going through the window. That's an important Dream Witch strategy. Yep. So you climb the window, you prevent them from going into the window, and your follower comes up. You know, another interesting thing that I want to explain too, real quick, is when the Dream Witch was approaching the forward, you notice that the Dream Witch did not take control of their follower, and the reason being so is that if you just allow your follower to catch up, they'll take down the pallet. So this Dream Witch is doing a very good job at taking these pallets down without, you know, because it takes them down faster without you having to, you know, change, etc. And the follower will continue moving automatically towards your movement. So we're seeing a lot of technical gameplay with this Dream Witch. They're doing a very good job.
Great rescue, rescue indeed. There we go. We have the forward rescuing the Gravekeeper. And now we can see the leech sending Dream Witch sending one leech towards the cipher machine that is being decoded, just to put more pressure. Dude, I love to see that. I love to see how she can put pressure on all these survivors, while she's also following up on other survivors at the same time.
And this is, you know, this is a good team. These survivors are really good. ALYX. I love ALYX's input when it comes to when I make the character tier list or when other people do it. You know, very insightful. And Mistaken Green, who's the seer, super positive person, known Mistaken Green for a very long time. These are really good, really good survivors, and so it just shows you how great this Dream Witch can be as a character and as the player who's controlling the character.
Ooh, that blink wasn't going through. That might have given the seer a little bit more time.
Yeah.
There comes the seer taking the hit, rescuing the forward. Good job, good job. Exactly what they had to do. Seer is down. How far is the Cypher progress? I would love to see the Cypher progress right now.
I don't know. Probably around. Oh, that one.
Look at
okay.
that.
And they can't switch to abnormal. They've already switched from patroller to blink. That is a popular strategy too. What you do is you use patroller to prevent the first rescue or get the first person down, and then you switch over to blink to really start securing your kills. That's a good instant rescue. That's very good from the forward, Grizzly. If I can explain that real quick, the forward understands I don't want to get leeched, and I also don't want another follower. So your best chance of ever stunning a Dream Witch is after somebody is put in a chair, when there's usually one follower. And so that forward understood that and decided to stun. That was the best circumstance and probably one of the very few circumstances that strategy works. It's countered when you have a follower and a leech on top of the chair. So that was actually an excellent read from forward. Forward didn't just randomly do that. That was calculated.
And it is paying off. It is paying off. We can see survivors are getting a lot of time right here, but still getting chased down. We have to say that LBM's Hunter is really putting pressure on all Cypher machines right now. Because as we can clearly tell, there was a Cypher machine. There was a Cypher machine that was almost primed. But the survivors they can't really go there because the leech was standing right in front of it. I think it's not standing in front of it anymore. But you just have to say, this is again, late game of the Dream Witch. Extremely powerful for the Dream Witch. With these leeches, with this multitasking and just putting pressure on the Cypher machine as well as on basically every single survivor at the same time.
This is very difficult, like I said. What were you gonna say?
That is something that I'm curious about. The basement was right there, and basement is a really strong area to bring down a survivor. Why did she not do that?
Sometimes using a Dream Witch, putting them in basement at this end of the stage, really what you're trying to do is you're trying to eliminate them as fast as possible. A beautiful blink. So you might as well put them on that rocket chair. And actually, when you have your followers in basement, they can be a little annoying getting out sometimes. That's just my opinion. Some people disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. But at this stage in the game, with this many people injured, running around, and her main priority being that Cypher, they don't want any pop. It makes sense not to put them in the basement, and that's exactly why they didn't. I agree with that choice.
I mean, for me, it's understandable because if you're going down into the basement, you're also wasting a little bit of time to get out of there, and if you're just going towards the rest of the survivors and putting the survivor on the rocket chair on the way, you just have... You basically wasted less time and you can prevent them more from decoding. And makes sense, especially late game.
See what they're gonna do over here. Yep, so forward is now healed. This Dream Witch is taking their time. Riot did what they needed to do. They were all injured. They were trying to take some leeches down. They were trying to heal up. This is, what's so interesting is I saw Complex in a similar situation. Complex came very close yesterday with the Cypher pop, and in a situation like this, I mean, it's very difficult when people are injured. You got leeches, and Dream Witch is just multitasking all over the map.
It is indeed extremely difficult, and we saw the forward using either the mechanics doll or maybe found the doll inside of a item box. I'm not really sure about that, and I think what the team knows what they have to do right now is they have to wait it out and to get at least one survivor out of there. I want to say that Riot on the Survivor side also has Alien in the team.
Yeah,
which
but there's
is
no
an
there's no
extremely-
Cypher over there. There's no they got
Oh, you're
crows now.
right.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to explain that unfortunately, if you don't touch the Cypher in a certain amount of times, the crows they got to try to hide again.
Makes sense, yeah. And
There's no
I just want.
No, keep going. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
There's just no tinnitus.
Yeah, so what they are trying to do is they want to get at least one survivor out of their team. Riot wants to do that because we also have Alien on the Hunter side in the next match, and if they are able to get at least one survivor out of there, they still can win round 1 if they are getting. If Alien is able to get all survivors out of there, and that's at least what I think is the plan right here, to deny Team LBM from getting a 5-point game right here. And honestly, they are doing a great job. Even, you just said it, Ford has to go to a Cypher machine, and Crows were actually giving away his location. But, oh no, that's the Gravekeeper. But,
yeah, what they're going to do is put him in a rocket chair now because he's going to bleed out. So he's going to put him in a rocket chair, and he's got to switch over, though. He's already put that Gravekeeper down.
He found the Ford.
I don't... Oh, wow. He's going to struggle free, though. Because he already dropped the Gravekeeper down. Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Did he bait them? Oh, wow. They're going to pop it.
Dude.
Wow. They're going to pop it.
What a move. I did not expect that at all. Okay. That was a good blink. Now we have Hako in a little bit of a tough situation. But I think Ford can still get up, right?
I believe so, yeah, because I don't see
if
any
he gets
bleeding.
the chance. Yeah,
yeah.
If he gets the chance.
Oh, I think what the strategy was try to get the Gravekeeper up and put him in a rocket chair, and now the forward has to extend their life for the duration, which would be about 60 seconds when they're about to bleed out. But when they struggle free in front of the Cypher machine, both of them can finish the decoding. But look at Dream Witch is recovering. Good, beautiful recovery from the Dream Witch.
Wow.
You know, really drew those survivors back into the Cypher. Hey, it worked out in their favor, but that forward did a good job hiding.
That was overall, the late game was extremely impressive. I couldn't tell what both sides were going to do, and they were able to pop that last Cypher machine, but have to give it to, I think Union is the name. I'm sorry if I'm slaughtering that name. Union was doing a great job getting all survivors out of the game. Whew, I did not expect that to end this way.
Riot did an amazing job trying to hide, though. I mean, that is not easy to do, to try to hide. Then the crows end up getting you, and then you're able to re-hide. That was an incredible amount of effort, and to hide against the Dream Witch can be very difficult because the indicator pops up. If you try to hide and you can see them, or not always see them, but come close, the indicator can pop up when you're looking directly at them. I mean, there's been times where, especially on high graphics settings, that's popped up for me, and I'm like, oh, there you are. That's incredibly hard to do, to hide from a hunter that you can't really see except for the follower behind you. That was really good, and it almost worked. And also, by not putting that person on the rocket chair, I mean, that was an interesting strategy. I thought that for sure the Gravekeeper was going to be put on the rocket chair, but then, you know, Dream Witch only has 60 seconds to find the forward.
That was truly an interesting move. I was not expecting that. I saw that the Gravekeeper was getting picked up, and wow, they were able to pop that Cypher machine. Shout out to Team Riot to actually have a great late game and trying to get at least one survivor out of there. But we also have to say LBM was doing a fantastic job. Even if the Ford was able to hide and the dungeon almost opened up, LBM had a little trick, a little ace up his sleeve, and just kind of getting to the Ford as well. Very interesting match, especially the late game. Very, very interesting to watch, to see these strategies. I'm curious to see what we can expect from the next match. Probably, I kind of think we're going to see another Dream Witch. What's your thought on that?
Most likely. Yeah, Alien is a very, very good Dream Witch player. There's no doubt about that. And so again, when you pick Arms Factory and you choose Dream Witch, it's a very strong map for Dream Witch players. But there's a lot of pressure on Alien because now Alien needs to get a 4-person elimination.
To at least tie round number 1 right here, that's true.
Right, to tie.
But we saw Alien coming into this tournament extremely strong, and if someone can get LBM survivors out of there one by one, it's definitely Alien. I'm curious to see that. Yeah. Oh, you
keep
said
going.
You just
No,
said, yeah.
that's me interrupting. Keep going.
And therefore, if they are able to tie, we're gonna see a round number 3, and we were talking about this a lot on stream, that round 3 is something that we would both love to see, especially since round 3 gives us 2 hunter bans, which would reveal another hunter that we haven't seen yet on Aliens or on LBM's side. So if they're able to tie, we can expect a round 3. Let's see. Again,
I think with that,
that 1 second delay, that is like, we are not interrupting each other on purpose or anything, but you have to understand that there is a 1 second delay, and sometimes that just happens.
Well, I think you're done with your train of thought, and you have these 1 second pauses, and I'm like, oh, he's done, because I talk so fast, and then you're not done. I'm like, all right, now I'm just constantly interrupting him, and I look like a jerk to the entire stream. But one of the things that I wanted to say is that I think without a doubt, Alien is probably one of the most hardworking players that I've ever experienced. You know, there's generations within this game. You know, you've had top players that have come and gone, top players who rise to the top and then they phase out. We've seen it with so many different players. And Alien's always been one of those consistent top players who only get better and better as the seasons go on. And I really think that the servers should be aware of that, you know, throughout the history of this game, you've had players, including myself, who rise to the top and then we kind of like phase out and we're like, all right, now we just want to have fun. And then you have very few players who have been there consistently and have only gotten better and better and better, and that's why he's so dangerous. And that's why he's also taken the time to learn Bloody Queen and Dream Witch, and to learn Violinist and experiment with Bon Bon. And I genuinely think in the history of Identity 5, and I mean this, I think he's one of the most hardworking players that I've ever experienced. And I mean, I used to play against him in the earlier seasons, and again, and his Wu Chang, and just gets better, and his Ripper back in the day. I mean, just constantly keep playing season after season, and as people kind of come and go, he's been there as definitely a top 10, then a top 5, then a top 3, and he just keeps getting better and better and better. And that's why you're going to see some of that reflect in this tournament, and the server should be aware of that. He's a very hard-working young man, and he deserves to be here.
Without a doubt, he definitely deserves to be here, and we are going to see him in action right now, going against LBM. Again, if he is getting 4 survivors out of the game, if he can eliminate 4 survivors and secure the 5-point game for Team Riot in this match, we have a tie on round number 1. He very well knows that, but on the other side, LBM only needs to get 1 survivor through the exit gate or through the dungeon to secure round number 1 for themselves, and they know that. And what we can see is what we were expecting. We have Alien coming through with a Dream Witch, and let's jump right into it.
And remember, this is difficult to get a 4-person, you know, in any situation. This allows the survivors to have a little bit more flexibility in regards to how they play the game, because they know they only need... This is called No Man's Land, by the way, Grizzly. This area, this is what we refer to as No Man's Land. This is group number 6 layout. And on this side of the map, there's usually 3 survivors, and that's why Alien's going to have flexibility trying to find the mechanic. And that's where they're going to go, so trying to find that mechanic.
Great job, just putting down a leech early game, right next to the Cypher, right next to the Survivor, putting pressure on that Cypher machine. And there we go, found Liz Flower, the mechanic. Great job, exactly what Alien wanted to find. Oh, we can see she just put the doll right there. That's actually...
Yep, so she... Yep.
That's actually very interesting because now IA knows where the doll is, and that could definitely help to prevent decoding later.
And what you're seeing here is, remember, iAlien does have blink, so this is going to be very difficult for Liz Flower. She's going to be able to predict this blink and get into this factory. There we go.
Good blink. There we go. There comes it. Great job. Great job. Great patience. And I have a question for you. You said that area is called No Man's Land. Why?
Yeah, this is Group 6.
What does this name mean for this area? Like, why is it called No Man's Land?
Oh, wow.
I mean, if there's no reason, that's fine. I'm just curious.
No, it's I don't want to really bore the stream.
Oh God. Okay. All right.
No, no, it's fine. Not that. Okay. I'm gonna explain it, but you have to give me the time to explain this real quick. Okay. So look at your hand. I'm being serious. Look at your hand, and you see that first crease. No, you see the first crease on your hand, all the way on the top of your finger.
Mm-hmm.
You see that crease? Okay. Underneath that one, okay, there's a thing called No Man's Land, and back in the day, if you severed your hand there was no way to repair it. So it's a medical term. So it's pretty, yeah. So we kind of incorporated that in the game as if you spawn here, you're kind of, you know, SOL.
All right, I see.
So that's what No Man's Land comes from, a medical sort of term where if you severed a certain part of your hand, there used to be no surgeries for it. There is now, but not back in the day. And so that's where No Man's Land comes. It's kind of like, this is an awful spawn.
It's not even that, like, at least I wasn't bored by that explanation. And I want to mention to the stream real quick, we saw that iAlien was kind of going against the wall of the outside map. So there was probably a little bit of lag going on, I think. Yeah, just want to mention it.
And we'll see how this defense is going to go against the mechanic. Right? Remember, for the beautiful move from that Gravekeeper, now going in for that rescue.
Good job, great rescue. But of course, iAlien is concentrating on the mechanic, trying to stop the mechanic from using its doll.
Well, mechanic did the right thing there, though. Mechanic knew that they were going into an awkward corner of the map. And so you might as well just absorb that hit, get your machine on the Cypher, because the Cypher is at 86%. So if anyone's asking why Mechanic stopped, Mechanic understood that they're not going to be able to get away most likely in that area. So control the bot on the Cypher that you've almost finished to help your team. And so that was good work. And one other thing, Grizzly, remember, this is not easy for iAlien. When you go against a team that knows they only need to get one survivor out, that completely changes up the survivor strategy. So in my humble opinion, being the second hunter can be a really big disadvantage. Beautiful stun. One of the things that you guys should be aware of with that forward is that he timed the stun before the balloon is fully done with the animation. People don't get that right with forward. They just go in for a stun. You have to get the stun before that person is fully lifted up in the air and they're instant dropped and they can get away. But if they're fully lifted in the air and the animation is done and then you stun, that's when you get that awkward like 2 second, 3 second animation that takes them forever to drop and it's almost impossible to get away. So you really have to time that animation correctly as a forward main.
I am amazed by the teamwork of LBM right now. They are really separating right here. They are giving the Dreamwitch a hard time to actually catch up. But again, there's still one Cypher machine remaining. We saw this before. One Cypher machine can give the Dreamwitch a lot of time to find these survivors.
Very true. And, you know, again, knowing that you only need to get one survivor out can change up your gameplay as survivors. So, you know, it's going to be difficult for iAlien, but iAlien's doing everything in their power right now, and we'll see how this works. Honestly, I thought you were going to say, you know, I'm amazed by your MCing, but that's not what you said, so it's all right.
The thing is, I am very amazed. Like, all of the times, and it feels like I couldn't just, like, I could compliment you every single time that you're opening up your mouth, but that feels like a little bit over the top, you know?
That's a
Yeah,
lot.
right.
Yeah, but the thing is that I would enjoy it. You know what I mean?
All right, okay. Wow,
like
fantastic
that,
job from Persuable from laughing at the choke. Can't wait for his next reaction to the stream.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
Exactly.
I was thinking I was listening to Grizzly for a moment right there.
And you can see that they're spending a lot of time trying to take these leeches off and really trying to separate the where all these dream. Oh,
Nice blink.
beautiful blink!
Extremely good blink. And great moderating, great casting from Persuable as well. Nice blink yet again. Good job, good job.
I can't. This is all to do his last tournament.
Last one. Never ever again. Not with Grizzly.
Never again. This is it. I'm telling you, people only want us to MC because we're the only MCs that literally can roast each other for 6 days. 6 days of just constantly roasting each other.
Yeah, the thing is,
we are. Yeah.
The funny thing is that on stream it feels like I'm roasting you a little bit more than you are roasting me. But behind the scenes, I was just like, dude, I'm not casting with Persuable anymore. That's it. I'm done. Because off stream you're roasting me way more.
No, it's not that. It's just a beautiful pop. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Survivor only needs to get 1 out in order to get the victory here. This is a lot of pressure on iAlien. It's going to be a lot of work, and we're going to see how we can multitask all of these followers and leeches, and it's not going to be easy. Let's see what they can do.
It's definitely not going to be easy, especially since survivors can split up between those 2 exit gates. And again, LBM knows they only have to get 1 survivor through the gate. So while iAlien is hunting down the fort right here, there are still survivors on the other side of the map trying to escape as well. Good job, good hit.
1 so far. We have to see. Need to see with these.
He's protecting the gates. Good job, good job.
Well, trying to see the positioning of LBM. They're gonna try to remove that.
Ooh, that's actually, look at that. Two leeches were coming through. Mercenary is hit. Mercenary most likely is trying to. I would have assumed to. Okay, yeah, going into the direction of the exit gate. That one was already touched by the fort as well. Oh, he's trying to get to the fort. Or at least opening up the gate. Oh, dude, that late game, that was extremely good for LBM. But right now, iAlien really showing them that he's one of the best hunters in the game. That's incredible. Still have the Gravekeeper running around.
Definitely, this is very intense. I'm just not even gonna provide any unnecessary commentary. This is intense, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this ends.
No, you're roasting me, dude.
Oh no, I didn't mean that on.
No,
beautiful hit from iAlien.
Wow,
beautiful.
That was incredible
hit with that comeback. That is a 4-person elimination. That's absolutely amazing work from iAlien. Absolutely amazing. Wow.
Imagine
Unreal.
having 3 survivors at the end, still running around and still managing to protect both exit gates, bring down all 3 survivors and secure the 4 survivor elimination. Woo! What a match! What an ending. Late game with the Dream Match, yet again, is extremely interesting to watch.
That was excellent. Unbelievably excellent. From iAlien coming back. And LPM did a very good job in the beginning of that game. So did iAlien, getting the mechanic down and finding her. It was just, wow. I'm a little speechless right there. The ability to really come back like that. Wow. Just wow.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Even for a Dream Match. That was extremely good gameplay. Whew. So that means we have a tie for the round number 1, and that also means we are going to see a round number 3 in this first fight between Riot and LBM. So what do you think? Can we expect a little bit of a, dream witch ban in the next rounds?
I'm still trying to process what happened. Thank you. And on that note, we are going to head to break. Thank you, everyone, for watching so far, and we will see you very soon.
Very soon. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was round number 1 between Riot and LBM. It is a clear tie. We saw 2 dream witches doing an absolutely phenomenal late game, bringing down 4 survivors, sending 4 survivors back to the game, giving both teams 5 points in round number 1, which also means we are definitely going to see a round number 3. I'm very excited about that. And I want to throw in my question that I already asked before the break. Persuadable. Do you think we are going to see some Dream Witch bans, or do you think they're like, let's do that again? That was fun.
Just wasn't expecting you to phrase the question that way. That's funny. I mean, as me as a competitor, so it's actually going to depend on the map. It depends on the map selection as well. You know, not all maps are created equal. And there are certain maps that I'd rather face a Dream Witch than a Bloody Queen, especially larger maps to a degree. I'm sorry, no, that's not right. But yeah, anyways, there's certain, I don't want to get into that, but there's certain maps that I'd rather go against a Dream Witch and certain maps that I'd rather go against a Bloody Queen if I'm in a tournament competitive team. So they're most likely going to ban Dream Witches, but we'll have to see on what the map selection is. What's interesting about this sort of matchup is that both teams specialize with the same hunters. And that's something to remember. Up until now, we've seen a lot of teams who specialize in different hunters, and different hunters excel on certain maps, whereas others do not. As an example, if you go against some hunters, you may pick Sacred Heart Hospital, knowing that your Bloody Queen as a hunter will do better against the opponent specialty hunter that does not excel on Sacred Heart. But in this case, they excel in a lot of the same hunters, so I don't know how that's going to work with map selection. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
Don't worry. And talking about the map selection, we can see that we are jumping into the Sacred Heart Hospital on round number 2. And we can see the kind of expected Dream Witch ban. Okay, okay. Sacred Heart.
Oh, you're doing this. You're doing the call out.
I'm giving it a shot. I'm trying to tell everyone what group layout we have, what we can expect from the beginning of the game with that layout. I'm a little bit nervous, not even lying, because don't want to mess it up, but I'm pretty sure that you're helping me out if I would.
You have this. There is no... What's the worst that's going to happen? You call out the wrong number, embarrass yourself in front of, 2,000 plus people, make the server look like we don't know anything about the game. There's not that much on the line here, bud. So just do the best that you can. You got this.
Yeah, thank you. You should become like a motivational speaker or something.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So what we can see is that we have a seer and the forward ban on this map. Forward ban? Can you give me some insights on that? Why would you rather ban a forward than a priestess?
Because they're going against some forward mains, and they're probably more afraid of that forward than what they are of the priestess portals. It's a selection that the hunter feel is valid. Remember that mistaking green. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going with LBM. Yeah, actually, LBM has one of the best forwards as well. If you recall correctly, we saw some rescues, I believe, the last time LBM played, and there were 2 instances where the forward were able to rescue the other players on their team, and they were able to win matches specifically because of those forward rescues. So that's probably the logic that this Blood Queen is trying to go with. But another thing to remember, though, is that stunning the Blood Queen, if they do have a mirror in reserve, they can catch back up. So it's this kind of cat and mouse game of when do you activate the mirror, and it seems like this Bloody Queen doesn't want to deal with that. I'm so excited to have you call out the group and everything. I want you to call out the group layout. I want you to tell me where they're going and what's happening.
Let's
Just
go.
try it. Just try it.
Yeah, I'm going to try. You're very right. What could go wrong? Embarrassing myself in front of thousands of people? Yeah, that's what I do on a daily basis, right? Like
lose subscribers. You got nothing. You're good. Nothing's on the line. Just your integrity and everything that you represent when you become an MC and when you're talking in front of everybody. But other than that, no pressure.
Yeah, other than that, pretty much nothing else, right?
Nah.
Oh god, the game is... Okay. I just forgot everything.
It's okay, you got this. Focus now, alright? Here we go.
So
Come
what
on,
we can see right here is map group layout number 6. Hunter is starting inside the building. So what she's doing, she is going... Dude, I don't know where she's going, but we have 1 survivor near the shack. Yeah, that's where she's transitioning to. 1 survivor in the shack, 2 survivors in the ruins. So going to the left is a really valid move, because there will definitely be at least 1 survivor. Again, 2 survivors are there. They were transitioning good though. They knew that Alien would probably go to the left. They were transitioning good, and I am surprised Alien did not find anyone right there. How did they transition that well? Give me some insights.
So what they're doing is, well, they're hiding. What Alien's doing is trying to find that mechanic. That's what they're specifically doing. But you were right. When you go towards this part of the map, there's 3 survivors that spawn here. 1 at shack, 1 at ruins, and 1 in between ruins and statue. And so iAlien is really taking their time to find this mechanic because Mercenary, Priestess, and Gravekeeper are slow decoders. And so what Liz Flower needed to do, which they did do, is drop their mechanic doll down, because if Liz Flower goes down, then they can continue decoding with the mechanic doll. So iAlien understood the concept of what's going on. They're a slow decoding team, and I got to really make sure that I take down that mechanic, and we'll see how this works. And yep, good move. And
very interesting.
On top of that, takes down the global portal, as well as disrupting one of the cipher machines that they worked on. This is going to be in iAlien's favorite right now, because you never typically want to die next to one of the ciphers being worked on. So now this will slow their decoding down even further.
That was a great move as well, using Blink right there, really catching up to the mechanic and
wow, he hit that hit.
Ooh. I didn't even see that. Great job. Still going for the
I felt bad, I felt bad interrupting you, but that was such a good hit.
Yeah, it was. No, keep doing it. As long as it's important, keep interrupting me. And what we can see right here, again, mechanic still has the doll up, so there is still a lot of decoding going on. Bring up the Gravekeeper right here. And what we can see on the Survivor side is that they are concentrating on decoding right now. They will go in for the rescue of Liz Flower before she is eliminated, but they were not going in before halfway because they just want to take the time to decode.
Here we go. This is going to be a chess piece, or chess match, not a chess piece. Gets the hit on Liz Flower. It's a difficult area.
It really is. It really is. Going into the corner and trying to use the doll for a little bit longer. And going into that corner is just giving the team a few more seconds because iAlien has to bring her back to the chair right here. And that's it for the mechanic. Great job from iAlien, locating the mechanic early game and really concentrating on her. Having her out of the game gives iAlien leaves.
iAlien did a good. Yeah, iAlien did a good job there because the Gravekeeper was right there, and the Gravekeeper was probably finding a good time to go in for the rescue. And Bloody Queen not only was able to hit that Priestess and disrupt the decoding, but was also able to prevent that sort of rescue. And that's going to iAlien's looking pretty good right now in this situation. There's a bunch of ciphers that are almost done though, I think. This one and Forest. It's probably about 30 or 40%.
Look at that. Let's see if the Mercenary can hide. Oh, all right.
This is why you see a lot of people playing these sorts of characters, so they can just kind of use these abilities to really last as long as they can. Good job from iAlien. Good job from the Mercenary though too as well. So this is why you see slow decoding teams. It's not just about the early game kite. It's also about in situations like these where they can continue decoding and kiting like that. And really good job using these mirrors, hitting that Priestess almost every time. Very good job from iAlien. These mirrors are pretty good. They're very good actually, not pretty good.
That is very, very good indeed. Okay, Priestess is kind of circling back. Oh no. Was hoping that iAlien would go through the portal too. Oh, that was close. But iAlien, dude, circling around, trying to not hit or not hitting the portal right there and really being able to catch up by going through the portal as well. Fantastic move. We have the mirror again and iAlien strikes down the Priestess. But Cypher Pop was happening. Yeah. Really, really good coordination.
You know, what iAlien did good there is when that portal was upstairs, he just dropped down the hole because he knew that if he went through that portal, I'm pretty sure the Priestess would have been able to get a stun. That's a pallet stun sort of portal, so I think pretty sure he was able to read that move. I don't think I'm wrong on that, but I could be.
Yeah, makes sense. And there we have iAlien bringing the Priestess to. Yeah, alright, bring the Priestess to the chair. We can see Mercenary and Gravekeeper already made it out of there. Which means, this time, in the first match of round number 2, We have a tie, 2 points for Riot as well as 2 points for LBM. And that is putting LBM's Hunter in I'm not sure what to say right now. In a neutral position. He needs to get out 3 survivors, but he can still do 2 to get the tie at least. Really excited to see if they are going to use Union again, or if they are switching to Roland, second Hunter of LBM.
And it's going to come down. Remember, Sacred Heart Hospital can be a very, very difficult map. It can be a very difficult map for hunters, and so typically you're going to see a lot of Bloody Queens that prefer playing on that map with only that Bloody Queen, of course. So we'll see what sort of suggestion that Riot goes forward. Are they going to ban the Dream Witch, or are they going to ban the Bloody Queen? And, it's going to depend on their personal preference on there. But to get a 3-person elimination on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital against some of the best survivor compositions in the game, only in round 2. It's one thing if this was round 4 or 5 in the finals and you got 3 or 4 bans. It's very difficult. So, and something to remember too, if this is a tie, whoever wins round 3, it's game over. It's the best of 3, not that you have to win 2 of 3, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you?
Hey, I'm baby persuasive. No. So hey, we finally did it. This is the greatest achievement in my entire career here in Identity 5. We made persuasive. I'm okay. He can't hear us right now. I want to say that he's an amazing guy. I really, really appreciate him. He's so positive. I love him.
Nice things about
and
me?
he's just the worst. Hey, back. Hey, welcome back.
You're ridiculous. What's funny is I'm gonna miss doing these events with you, man. That's it's gonna be a while probably. So I'm gonna miss you. I enjoy this time.
It's already the last day, dude. Day 6. It feels like 6 days. That's a lot, right? It feels like a lot when you say it. But honestly, time flew by so fast. And I'm going to miss you too. This is the last day that we are together, at least for quite some time here on the Identity 5 YouTube channel. And I'm going to miss you. I really appreciate your input and how you're pushing me to my limits and how you're not putting any pressure on my end right here when I try something new. That's yeah. I will miss you too.
It's interesting how
and I will miss how you are always interrupting me.
It's interesting about perceptions because, like, for instance, how you said the 6 days have flown by fast. Well, that's because I'm so entertaining. But from my perspective, working with you, it's been a long, dry 6 days. I've been dehydrated, just searching for any sort of food nearby, and I'm looking forward to going on vacation after this event, and maybe one day come out with merchandise or something. I survived 6 days with Gaming Grizzly, something like that.
I survived 6 days with Grizzly, and all I got was this stupid shirt.
That's actually
I would buy that. Dude.
Yeah. No, I'm going to miss you too, man. It's always fun. I like that we get to roast each other and have a good time, and I feel like that brings a little bit of a different spice when we get to MC. So, and I feel like I do feel like we're getting better, and I'm excited that you're talking more. And by the way, you are absolutely telling us what's happening in the beginning of this next round. Okay.
I will do so. Yes, I am. And we can see the Dream Witch ban. I mean, I was kind of expecting the Dream Witch ban. LBM was coming through with an extremely powerful Dream Witch in the first round. And we can see that we have a Forward and Mercenary ban on the Survivor side. Therefore, Mistaken Queen is getting the chance to use the Seer in round number 2. And I'm not talking about any other survivors because we already learned our lessons. They can still switch, so we are just waiting it out. And again, I want to say that the map crew playout, it's honestly not that difficult. After after making fun of you for knowing all these layouts and after saying, hey, that's super difficult, I'm never ever going to learn it. And dude, after actually checking into it, it's not that difficult. It's kinda okay to learn. You can't really learn them all in like, let's say 5 seconds. That's probably a little bit difficult to do. But if you're looking at a few maps every now and then, that really helps out. I just feel like if you're a Hunter player, especially if you're a Hunter player and you know the layouts, you have if you know these layouts, you definitely have a better understanding on where survivors could be than if you don't know the layouts. So I feel like
Definitely.
I'm definitely learning a lot right here. And I am excited. I want to see if I can get it right for the second time.
But it's important to know though, because there's also something called choke points, and a choke point is a way of indicating where the hunter will be based on a survivor spawn. Let me give you an example on the top of my head. Arms Factory, I think it's spawn point 2 or group 2. If you spawn in the ruins of Water Jug, that is the only time you will ever spawn there, which means you automatically know that the hunter spawns to the left of Factory. So you as a survivor, it can help you as well, because not only will you have a good idea of where the hunter's coming from, but even if you spawn in a safe area, you can still have a good indicator of where survivors may transition into you. So it's an important point of the game. It's everybody has looked up the tight kiting guides, they've looked up transitional kiting, but group numbers and rotations, it is the next thing. People will be talking about this in the future, and it's important that people learn it if they want to elevate their gameplay to be better hunters and survivors. And it's not that difficult. It's just intimidating at first. And take it away, Grizzly. Good luck.
So what we can see right here is the hunter spawn at statue, which is group layout number 2, which means we have one survivor at the shack as well as one survivor inside the building. And yeah, basically 2 survivors to her right, and that is exactly where she was going and where she's trying to find the survivors. And oh, that was a great hiding spot from Mistaken Green, but we have Union finding the seer first, giving the first hit to the seer. Great job. Definitely wants to concentrate on the mechanic though. Again, mechanic brings a lot of decoding speed, but since the seer already took a hit, we can see that I will say Bloody Queen because I have a little bit of a difficult time pronouncing that name. Fantastic portal yet again. Oh! What a teamwork. Priestess was trying to hide and go back to the Cypher machine, but we have the Bloody Queen giving her the first hit as well. 2 survivors are injured right now. I want to say something, I forgot what I wanted to say.
It's a beautiful prediction from the Blood Queen, expecting that Priestess to be over there. And now 2 players are injured, and now the Bloody Queen's gonna take this down and get the indicator of where the mechanic is. And now that mechanic has to immediately transition, right? Yep.
Yeah, exactly what the mechanic is doing, getting away right there. And that is actually really good for the hunter finding the doll and just being able to go for the mechanic right now. Again, mechanic brings a lot of decoding to the ground. There we go. Sees the scratch mark.
Sees the marks. Yep. So what he's doing right there is trying to get them to hop the pallet by pretending to blink. So that's exactly what the Bloody Queen was doing. When you hug the wall and swing, you expect them to... You expect the blink, so then you hop the pallet and go right towards them. So that's what the Bloody Queen was trying to elicit there.
Ooh, good call from the Bloody Queen. Was pretending to go around the benches right there, but going back immediately and taking down the mechanic. Mechanic is down. We have 4 survivors, 4 Cypher machines remaining. Oh, she sees the doll there too. Great hiding spot, but the doll is now out of the game. That was a great find.
Get him. Yep, got him. I was like, oh, they might struggle, but that's excellent discipline from the Bloody Queen, knowing the limit of how long, obviously you can bring them towards that chair. So they're at 4 Cyphers. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if they get a 3-person elimination, they win this round. If they get 2 people, they tie the match, but they also tie the round. And so We're going to see how this plays in. See that the Gravekeeper is coming. Gets the hit.
Good job rescuing before halfway mark. That was a great rescue. Utilizing the skill as well to take another hit. You can see that Bloody Queen was trying to hit the Gravekeeper again to get a double down, but now concentrating on the mechanic again, which makes a lot of sense. Trying to bring down the mechanic, but again, mechanic's doll is already out of the game, so therefore decoding is a little bit slowed down. But we can also see there are only 2 Cypher machines remaining at this point.
Right. The idea is that if you could take Gravekeeper down and then just use that mirror, take the Gravekeeper down, but wasn't able to get that. Gravekeeper did a good job with that, and now we see that Seer has the owl and is going to buy a lot of time.
That owl. Hunter really waits for the owl to run out. Oh, good shot from the mechanic. Good discipline. Getting a little bit more time.
Good discipline from the Bloody Queen too.
Yeah. And there we go. We have the mechanic down. We saw that the rescue was before halfway mark, which means mechanic can get on the rocket chair again and still be in the game. I saw the priestess sneaking around. Oh, Gravekeeper bringing down that Cypher machine right there. We can see that what I think was the Seer still decoding on the Cypher machine. Priestess coming in for the rescue. Cypher machine's halfway done, or a little bit more than halfway. Oh, that's gonna be an interesting rescue. Good job. Oh, taking the hit there as well. That is going to give the team a lot of time. That might be perfect for a Cypher pop when the next survivor is going down.
Gonna have to get this hit, but they gotta be careful about that Cypher pop. So you see how
it's happening?
Yeah, she rotated good.
Ooh, that portal was good. That was really helping right here.
Gonna have to be careful about blinking.
What LBM needs right now is a tie to tie that round. That means that if Riot brings 3 survivors, oh, good job, but we can see Seer is opening up the gate. If Riot can get out of there, oh, that's gonna buy even more time. She's teleporting away, she's not concentrating on the mechanic. She knows that she needs to find another survivor to tie that round right here. Oh, she got the priestess, great shot, but now she also needs to get back to the mechanic.
Yep.
Healing at 76. Let's see if she can do
Bloody
it.
Bloody Queen has to do this though. Has to do this. Doesn't want to go into this with a lose in this round, and now has to try to get back to the mechanic. And the question is where's Miss? Yeah, let me see. We see that all 4 are in there. So
I just want to say that one portal right there when the mechanic. Oh, nice, good job. We can see that Taco is going in for the rescue. That one portal when the mechanic was going down and the hunter was immediately sent to the other side, that really forced the Bloody Queen to get away from the mechanic.
Oh, is they gonna get teleport back up? They're gonna get teleport back up. Oh, does it? No, wait.
Isn't it like
no,
30,
no,
36,
35?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong number.
Okay. That's okay. We have there is still detention going on. There's still detention going on. What the Gravekeeper wants to do right now is he wants to buy. Oh!
That was important. That was an important hit. The question is what are they going to do? Are they going to try to heal up and maybe try to pull off a rescue if they have anyone left with tie turner, or do you just call it a tie and get to the next round, and it will be all based on one round?
It's an extremely difficult situation right now, especially since she's putting the survivor down on the exit gate on the other side. So they had to go through the entire map. Fantastic job from both sides. You just said it. Both teams got a tie in round number 2. And since both teams basically just tied round number 1 and round number 2, we're gonna see a round number 3. And if we're gonna see one team win in round number 3, that is the team that will move on to the finals. So that is a very important round that we are seeing next up. Ooh, that is a very intense, important round.
And we can see that the Bloody Queen, 16 strikes, Very good job, really putting pressure on everyone and making sure that they can find the survivors. But listen, survivors did a really good job at being able to manipulate the map to their advantage, especially with those priestess portals, really buying some time. And again, excellent gameplay from the Bloody Queen, understanding I get the mechanic down, I go across the map, get somebody else down, put them in a rocket chair, go back to the mechanic, eliminate them, and then go back to where I initially was. There's a lot of multitasking there, and it was unfortunately something that was necessary because, again, they cannot afford to lose that round. So now round 1 and round 2 both tied. And again, if one team can win this last round, there should be no round 4 because it's not winning 3 or winning 2. It's the best of 3. And on that note, we are about to go to break. We want to thank everybody for joining Grizzly and I, as well as all of the competitors. Thank you for making this tournament so great so far.
See you. Bye. Bye. Adios. Hey Bears! I am the Gaming Grizzly and welcome back to the first fight in the semifinals. We are seeing Riot going against LBM, and what I think is extremely interesting is that we are seeing two teams that are pretty much on the same level right here. In the first round, we saw both teams utilizing a dream witch, and both teams on the Hunter side were able to get 4 survivors out of the match. And in the second round, we saw pretty much the same results on both teams as well. Both teams were able to tie round number 2. So now, no team, not Riot and not LBM, does have any points. And we are jumping into round number 3. That means, we already said this before, but I want to highlight this because this is like a really, really deciding match right now. If one team can get one more point, they will proceed into the finals that we will also cast later today after we saw Potatoes going against before you. And I don't even know which team could win this because both teams are just they're right here. They're on top and on this at the same level as well. I know I showed I can't. Never mind. Hey, I am Gaming Grizzly. I kind of talk a lot because I'm learning from the best.
What's going on, guys? My name is Persuadable. It's good to be here. He should have timed you on there. You're just going and going. I'm like, I'm just gonna let it go. You were on a roll there. You were doing good. I'm proud of you. This is gonna be a long stream, so I need to conserve my energy, and that's what I'm doing. So you're doing a great job, Gaming Grizzly. We're seeing top competitive gameplay from two very, very good teams. I mean, this is what I said. I would not be surprised if we see another tie. But the difference is now we're going to, I believe, see 2 Hunter bands. Am I correct?
Yes, we are going to see 2 Hunter bands. And what we see right now is Roland. So LBM actually changing up the Hunter right there. We saw Union in the first 2 rounds. This time we have Roland on LBM's side. And we can also see the Bloody Queen and the Guard 26 has been banned for Roland.
Yeah, Roland. We've seen Roland's bonbon in tournaments, especially this one, or rather, this is the tournament that we saw Roland's bonbon, and Roland did a very good job. And so I don't blame this ban just getting rid of bonbon in general. And the question is, who is Roland going to use? We see the bans Seer and Mercenary. And and Forward, so taking out that, never mind, Priestess. See, I should have learned my lesson.
You need to learn, you're learning
I know.
that lesson for several times now, and you still, never mind, that's okay. I forgive you.
Thank you for forgiving me. Honestly, I was getting worried there because I'm like, like, what if Gaming Grizzly doesn't forgive me? How am I gonna, how am I gonna live with myself? Yeah. So we see that the map is going to be Red Church, and again, I'm very interested to see this round 3 is a very important moment because again, one match is going to dictate all of this as long as one team can remain victorious, or even if they can tie. If one team ties and the other team loses, again, that's it. So it's best of 3. We're gonna see who we're going to utilize as a Hunter. Maybe it's going to be that Spider. And one of the things to remember too is that with Red Church has been here since what, season 1? It's been a very old school map. So a lot of these players are familiar with the Red Church, and some spiders really favor this map because there's a lot of tight angles and tight areas that you can really utilize that web. And so that's maybe what we're going to see now.
I'm not talking about the Hunter before there is no little.
Did you just take a gulp of liquid? Did you just drink a beverage?
Excuse me. It is in the middle of the night for me. Yes, I need my energy drinks.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I planned that whole thing. I heard you open it, so I'm like, I'm gonna stop talking like when he's most likely in mid gulp, and then like make you feel like anxious to swallow it real fast so you can start talking. Oh, I can't see you, so I didn't have the ability to try to time it.
You almost timed it. I was ready. I was like, yeah, okay. I was predicting something like that. I was like, okay, maybe you heard that because usually I'm holding my cans super far away from the microphone, and while I opened it, I was like, oh, that probably everyone heard that.
So you predicted my blink.
Yes, we basically we outplayed each other, and for some reason we are both still alive.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, round 3. We got the Spider by Roland. This is group number 5, and this is going to be inside a wedding. and they're going to most likely move straight. There's 2 survivors over here, and it's important that one of them stays in the area if they want to activate that tinnitus. And we see that Gravekeeper. Oh, they're going. Okay, interesting. So they're rotating right next to each other. We see the forward over here using these.
Was he using the pellet to give the Gravekeeper a potential kiting area right there?
So it's a strategy to throw that pallet down, so when somebody else hops the windows later in the game, they can immediately hop the pallet and get a speed boost. So it's not atypical for a survivor to set that up for later in game.
And what I think we are experiencing... Okay, was that just me?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
we can see that these spider webs are still here. He's gonna catch up. How much? He's still got quite a bit of. Oh wow! Beautiful blink and hit. 5 ciphers still up.
Wow.
This is a big moment for Roland, and he may get him in basement. There is no priestess. It's been banned. This is a very important moment for this spider.
Wow, that was a really good hit. I am still afraid whenever I go against the spider, especially with all these webs and that speed boost that the spider gets while going through these webs. That makes it extremely difficult to
be careful of this Gravekeeper though. Oh,
there
prevents it.
Wow.
Not only does he prevent the dig, he also does damage. This person is one shot now.
And
he may prevent this rescue.
Wow. Wow, that is
you
just
can tell
so
I'm starting to wake up.
That was so good. Gravekeeper was probably trying to get through the surface and going down to the rescue. But as you just said, preventing the entire rescue from the Gravekeeper. Fantastic job. We have the forward off the chair right now. Coordinator already took it. Roland knows that he has to be careful. He's going to use the jump and hit. Oh, hitting. Good job. Right. Oh my god.
Beautiful. That's beautiful moves because you get the instant attack recovery. Beautiful move from Roland.
Was crazy. Double down. We have the forward and the Gravekeeper down. Both survivors were already on the rocket chair. What we can see, Roland is concentrating on the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper has no ability left right here. That's it for the shovel of the Gravekeeper, and Gravekeeper on the chair for the second time. Great patience from the Coordinator though, not using her flare gun yet and keeping it for a potential rescue later. So I have heard, I have a question for you right now. Like, I have heard a few people talking about it's clever to use the flare gun early game, but I also hear a lot of people saying it's clever to use it late game and to keep it. What is your opinion on that?
It's gonna depend on the hunter, especially somebody like Clown, so you can prevent that first hit. And Gravekeeper did get hit right there, so once Gravekeeper goes down, we're going to see that first elimination. And you know what? Given the circumstances of that double rescue, Riot didn't do that bad of a job at all. Like, was really able to secure at least getting them out of the basement. That was an important moment. And it was an important moment for the forward and the Gravekeeper to split up like that. And the forward did a good job. I think it was the forward, right? Did a good job at adjusting.
And what we just saw was the spider going through the window in front of the Gravekeeper, preventing the Gravekeeper to get into the church, because inside of the church it could be difficult, or the Coordinator could wait for a flare gun rescue. So therefore preventing the Gravekeeper from going inside the church and going down inside the church. Great job, great flare gun! Wow! Just stopping Roland from hunting down the Coordinator.
Yeah, given the situation that Riot was in terms of that basement, they've really been able to recover a little bit from that, and they were able to adjust and they were able to heal up, and that was an important moment. That was an important moment for Riot to recover like that. And so now Spider really needs to come through here and be able to get at least another person down and try to get the victory later on. They're at 3 ciphers, but a lot of these ciphers have already been touched and tapped with, so.
Still phenomenal job from both sides. As you already said, great recovery from the basement situation, but gotta give it to Roland. He's doing a great job preventing the rescue. All right, there we go. Fast Spider throws the web in, damages the mechanic enough to down her immediately. Fantastic job. Ah, that's speed. That's speed. One of the main reasons I hate to go against the Soul Weaver.
And I believe the forward already did one of those rescues, so I don't know if they really have any Tide Turner left or anything, but he knows it. Oh, does he? Oh, so close! So close from Roland. He's going to go back, and he's slowing the decoding down now further, you know, telling the forward, making them think that they're leaving here. Gets that web shot, gets the hit. I don't think that there's going to be any sort of Tide Turner here, so it's going to be a difficult situation for Riot. They were able to recover, but it's going to be very difficult. No Tide Turner now, still 3 ciphers up. Roland is in a very good position here. Remember, for a hunter to get a 4-person elimination, especially in round 3, is difficult. You know, that's when the Blood Queens aren't being used. That's when the Dream Witches aren't being used. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on iAlien, so they really need to try to get at least 1 or 2 people out here.
Yeah. Again, we already said this. Whoever wins this round will win the semifinals in this bracket right here, and therefore both teams know it. And if Roland can actually get a 4 survivor elimination, that's going to put the survivor team of LBM into a great position, because they only need 1 survivor out there, out through the exit gate or the dungeon. And on the other side, Persuable already said it, that is exactly what Riot is trying to do as well, trying to get at least 1 or 2 survivors out through the exit gate or the dungeon.
Forward has a Magician Wand. We're going to see how he uses that right here. Nope. Magician Wand was not used. Yep. And this is also going to be difficult, because now if Roland looks at the cipher that's being wiggled, he's going to know exactly where both survivors are. They did pop that machine. And so, Cypher machine. So let's see if he can get this hit. Gets the Terror Shock. Not much you can do as a forward right there. All you can do is really hop that in. And now, Roland needs to pay attention to these ciphers. He's going to take a little bit of a gamble and hope that none of the ciphers are done, so the cipher doesn't get popped. And once he sees it's wiggling, he's going to have to do that back and forth method.
Yeah.
And he's waiting for that Tinnitus. Well, yeah, Tinnitus is activated. He's going to expect them to be in the ruins over here.
And what Persuable meant by back and forth method is basically bringing down 1 survivor and going for the other survivor, and we just see it. Forward got up, and while the coordinator is down, going back to the forward and trying to get the forward down, because if he would put 1 survivor on the rocket chair, that would mean that there is around a 60-second time window to find the 2nd survivor, and if you're just leaving them on the ground, the time window is... I'm not actually sure how long it takes to bleed out, but it's definitely way longer than just putting someone on the chair.
We can see the scratch marks. We see that forward still does have an illusion wand.
That's a really tough situation. It's a long time before the coordinator bleeds out right here. Roland is already seeing the forward and trying to get to the forward again. Magic Wand might be utilized right here. Good job, confusing Roland, but Roland is not losing the survivor.
Excellent
right
discipline from the forward.
Trying to buy as much time as possible. Ooh, good job. Good hit.
So he's going to go back to the coordinator first and put the coordinator up, yeah. And as long as Mistaken Green doesn't pop up here, I believe that will be a good game. Forward's not going to, yep, so Mistaken Green pops up.
And now, pretty much, good dodge. What a dodge, what a chew. The only chance right here for Riot to get at least 1 point is pretty much to wait until the forward is bleeding out and to go through the dungeon. But that's, under these circumstances, that's extremely difficult. Ooh. Good job from Roland.
There.
Fantastic.
I believe that's good game. Roland 4-person elimination. That is huge. That puts a lot of pressure on iAlien. iAlien had to already do this in round 1. And so now it's putting pressure on iAlien to do this again, to get a 4-person elimination. That's already difficult to do with Dream Witch and Bloody Queen in a tournament game, and now you're expecting those two to be banned, and you're expecting them to get a 4-man with a 3rd round Hunter. That is incredibly difficult to do, and we're going to see if iAlien can get that done. And if not, we see LBM going into the finals later on this evening.
But you already said it. iAlien was able to do that in round number 1, and right now we saw it. Roland was able to get the 4 survivor elimination with a different Hunter, not the Bloody Queen, not the Dream Witch. And I think if anyone can do that, if anyone can tie again in round number 3, it's definitely iAlien. We saw his performance throughout the entire tournament, and I think he definitely has the chance to do so. If they are tying, I am right now not even sure. I think we might see round number 4. Am I correct?
I believe so, yes, but in order to do that, they need to get a 4-person elimination, which is going to be difficult. Again, you're talking about 3rd round now, 2 Hunter bans. That's going to be difficult for iAlien to do. But again, he's already been put in this position. Let me tell you something. That is a very, very difficult position to be in. And he was already able to do it once, which was amazing. So to put him in a position to make him do it a second time is going to be very difficult. And he needs to go into this knowing that that's going to be a very difficult thing to do, to be relaxed, do the best that you can in this situation, and give them the fire. And I've seen iAlien in a situation like this before. And, we're going to have to see which Hunter he decides to play. And that means that he may have to play very reckless, moving around the map much more than what we see sometimes. Because, again, if you have somebody who goes down early and nobody goes in for the rescue, you can get 3 ciphers popped relatively quick. So there's a lot at stake here. And, again, in my opinion, sometimes it's actually a disadvantage being a Hunter that goes second, because now your survivors are in a position where they know they can play a little bit more relaxed with certain strategies to get only 1 person out for a victory. Whereas if you're the first batch of survivors, you don't know how the second batch is going to do. So there's a trade-off whether you go first or second. And so now these survivors can completely change up some of their game plan in order to get 1 person out.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
Without a doubt. There's not much to add to your statement right there. That's exactly what's going on right here. LBM needs to get 1 survivor out, needs to get 1 escape, and then they will proceed into the next bracket. If iAlien is able to get 4 survivors out of there, we have to expect round number 4. And again, iAlien can do that. I put trust into iAlien right here, and I think if anyone can do it, it is iAlien. I wouldn't be surprised to see a round number 4, but you can't make any predictions. Both teams are on the same level. They do phenomenal. They do fantastic. They do amazing. Man, dude, Spider. Spider was one of the. No, I'm still thinking back to the Spider gameplay that we just saw, especially the early game of the Spider gameplay. That was phenomenal. That was wow. Putting 2 survivors into the basement that early in the match. That was putting Roland into a really good position. And I was just thinking about Spider was one of the first hunters that was in the game and is still such a dangerous hunter, still relevant to this day. So that was just like, I was like, wow, dude, Spider, I still hate her.
I was reading the YouTube comments and somebody says, don't you think Persuadable kind of looks like Drake? And now I'm like trying to figure that. I'm trying to figure my life out. Do you know who Drake is? Never mind. Whatever. So we see Bloody Queen and Dream Witch being banned. We see the Mechanic. We see the Mercenary. We see the Priestess ban as well. And let's see what these selections are going to be. Bon. And you know what? I'm not even saying anything. Nope, not doing this.
You kind of look like Drake, though.
What'd you say?
You kind of look like Drake, though. Like
I just hear you like drowned out by the.
I mean, I like you were bringing it up, so.
Did you Google it? You Googled it. You googled it, didn't you?
You're telling me no, dude. Wow.
I don't
okay,
know. You're getting
right.
a little older. I feel like you gotta Google everything now. You know, you're getting to that age.
Wow. No. That's hurting my feelings right here.
No, it's not.
A little bit.
How old are you? Yeah, I'm older than you.
See?
Never mind.
So why am I supposed to Google everything while you're the smart guy?
I never said I was a smart guy. I fake everything.
Yeah, because
just use big words once in a while and just pretend like you know what you're talking about and just talk a lot. So people are just like, yeah.
Yeah. Map round, layout 3, and there you are.
You're all over the place. One minute you want to learn it, and then the next minute you're like, "Is map rotation 460?"
No. I want to learn it because I legit think it is an absolutely thing to know, and it really helps out the gameplay. That doesn't change the fact that I am going to roast you for knowing all of that.
I'm gonna miss these roast sessions. You know, I am. You know, just
don't worry. Even if it's not that frequently as on these 6 days, I will not stop roasting you. That's a promise.
Don't worry. Just wait till
From brother to brother, that's a promise.
Just wait this week on Twitter and Instagram. I got some skits about you. I've been thinking about this for a while. Yeah.
Okay. I'm patient. I want to see that.
And we see the violinist being used. Violinist is really good at that anti-rescue. And so even if a violinist gets kited a little bit in the early game, the anti-rescue is very, very good for round 3. And so again, what we're going to have is this group 7 layout, and we'll see where they go. This is a good. I actually agree with this this route. For some reason, I'm seeing a lot of hunters still going towards wet and broken, and I totally disagree with that strategy. And I agree with where iAlien's going instead. There's a lot more survivors cluttered over here.
And I said this before today's matches started. I want to see another violinist gameplay. I want to see the top tier violinist on this stream. And here we have it. iAlien already figuring out where the coordinator was hitting the list flower. Ooh. There comes. All right, I'm.
Just that's the flare gun. You can see that. You can see that though that they rotated into one of the people decoding. So what this is going to do is going to slow down the decoding of the team. So, but this is a strong area for kiting. But we got to see.
Good job scaring off the seer right here. Same time, not losing track of the coordinator.
Yep, was able to buy a lot of time now. So what's going to happen is coordinator is going to get out of this area, and Seer needs to go back into graveyard to keep decoding. But I think Seer did the right thing, absorbing that hit instead of using. Oh, beautiful move!
Fast hit right there with the skill. Really catching up to the coordinator. Coordinator was, as you already mentioned, was able to buy a lot of time with the flare gun, with the help of the Seer who was absorbing a hit. Great job. You can see that I think the Gravekeeper is rotating out, but iAlien was actually able to see the scratch marks on the floor, if I am right. He's putting down a peeper to actually see if there's someone close.
Yeah, iAlien's doing a great job. Was able to hit that skill, and that can be difficult for a Seer to hit the owl. So they're at 5 ciphers. Just need one person to escape.
Yeah, and we can see that the Gravekeeper is hiding, is potentially going in at the rescue before the coordinator gets sent out of the game, but for now it looks like they are just focusing on decoding.
That hiding from Gravekeeper was very good.
But I think iAlien knows that the Gravekeeper is coming through now, but we also have the fort. Okay, that's going to be a team effort, right?
That's
a team effort right there.
That's a lot.
Forward is trying to absorb the hit, but iAlien was able to actually land the hit on the coordinator. Great job, now concentrating a little bit on the Gravekeeper, but really wants to go after the coordinator, not losing sight of the coordinator. Because again, coordinator will be out of the game if she's hitting the chair. Fantastic rescue, but great discipline from Alien, concentrating on that one survivor.
Yep, and they really just need to get one person out on this match, and so they're down to 2 ciphers now, and so one person's eliminated. They got to try to figure this out. I think a lot of the ciphers are. Oh no, this. Oh, they need to go to graveyard. That graveyard was worked on by Seer.
Wow.
The only good thing about this, not the only good thing, but the good thing about this situation for the survivors is that the ciphers are spread out a little bit. And so the question is if you can do some decent work on these ciphers, do you even go in for a first rescue? And so one of them's gonna have to try to kite while the other one starts to decode. They really have to spread out.
Exactly what they are doing right here. We can see that the Gravekeeper is back on the cipher machine, and I think he didn't see the Seer going back to the cipher machine at the graveyard.
And you can see that they're really moving back and forth. One of the survivors is in between, so they really need to commit to something. And I think that's where they're going. They're doing a good job spreading this violinist thin. They're doing a good job at going to different corners. And they're going to communicate with each other and say, he's coming after me. And so that's really what they need to do. I'm not even sure if you go in for a rescue. Accelerated decoding is... One's at 46%.
Nice hit. Oh,
wow,
that was
beautiful
a
move
really
from
good
the
dodge.
Gravekeeper. That was an important moment. And now they're going to get a lot of progress done on that cipher over there in the corner. He has peepers, so he needs to get a 4-person elimination.
Nice. Yeah, he really needs to get the... Oh, you're very right.
Yeah.
He needs to get that 4 survivor elimination. We can see Gravekeeper is going down. He had to commit to 1 survivor. Going back and forth between those 2 cipher machines wasn't going to...
Honestly, I just pop this cipher. I would just pop it and have the survivors go to different parts of the map.
Yeah, true.
But they might not do that. They might just still go in for the rescue. It's just really a preference. If somebody goes down before that pop...
Ooh, good dodge again. It's extremely difficult, at least for me, to actually dodge between these lines. As soon as the violinist is having up his skill, the entire presence, he can just play the strings, and you can actually dodge.
Beautiful stun.
You can actually dodge the hit by... Ooh, nice. Dodge the hit by going in between these lines, and that's what we are seeing from LBM. They are really dodging the skill, the string hit from iAlien. It's difficult, but if you stay in the right position, that's something that works.
Well, LBM's doing a good job. I mean, you have the strategy of trying to pop that cipher and everyone kind of, you know, separating. That doesn't always work against a Dream Witch, but on a violinist it could. But they're slowing the game down, and they're healing each other. The Gravekeeper might need to get healed up. So the question is what are they doing with this last cipher? Again, am I mistaken? They only need 1 survivor to leave, right?
They only need 1 survivor to leave, and what we can see is that the fort is actually... Oh, that's the cipher machine that was about to... Yeah,
that's right. We were looking at the 2 ciphers, so they still got that 1 cipher they need to work on. That's where I was mistaken. They had 2 ciphers up now. It's hard to see it on my screen. So that's what they're doing right now, is they're trying to work on this cipher. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for that. I thought the graveyard was the last cipher.
Oh, no, yeah. Ford is trying to get rid of the debuff that he's getting. And again, you said it, they only need 1 survivor out of there, and the survivors LBM are in a really good position to do so. We have 3 survivors up and running. Everyone is at full health, which means... Okay, we have Seer and Gravekeeper decoding the same cipher machine. Ford needs to give the team a little bit more time, though.
Good dodge from the forward. That was excellent maneuvering. Yeah, I'm over here like they need to pop the cipher, and I was like, they're not even... They're working on it. I couldn't see the 2 and 1. I'm so silly.
I have to say huge respect to LBM, how they are dodging the skill from iAlien's violence. That is amazing me throughout the entire match. There comes the pop, whoa, there comes the hit, but that's fine.
Wow.
Dodging the
that
ability
pop
again.
saved the forward.
Read it. And what we can see right now is that
they popped it and the forward got healed, and then the skill hit him and he got hit again. That would have put him down. That was actually a pretty good pop.
what we can see, oh, nice juke. Again, oh, see, he was dodging the hit again. That is crazy. What we can see is iAlien is going for the Seer right now, while the rest of the team is relocating to the other side. They know they need to get one survivor out of there. They are just starting to opening up that gate, but oh, teleport is ready. Teleport is there. We might expect a teleport coming in quite soon. Good job for dashing away, dodging the hit, dodging the hit again, dodging the hit again.
That's excellent dodging. I mean, this forward is playing really well. If he got hit by one of those skills, he would have been down. That's so good.
And look at that. Sears off the chair, exit gate is almost open. Oh, he was trying to dodge again, this time taking it. But again, on the other side, we can see in the bottom left corner, we can see the exit gate is open. We have 2 survivors.
Yep, and that's going to be a game over. LBM is going to go to the next round. I mean, iAlien did such a phenomenal job. LBM did a good job at slowing the game down. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, in 6 days, I haven't really made a mistake like that, but I did this time, and I apologize. I was like, oh, they're going to pop it. I'm like, oh, there's still 2 ciphers left, so I'm sorry about that. But, I mean, really, we're seeing some excellent dodging from the forward. They only needed 1 survivor to get out, and that puts a lot of pressure on iAlien. And that's a very difficult situation to be in. We already saw iAlien have the ability to come back. And I hope iAlien should feel proud about himself. I mean, he really did a phenomenal job. And I hope everybody recognizes him for the skill set that he has. And again, LBM, great job as survivors, showing why you guys are all, ladies and gentlemen, being so scary as a team. What are your thoughts, Gaming Grizzly?
I have to say it yet again. iAlien was doing a fantastic job. There was not really any wrong move that he was putting on the play into this match. But what was amazing me the most was LBM survivors, how they were dodging the skill, how they were dodging the strings of the violence. And what we can see right here is today's result for the first semi-finals. LBM going against Riot. We had round number 1 as well as round number 2 tying, and now we are in round 3. We just saw it, LBM deciding round 3 for themselves. That means later today we are going to see LBM in the finals going against the winner of the upcoming matches Before You versus Potatoes.
And that should be an interesting match as well between Before You and Potatoes. Those are 2 fan favorites. They have a lot of supporters in the chat. They have a huge fan base for both of them. And that's going to be an intense match as well. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us so far. We are going to take a break. And up next, we are going to see Before You versus the Potatoes.
Love you all. Bye. Bye. Welcome back! We just finished our first match, our first fight of today's semifinals, which was Riot going against LBM. LBM turned out to be the winner, was deciding that match for themselves. Next up, we are going to have Potatoes versus Before You. And I want everyone in the chat right now to write down either Before You or Potatoes and just cheer for your team that, you want to see win this semifinals. And the winner of this semifinal will also go against LBM in the finals. Today is the day, guys. Today is the day. We're gonna see the finals. I'm excited for that. Whew. I am.
Hi everybody, it's Persuadable here. It's good to be with you.
So we have a best out of 5, and best out of 5 means more Hunter bet. No, go ahead. I'm kidding.
You are so confident now. What have I created? What is this?
Monster.
Your MC and skill, a monster. I love it though. Were you really going to explain the whole rounds and all that, or were you just trolling me?
No, I was just coming up with topics that I could, keep on talking. But
yeah,
I mean, okay.
Were you trying to see how far you could go? Like how long?
I think I could, just go on forever and just at some point just say like, I want to mention again. Okay, you know what? I will give it over to you. Let's go.
No, you're good, my friend. Here we go. We have Before You. We have Bad Troll. We have Paul Blums. We have Sprinter, KKZ, we have MyLeggin, we have Schmitty, all well-known players, top players within the Identity 5 community, and 4 of these people have been in the international stage for Call of Abyss 2, and they performed very well in that tournament, so interesting to see what they're going to be able to pull out for this tournament, but they cannot underestimate the Potatoes. Everyone knows the Potatoes. They have a large fan base. We have Mumu, we have Potato, we have John, we got Psyche, we got Cut Trio, we have All For One, or also known as All For Tato. These are, without a doubt, 2 of the most popular teams within this server going at it head-to-head to see which one will face LBM in the finals.
Oh, dude, I was expecting our faces. I was impressed how you were trying to, start the other overlay by saying the potatoes well known. Come on, overlay, change the overlay.
Did you like that?
Yeah, I loved it. I had a lot of fun watching it. Okay, so what we can see.
Arms Factory.
Ahead. Yeah, nope. Great.
Go for
and
it.
We have
3-minute intro guy.
We have All For One on the Hunter side for now. We can see Before You on the Survivor side. Seer has been banned, therefore Schmitty is going for the Mercenary. We already saw Schmitty utilizing the Mercenary. And also see Forward, and Perfumer, and a Mechanic for the decoding speed. I'm curious to see what All For One is picking though. All For One was, I think, the last time we saw him going in during round 1 as Violinist, right?
No, we'll see Blood Queen, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, but the last time we saw him, I think when they were going against... Dude, I can't even remember. Never mind.
No, I'm pretty sure he played Blood Queen every time, first round. And then one time in round 2, he played Feaster, and then another time in round 2 in a different match, he played Violinist.
Yeah, I messed it up. You're right.
That's why you got me, bud. I got your back. All that roasting you do, I am a loyal, good friend to you. And patting myself on the back right now. Because I know you will.
I wish... Yeah, I would though. But I would. If I could, I would. Okay, so we are basically waiting for All For One, All For Tato right here for the Hunter selection. Arms Factory.
You want to do the call out?
No, I'm not. No, thank you. Give it to me with Sacred Heart.
You
Sacred Heart, I feel... Yeah, I love it. we had a little bit of a break and we both start talking right away.
I think we're going to see that Blood Queen. There we go. Here's that Blood Queen. We see that Seer has been banned, and we are about to undergo match 1 of round 1 of this 3-round series of B4U versus the Potatoes. And right now we see Potatoes being the hunter, and we are going to see which map layout that this is going to be. And this should be, I actually don't remember. I think it's 4. I'm sorry. I think it's 4. It's either 4 or 5. It's 4 or 5. I can't remember.
Either way, we can see that All For One is doing a fantastic job already finding basically 2 survivors, or at least cornering in 2 survivors. They split up right here, and now All For One is going for Problem.
Yep, Problems is one of the best survivors in this league, and you're going to see a lot of that kite in here. And let's see if he's going to be able to get his perfume in time. He gets his perfume in time, and that's a very important perfume.
Great job, fantastic job. Stunning the hunter and really getting some time for the team. Ooh, good call from All For One. Not taking another pellet into the face.
And we're going to see how Problems continues kiting here. It seems Blood Queen is going to possibly move on because remember, Mechanic is doing a lot of decoding right now. That is a lot of decoding for the Mechanic. That shows you how dangerous Perfumer really can be on these team comps. And we see, do you want to know the bot's name?
I don't know if I want to know the bot's name. Oh!
We call him George. That is the bot's name.
I know that. I know that. But, just want to say, that was a fantastic stun. Bloody Queen, All For One was trying to get the bot, to get the location of the Mechanic. Really, really important, because Mechanic, as you already said, she can deal a lot of damage for the hunter by decoding really, really fast. And I'm not sure. All For One was not able to hit the doll, right? I don't think so, and therefore trying to move on to the next target, which is Bad Troll, which is the forward. They are doing a fantastic job kiting around.
That was a good juke right there. Now, right now, Bad Troll has to make sure he relocates to an area where there isn't anyone decoding. And so now they know that the Mechanic just finished this area. And he's going to make sure Basement is not in this location.
Ooh!
Most likely not.
Great blink, ending the kite off the forward of Bad Troll. He was taking it earlier to transition over here. But good job from All For One. We can now see that the doll might actually go in for a rescue.
Right, we see a lot of rotation coming from B4U here. This was a group 4 layout, and
but he's coming through, taking a hit. Look at the Cypher
good elbow pad.
2 Cypher machines.
Now we got to see if the forward is able to lose the Blood Queen. It looks like forward may have been able to lose the Blood Queen, so Mercenary is going to go down, and that's going to put the Blood Queen at a difficult situation because now this is the first time Mercenary is going on the rocket chair. And also it should be noted that Mercenary specifically went down in this area, so there's no Cypher machines that are nearby.
Great communication on B4U side. They are doing a fantastic job spreading out right there. We have Problems coming in for a rescue. They are also taking turns on the rocket chair. We saw that the forward was on the rocket chair first, was able to get away. Great job. Now
down the one
bring down
Cypher.
the door. Yeah, that is something that is putting All For One in a really difficult situation. But you can see everyone is up and running. All they have to do is they have to pop one more Cypher machine.
Yeah, but the thing is though is that you can't underestimate All For One. That was a beautiful mirror. You can't underestimate All For One. If there's anyone who's going to be able to come back from a situation like this, it's definitely All For One. So, and they're aware of that. So we have to see what's going to happen here. We see 2 Cyphers are right on top of each other, And I don't know where the third cipher is based on this location, so All for One is not looking too bad in this sort of situation.
I have to
obviously
say,
they're down to that one cipher, but I don't know where the third cipher is.
really interesting strategy. Tell me if I'm wrong, but the survivors were going into a location where no cipher machine was, just to heal up. They wanted to get the time to heal up to have All for One circling around the cipher machines, protecting the cipher machines, while all the survivors were healing up in that corner behind the shack, right?
These three ciphers are like right on top of each other though, so they're gonna have to come up with something crafty in order to distract the Blood Queen. I don't know what the cipher progress is.
Usually it works. Usually when we say that, we're gonna get the prompt, but not this time. Oh, that one actually looked about 70 to 80%.
Well, you're seeing that. Yep. So they switched to abnormal, and look at, they're gonna have to really hug these ciphers a little bit, and really put pressure somewhere. These three ciphers are on top of each other. This is gonna be difficult.
Good hit on the forward. Again, Ford was already on the chair.
Paulblums is charging in, going in for that rescue, but All for One knows that they got to be careful about this, and as well as the ciphers. They got to be careful of a terror shock. Forward, I think it got hit, right? No.
No, Ford got rescued. He was on the chair, wasn't he?
Yeah. You know, All for One's doing a great job on these three ciphers.
He really does put a lot of pressure on these ciphers. We saw one of the cipher machines is around 60%, the one that he was using at normal on. And there we can see, they are going back and forth. They're trying to touch the cipher machine again. They know that they have to bring down one more cipher machine. But All for One also knows the same. Protecting all cipher machines at the same time.
Good job from Schmitty avoiding those. That's very difficult for all for One sometimes to get those mirrors. Not him, but in terms of the hunter. It's all a random chance with that depth perception. So All for One doing a great job at really trying to contest these. Beautiful job forcing Paulblums to use that perfume. And we see that abnormal being used. Remember, the more that this hunter uses abnormal, the less that it goes down. And so that's something that B4U knows, and that they might have to play the long game here.
Luckily, during our break, I was getting myself some snacks. I am just eating some snacks while watching this, because that's like a movie. That is so impressive from both sides. Doing a fantastic job. All for One just putting pressure on all three cipher machines. Really trying to prevent the survivors from decoding. On the other side, survivors are also going back and forth between the cipher machines, trying to prime at least one of them.
And we see that with the arms factory adjustment. This is why the ciphers are going to be pushed further apart away from each other. Sometimes there's not even going to be one in the middle. And so I do not believe Schmitty has any elbow pads here. He doesn't have any elbow pads, so he needs to get away from these ciphers and go down in a corner. The survivors are trying to heal each other. The problem is that those crows, gotta be careful of this mirror. He's able to hit the perfumer. Pushing them all away from these ciphers. Mercenary down. Forward's the only one that's not hit. This is excellent defense from All for One.
Petro actually being in the basement, I think, opening up a chest, finding the syringe. So why is it a good call to go on the hunt for item boxes at this point?
I mean, if the game's gonna be slowed down, the problem is that they're all getting crows, but they're trying to heal each other so they don't get rid of their ability to self-heal themselves up in case they need to.
Good hit on the mercenary, good hit on Schmitty. Keep
This
in
is
mind,
a
Schmitty was
very, very
already on the
long
rocket
match.
there.
This is a
It
very
really
long
is.
match.
They were able to heal up, taking a hit right there.
They're trying to heal up, but All For One is doing a great job at constantly injuring them. And they're rotating on each other now. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to heal up a little bit to buy some time. And you can see that the survivors are trying to lure them out, but, you know, even when they lure All For One out like this, you know, no
There
one's
needs to
on
be
the
someone at the
ciphers.
cipher machine. Yeah. Very, very interesting gameplay that we are seeing right here. These both teams, they are not giving each other anything. All For One is just constantly putting pressure on all survivors. The survivors are
You
just...
can see him going all the way in this corner to lure them away from the cipher. So he's got to tell his teammates to go over there, to go over there, to go over there.
And I think that's what we are seeing right now. Good hit. Great hit.
And they're now decoding. Believe it or not, Forward did a decent job at luring them out, but they got to get this. They got to commit to this cipher, I think, here and now. All three of them.
Wait,
they got to do something here.
I think right now.
That's a good elimination.
Yeah. That's really helping All For One right here. If they're able to bring down that cipher machine, that might be a big plus for the survivors. There we go. Before you was able to use the time that Batro, the forward, was giving the team to actually bring down that final cipher machine.
We got to see what Schmitty can do here. He's got to be careful about hopping that too. Oh, okay. He gets hit. He needs to move to a location away from everybody. The problem is if Mercenary is already self-healed, I'm pretty sure that they healed him up every time, but I can't remember on the top of my head. So they're going to try to get the mechanic out. This is great gameplay from everybody, especially All For One. Oh, All For One's going to get him in time. Wow, this is amazing from All For One.
I did not see how far that gate was already opened. Okay, we have...
Talk about a comeback from All For One.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's intense.
Yeah. And detention's only halfway over. That's a lot of pressure on the mechanic.
Perfumer is showing the healing progress, and therefore I assume that the Perfumer can get up again on her own. And she's down right in front of the cipher, right in front of the exit gate.
Good terror shock.
If the Perfumer can get up in time, which should be possible, she's right in front of the exit gate that she was really pushing on. There we go, 80%. Now I'm curious to see if the Perfumer, Perfumer is opening it up and being secure in the gate. I am not... Oh, did I see the Mercenary on the dungeon, or at least close to the dungeon? Yes, I did. Trying to crawl his way towards the dungeon, but might be.
This was an excellent comeback from All. This was an excellent comeback from All For One. It really was. We see that the Mercenary is up now, so he's gonna have to somehow try to kite in this area. Detention is out, so he can take at least one hit.
Ooh, yeah. All right, I see.
The thing though is that if Mechanic, he needs to try to not get hit, because if Mechanic doesn't get injured here, I'm sorry, if Mechanic gets eliminated, he's got. That was a beautiful move from All For One. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't go for the stun there. Beautiful job from All For One. Wow, really coming back to get the 3-person elimination. Excellent job from All For One. Coming back to get the 3-person elimination. Excellent job.
Great teamwork on LBM's, not LBM, sorry, before you side though. They were really taking their time and doing a fantastic job. Basically using the forward as sacrifice to finally pop that last cipher machine was a great strategy. But again, after all For One was able to really come back. It was close for Schmitty to actually almost making it to the dungeon. Wow, what an intense gameplay at the end, it was extremely balanced between both teams, on the Hunter side as well as the Survivor side. That was crazy.
That was very impressive from All For One. And, that's what's going to happen when you have Cypher machines that are clustered up like that. But that is the responsibility of the survivors to be aware of that. And so when those Cypher machines are clustered up like that, very difficult. And again, with the arms factory adjustment, we may see those spaced out even more so that doesn't happen. Either way, that's a survivor obligation. And that was a very good job from All For One. He had a difficult time early game going against that perfumer. Great perfumes from Paul Blums. They did a lot of fast decoding, but at the end of the day, those 3 ciphers were still remaining up. They are clustered up, and All For One did an excellent job. That was impressive gameplay from a Hunter that was struggling a little bit early game, did everything right. But again, survivors, when they do things right, it's very difficult to kill them. And he did not freak out. He did not let the pressure get to him. He remained poised, and he took a very, very drastic situation and turned it into one that favorably benefited him. So excellent job to All For One. He deserves all the praise for that match for sure, hands down.
Yeah, agreed. And that means that we have, before you, coming in with 1 point, because of one survivor was going through the gate, the perfumer was able to escape 1 point for before you, as well as 3 points for Potatoes, for the team of All For One. And on that note, I want to say, stay hydrated. Everyone who is watching, not only you, Persuable, you should stay hydrated too, but everyone who is watching.
Don't tell me what to do.
But you're still doing it. And everyone who is watching, this is a really, really long stream. We're going to see a lot of teams go against each other. We're going to see the finals today. So this is taking long. So everyone stay hydrated.
Positive message of the day from Gaming Grizzly. Unfortunately, he's a better person than me, and so I don't have a positive message. I got to think of one. I'm going to think of one in the next 5 seconds, and so right now I'm talking so I can think of a positive message, and that positive message is I hope that you all feel incredibly loved. Do not waste your time around people who do not treat you in the manner that you deserve, because there are 7 billion people in this world, and the idea that none of them would be absolutely fascinated and privileged by your time and attention is mathematically improbable. So don't waste time on stupid people, and I love all of you. On that note, don't look at that. You're stay hydrated. I come out with like this big like speech. You over here, going over here. Like, listen, that was good. That was. Can we cut to the next?
Are you doing the same thing? Just trying to keep on going?
I tried to time it correctly. I was hoping that the selections would be up by now. I'm not Denzel Washington. I gotta, you know what I mean? Like, it's like an ability. I can use it for so long, and then I gotta count. I gotta cool down. You know, I'm on cool down right now. And
Dude,
now the question:
you guys need to drink something, and then you're coming in with like, no, I can't.
You need to drink positivity and self-worth, wellness, and yeah,
stop?
And goodness.
Can you
No.
stop, please.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. You know, you can focus on water, and I can focus on wellness and health.
Yeah, and love and all these very important things. But I can still say, guys, drink water. That's cool.
You know what's funny is that if we were in a studio right now, we'd have like a countdown so we could time everything so perfectly. And doing this on the
3, 2, 1, 0.75, 0.73.
There you go. That's keep going. Now, let's talk about no, we're going to talk about the game now. So now what's going to happen, we saw a 3-person elimination, a spectacular comeback. We're having some great gameplay within these semifinals. And now the Hunter 4B4U has to get a 3-person elimination for a tie.
Picks and bans. I'm calling you.
And
3,
a 4-person elimination.
Why is it not working?
No, it's in 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Bye.
Dude, we're terrible at this. We are terrible at this. Anyways, what I was trying to say is that now B4U has to get a 3-person elimination for a tie or a 4-person elimination in order to succeed. Right? If they get a 4-person elimination, that still counts as a 1 point, right? Because they technically win with 1 more point.
If before you manage to get a 4 survival elimination, they are going to get 5 points, which means they would win the first round. Yes, exactly. What before what before you need to get a tie in the first round is basically a 3 survivor elimination, and yeah. If they're getting the 3 survivor elimination, we have a tie for round number 1. If they're getting a 4 survivor elimination before you, 1 round number 2. But if Potatoes is able to at least tie this round, then Potatoes is taking the first point for this round. Again, this is still the semifinals. We have a best out of 3, which means one team needs to get 2 points or the most points out of 3 rounds to win the semifinals and to proceed into the finals. You can see right here is before you is coming in with KKC, banning the mercenary. We are again on the Arms Factory since that is the map for round number 1. And on the survivor side, I kind of feel confident that we are going to see this composition. So I'm talking about it. I'm gonna gamble, I'm gonna risk it. We have a forward, mechanic, as well as a Gravekeeper and a Seer. On the Hunter side, we might expect the Dream Witch.
Good job, Grizzly. You can read pictures and say their names.
I know, I'm actually, dude, this is a thing that you need to learn and that you need to practice every single day. And I feel like I got it down. I feel like I got it down by now.
Honestly, it's something I still gotta learn because I'm over here saying names, especially with the Potatoes. They troll us every single time. They switch their characters up. We got trolled so hard the first time they started playing. I added them on Discord. I'm like, what are you doing? They go, LOL. And we do see that Dream Witch has been confirmed. We have a Gravekeeper, a Seer. And the question is Dream Witch going to use the Blink strategy or are they going to use the Patroller strategy? It's going to depend. And remember, beating a Dream Witch on this match can be very, very difficult. And this Dream Witch must secure a 3-person elimination for this. And this is going to be, remember, I think this is No Man's Land. Yep, so this is group number 6. And let's see what the Dream Witch does. What are your grizzly eyes telling you?
My grizzly eyes are telling me that we are actually having Blink on the Hunter. And what you can see is that we have the leech on the forward right here. We can see, oh, good find, good find. That's the puppet. That is the mechanic stall as soon as the mechanic stall is going down. Oh, nice. Good job from the door. Good job from the door. Really being patient, but still taking it. This is now giving away the location of the mechanic, which is extremely good for KKC because, again, mechanic bring a lot of decoding to the game and therefore is one of the most desirable survivors to find early in the game as Hunter.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We're going to see how KKZ is going to utilize these minions or followers. And oh, misses that blink. Gets the hit though.
Hey,
good recovery from that blink. And Potato still has a owl though. So do remember that. Can leech and move. And we're going to see what sort of trap that KKZ is going to set up. Again, you can see that leech trying to follow Potato. Potato's going to be a little careful trying to hide with that sort of thing going on him. And again, he still has an owl, so you got to be careful. If you try to hit with your leech on an owl, you're going to lose that leech. So you're waiting for the main follower. Potato can see that. Main follower is coming, so Potato is going to now, I shouldn't say Potato, I should say Blue Race Car is going to make sure that they move around. And this is good insight from Blue Race Car, understanding exactly how Dream Witch uses.
Good job, good job. There is still the other leech on the other side. Going to keep on following. That was a great see out, just really giving the team more time to decode, taking that hit. But is going down right there. Actually doing a fantastic job transitioning into this corner right here first before going down.
And that's the philosophy. This is why some hunters prefer banning Mercenary. A Dream Witch understands, you know, obviously Mercenary, you know, obviously Seer is annoying to deal with those owls, but if you ban Mercenary, then if you come across a Seer, you just deal with that one owl, you slow the game down, and then from there, the Seer doesn't really have much left, especially against a Dream Witch that's constantly switching between followers. So that's why you'll see some Dream Witches ban Seer, because they don't want to deal with that one owl, and then some, I'm sorry, Dream Witches, and then some Dream Witches are going to ban Mercenary first round, so they don't have to deal with somebody who can just elbow pad away from them so frequently, and they can find somebody quicker early game. Good rescue from the forward. Going to leech the forward now, and they get the Seer down. Seer's trying to hide over there, but that strategy's, it's not going to work against a Dream Witch with leeches. So, but Blue Race Car did a good job relocating in that area because it's very far away from a rocket chair. So it's not like Blue Race Car was trying to hide. Blue Race Car did a good job navigating away from that rocket chair. And you know, Blue Race Car has been found a lot in this tournament, and has shown some very good kites, very good kites. One against an Axe Boy. Blue Race Car, one of the best players in NAEU in my opinion, without a doubt. They're down to 2 ciphers though.
They really are. Keep in mind, if the Seer is going down again, good job from the mechanic absorbing that hit. If the Seer would go on the chair again, Seer is out of the game. But we had Mumu coming in for the rescue, taking an additional hit, just really giving the Seer more time to get out of there. And as you already mentioned, we are down to 2 Cypher machines. And what I can tell is that the forward as well as Gravekeeper is concentrating on decoding. We see the forward is transitioning in. Again, they all know that if the Seer is going on a chair again, that's gonna be a problem, and therefore they are trying to protect the Seer at all costs. Not at all costs though. Nice.
Wow,
blink.
beautiful blink.
Ooh,
Beautiful blink.
Forward stun. And it's coming through again. Trying to
That was an amazing blink from KKZ. They are at 2 ciphers, but there's only an additional leech on there with that mechanic, and they may have bought a bunch of time to do some decoding, but it's going to depend on really what the progress is. And remember, KKZ has blink, and I do not believe it's changed. So the question is are we going to see possibly abnormal? But we can see some good cipher separation on this map, and they also just removed the leech from mechanic, and look at that blink being able to take. Oh, that was going to be very creative if that worked.
Yeah, that was a good try right there from KKC to hit the forward again. That stun! That avoiding of that stun. Wow. Predicting the forward to come through. That was crazy, and that is actually putting KKC in a little bit of a good situation right here. Again, we said this several times. Dream Witch is extremely strong late game, and that is what we are seeing right here. They are still
Excellent
2 Cypher machines remaining, and survivors are kiting around really well, but we have these leeches on the ground.
They are at 1 cipher left, and I don't believe I saw any change from that blink sort of motion. So now Gravekeeper will have to come in for a rescue, and then it's going to depend on what Dream Witch is going to do. Again, I don't think he started. He didn't start with Patroller, right? So we may see that teleport detention sort of move. There we go. You may see a pop. We do see Potato pop. And let's see what KKZ does. KKZ has to eliminate 2 of them. Has to eliminate 2 of them in order for them to tie this round.
Putting up one of the leeches right in front of that gate. Oh, we can see that I think John is having a leech right next to him while opening up the gate. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There comes the blink. John is down.
Did he get the gate open?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But if that was his leech, then he can just pop himself back up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But again, if he is, I think. Oh no, he's not. Okay. Now he changed his skill. Now he has teleportation.
He changes to teleport. This is very intense. He's going to leech. And if he leeches, he can.
Yeah, good job. Late game.
Excellent coordination. Wow.
Late game for the Dreamlet. Here we see it again. Gravekeeper is down and will be.
Uh-oh. Yeah, but the mechanics got crows.
Ooh. And the mechanic is.
Wait a minute. KKZ might actually be able to get the 4-person because of the crows. Yeah. Doesn't have leech for 7 seconds though. Has to leech and somehow hit, and then somehow be able to get the main follower to pick them up. KKZ might actually be able to get this. Puts it inside there.
We have the dungeon on the right here. That is what we can expect to go for right now.
This is very intense.
No detention left. Ooh, good perfume. Are we going to see more going through?
Detention ran out.
Or is KKZ going to be
KKZ going to get the 4-person elimination?
Wow.
What a comeback.
Yet again, we are seeing the Dreamwitch late game just coming through, destroying the team. Good job. Wow.
What an amazing comeback for KKZ. 4-person elimination. And that round now will go to B4U. That was incredible. But let's talk about the Potatoes. They did an excellent job. Blue Race Card did an amazing job being able to kite and really being able to understand how to count Dreamwitch. Just use your environment to continue running as far away as possible and force that Dreamwitch to have to move their main body so the leech and the main follower is at a range. That was just excellent gameplay, and the Potatoes did a really, really good job. But KKZ coming through for that late comeback. That is absolutely insane.
Without a doubt, that was... I have to be honest, in my opinion, that match was looking pretty good for Potatoes to get at least the tie in this match. And with tie, I mean to get at least one survivor through the exit gate or through the dungeon. And that was an extremely good match for the Potatoes. But that comeback, changing to teleportation, being able to get to the fort right there, that was almost opening up the gate. Fantastic job from KKC, and therefore, thanks to KKC, thanks for the 4 survivor elimination, we are having 1 point for round number 1 on B4U's side.
Excellent. Excellent gameplay. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that's one of the, I think, the number 1 Dreamwitch, or at least used to be. When you prepare for these tournaments, people aren't in rank mode. But again, hats off to KKZ showing the fierceness of Dreamwitch on Arms Factory, and hats off to Potatoes. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that, there will be some Arm Factory adjustments that, some people are arguing whether that's going to favor survivors or not. Potatoes, excellent job. I really mean that. Good job, everybody. We're about to go on a break. Thank you for joining Gaming Grizzly and I, and we will see you very soon.
And here we are again. We are now jumping into round 2 of the fight between Before You versus Potatoes. Round 1 was decided by Before You. They were coming in with a fantastic late game with the Dream Witch. Great job from KKC. And that also means that if Before You manages to decide round number 2 for themselves, they will move on into the finals. And that also means that Potatoes needs to get at least a tie in round number 2 to make it to round number 4. I wanted to ask you something, and I forgot what I wanted to ask. Man, that's... What do I...
Game and Grizzly, what time is it where you are right now?
It's past 3 a.m.
You know, we've been friends for so long. I can literally tell you when you haven't eaten. I can tell you when you're tired. And you know what? Let me tell you something. That's very difficult to do what we're doing at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you're doing an amazing job.
Yeah, so can you tell if I'm tired or if I am hungry right now?
I can tell that you are currently looking at one of your best friends, and that best friend cares about you tremendously, and I hope that you're staying hydrated with water and wellness and love.
I was kind of expecting for you to say that I'm hungry, because that's kind of unfair. I'm always hungry, you know? Like,
do you see how much weight I've gained in a year? Look at my face. See this? Like, your face is like chiseled, and mine's just like round. Look at this, it's just round. It's just. I am like that picture that your second grader draws with the super round face that you don't think looks realistic, and you tell them it's a good drawing when it's really not a good drawing, because you know that the proportions are not actually accurate. But then when you look at somebody like me, you're like, wow, little Johnny in second grade actually had the proportions down. When I look at the little chipmunk that looks like he has acorns in his mouth. Yeah. Let's get to the picks.
Yes, please. Let's get back to the game.
I hope
right
somebody
here.
clips that. That was amazing. That's improv for you. And we see that the map is going to be Lakeside, and yep, Dream Witch. Oh, I'm not saying anything. Yep, Dream Witch ban.
Dream Witch ban, which means Potatoes, they really don't want to go against KKC's Dream Witch again. And therefore, we are also seeing Mercenary and Seer ban. I'm not talking about any characters until I see a check mark right there.
Yeah, exactly. Lakeside's an interesting selection. This can be a very difficult map for some hunters for sure. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. You know, remember, if you got to ban Dream Witch, you're now allowing Blood Queen to be played on such a big map, especially with some of the spawn points, especially group 1 and 2. Where Blood Queen spawns on either the beach or the boat, pretty close to a lot of other survivors. But it's going to be interesting to see what spawn point it has. Really, we were talking about this before, Grizzly, about how certain spawn points help hunters more than other spawn points. And so let's see what spawn point is going to be selected through that, you know, that little random generator, and that can make a really big difference as to how the beginning of the match is going to be played.
So what would be the best spawn point for the hunter on this map?
Well,
or maybe the other way around. What would be the worst?
So I don't know what question you're asking, because you just changed it. So are you asking, how about this? Are you asking which spawn point is the best for the hunter?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that was my initial question, what the best spawn point for the hunter is. But then I was rephrasing it and asking you what the worst spawn point for the hunter was or is.
Oh.
Go for the worst.
So the worst is going to depend on the hunter itself. Somebody like Bloody Queen can really make any sort of spawn point work. What I will do is, instead of doing that, I'll tell you what I think the best is. And me personally, as a Bloody Queen, if I'm on group 2 on the boat, I already know somebody is right at shore. They have no time to relocate. And if they do, their only real relocation tool is to run towards Crab Shack. And with a Blood Queen, you can predict that with a mirror. Or they usually try to hide within, you know, they try to pull something fancy. So group 2 is very strong for the hunter. And again, each spawn point is different for each hunter. You know, like photographer, etc., has, you know, certain cameras closer. But this is actually a group 6 layout. This is very difficult for survivors to actually say where the hunter is. It's hard to predict where the hunter is based on the survivors' spawn point. So look, we're going to see what KKZ can do with their Blood Queen. What are your grizzly eyes telling you, Grizzly?
My grizzly eyes are telling me that KKC is having an amazing find right here. Bring down the doll immediately, and now is now chasing down the mechanic. Again, we are saying this over and over again, but that's just like one crucial thing to know. Mechanic is the most desirable survivor to find early game because she can be so extremely dangerous, extremely powerful when it comes to decoding speed. And therefore KKC is doing a fantastic job. Great patience from Mumu right here.
That was very good.
There we go.
You gotta watch out for that mirror.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Let's see if they're going to get this hit right
here.
Here.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful move. Beautiful move from Mumu, buying some time for the rest of the team. Remember, though, that this is a slow decoding team.
So what we can see right now is the mechanic, the main decoder of this team, is getting not sent back, but will sit on the rocket chair. That is a great position to sit someone on the rocket chair, especially since KKC was seeing that the fort was on that cipher machine. That cipher machine, survivors want to bring down that cipher machine. The progress on it is already pretty far. So now KKC can protect the rocket chair as well as the cipher machine. Oh, there comes the portal. Let's see if the mechanic is able to get through the portal with Tide Turner right here. Seems pretty good, seems pretty good. We have Blink. Oh, the stun is coming in. Buying time.
That was a beautiful move.
Yeah, that was a necessary move. And there we go, mechanic.
That was very good. Very good move from them because now, yep, that's going to force him to use Trump's card immediately and switch over to that teleport. You know, if I am to be honest, they're KKZ is very fortunate that he didn't have to use that blink before, because if so, then that teleport would have been on cooldown. That was a very good move from Potatoes.
I actually kind of think that blink was not even necessary. I was kind of forgetting about Tide Turner. So even if she was using blink and hitting the mechanic, she would still be able to get through the portal. I kind of forgot about that.
So let's see what's going to happen. They're at 4 ciphers.
So far it's a really good match for KKC. We can see Mumu is out of the game. The main decoder of the game is already gone.
Well, this is what we were talking about. This is why usually a lot of the top teams will specialize in Blood Queen and Dream Witch. Because when you ban a Dream Witch on a big map like this, you're pretty much allowing Blood Queen to do their job. And that can be a very difficult decision to make. Because again, then if you go against a Dream Witch with patrollers and you ban Mercenary, then it's going to be very hard for them to go in for the rescues. And that's why, in my humble opinion, the most dangerous combination is still that Blood Queen and Dream Witch combo. And I know that that's changing a little bit, right? We see Bon re-emerging. We see Violinist being able to beat some of these Dream Witch and Bloody Queen mains on the international level within the Identity 5 community within Chinese Pro League. But still, in a situation like this, what do you do? Who do you ban? And that's very difficult. And the Potatoes are doing a good job to the best of their ability to really, extend this game out and to do a good job at buying time for their survivors to get away. And we're going to see how KKZ does.
Good job. Good hit. Good call. Waiting for breakthrough to pop up. But also really... That's a really tough rescue right there. We have the fort already taking another hit. I wasn't
You know?
seeing if he was. Did he take the hit? No, did he get rescued before the halfway mark though?
I don't remember, but one thing that I do know is that John is one of my most favorite people. I mean that. John in this game is absolutely hysterical. John just does his own thing whenever he wants to. I absolutely love John. I've known John for, I think since season 1. And John's a very, very good player. I was messaging John the other day about photographer advice. John's a very, very good photographer and a good forward player as well. Shout out to John Zhao. I love you, bro. I mean that. he's such an awesome person. And here we are. We see KKZ moving around. We see that second elimination with one Cypher down. And really what Potatoes needs to do is try to get at least one person out here. And maybe Psyche can buy a lot of time. Psyche's a very good player as well. I've known Psyche a long time.
Good hit on the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper is trying to buy more time by kiting around right here. We can see there's only one Cypher machine remaining. I am not sure. Yeah, there we go. We see that the Priestess was relocating to the Cypher machine, that the forward was decoding. Is able
Sees
to
the
pop
wiggle
it in time. Good job.
Wow!
That was perfect timing right here. You can see Priestess is now the kiting survivor, and that is giving the survivor side a pretty decent chance to get out of there with
Good discipline
one
from the
survivor.
Bloody Queen, not swinging at that portal. And now Bloody Queen is going to have to try to get this hit. And we're going to see what the Gravekeeper does. I think Bloody Queen is going to have a good idea of where Psyche may go to. This is a very important point because they don't... Yeah, I think KKZ... Yeah, I think KKZ knows that Psyche's over there based on the process of elimination. So Psyche's trying to get out of there. Mirror is going to be over here and Psyche's going to leave, and it might even set up Psyche for... You see Psyche crouching there and walking, yeah. Good job from Psyche. But Tinnitus is activated. So Bloody Queen is going to see where... Oh, wow. Good job hiding, Psyche. Very good job hiding, Psyche. But using that Tinnitus to really try to...
Oh,
I think Bloody Queen sees Psyche. Yeah, that's a difficult position to be in when you're Psyche. That's not easy. Trying to survive like that.
Ooh.
With the 4-person elimination. Excellent job from KKZ. That's a difficult position to be in when you're Psyche. Remember, Bloody Queen with that mirror, it can be so ridiculous to deal with as a player. And shout out to Potatoes for really making this game come alive. And KKZ, good job eliminating all 4 of them. And now all the B4U survivors need to do is have one person escape, and I believe that would be the end of this. So really a lot of pressure is on All For One. But remember, Grizzly, you can never count out All For One. All For One is such a remarkable player, and this is going to be a difficult map for him, or rather a difficult match. But again, if anyone can do it, it would be All For One.
I can only agree on that statement. All For One, we have seen Potatoes Hunter, All For One, going in and just destroying teams right there. He is an extremely good hunter, and he has proved himself to be one of the best hunters on our server. And therefore, I totally think that if someone can turn this around, or at least make this a tie by a 4-survivor elimination by a 5-point game for Potatoes, it is All For One. Wow, that is already the match that could decide who's moving into the finals as well. And wow, we are so close to the finals right now.
We don't know that.
We know that we are kind of close to the finals right now.
No way. You underestimating the Potatoes?
I am not underestimating the Potatoes, even if we have to play another
there?
round.
You see what I did there? I put you in an awkward position, and that's how I felt every time you've roasted me for the past 6 days. There we go. Now we know Gaming Grizzly does not think that the... I'm just kidding. I would never say that. Look at him backing away. Let me tell you something. You don't ever underestimate Blue Race Car. You never underestimate John Zhao. You never underestimate Moo Moo and Psyche. You never underestimate All for One. What are you talking about? This could go to 10 rounds. We don't know.
You're moving my words around. Like,
that's impossible. I can't, because like there's nothing for me to tangibly like maneuver with my hand. So it's you. Yeah. So I'm not moving your words around. I'm just saying what you were saying, but I was just putting it in a manner so everybody could understand that you're doubting potatoes. And honestly, I would never ever doubt potatoes.
Understand what you really said right there.
This is gonna be such a long. We are at the end of our 6-day stretch. We really are. We really are. And
why do you say we are at the end, dude? There's no way we are at the end. Potatoes could still turn everything around. We are not at the end.
No, I said we are at the end of our 6-day stretch in regards to how many days there are and the number of days that we are at currently.
Nah.
The question is, who are we gonna see? Are we gonna see Feaster or Violinist? And we may see a Violinist.
Are you saying? Are you doubting All for One's Feaster? Okay, let's talk about the bands. We have Bloody Queen right there. We have Seer and Mechanic. Mechanic can bring in a lot of decoding speed, so getting her out of there might be a good choice. I would be completely happy to see a Violinist right now. We saw it might be the Feaster though. I'm not complaining about the Feaster, don't get me wrong. But we saw All for One's Violinist before, and that was destroying his precision with his Violinist skill. Absolutely amazing, something I was looking forward to see again. But for now, it actually seems like we might experience a little bit of a Feaster gameplay. We all know Lakeside Village is the home of the Feaster. So that would be, yeah, I would like that. And I know Persuadable would love to see a Feaster, right? Right?
As long as All for One is playing. You know, All for One has shown how great of a Feaster player he is. Was able to go and show Roxanne who the new Feaster on top is. Top dog Feaster. And I can make that joke because Roxanne is like one of my best friends. And I was so impressed that All for One was like, I'm going to play Feaster against Roxanne's team and show him who the top dog is. And every time I see Roxanne now, and Roxanne's like, just wait for my rematch. Roxanne has a great sense of humor, so you can make those sorts of jokes with them. And you know, honestly, if anybody can get that 4-man with that Feaster, it would absolutely be All for One. And we'll see. He might be trolling us. He might go back to Violinist, or he might go with a different hunter. We'll see. Hey, Gaming Grizzly.
Hey, Persuader.
No, that's it. I just wanted to say hi.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Such a coincidence that we are meeting here, right? Like, dude, I was not expecting to see you again.
Hey, do you come here often? All right. Anyways, let's get into the let's get into the match, and we will wait for that spawn point layout. And it's not loaded on my screen. I don't think it's loaded on yours either. And what we're going to see is it? I don't even know this. Is this number 7? I think this is group number 7. And we're going to see how the survivors end up rotating. Remember, on these large maps against a slower moving hunter, you can rotate them pretty well. And we'll see what All for One's going to do here. He may have to relocate across the entire map. And by then, if you're communicating with your team, look at the rotation.
Dude,
they're going to continue rotating.
About that. They are doing a fantastic job. All for One is just like going into the direction. Now he turned around, but he was going into direction with not a single survivor. Milek might be able to put down that portal in time. Nope. Did not happen.
Wow, gets it down.
Very nice from
Good job from All for One.
First hit on the Priestess, cancelling out her global portal. She now has only one portal left to put down during this kite. Happened right there. Yeah. Oh no. Now has another one, but still Good job from All for One.
Looking around to see this area, kind of rotating in, but you can expect the Feaster to tunnel at this point to really try to get that Priestess down. I think Priestess even has a... Does Priestess have another portal? I can't see on my screen.
Nope. Not at the time.
No, it doesn't. Alright. Oh, that's why.
Good
I had
job.
my screen... I've had my screen minimized for the past 3 hours.
Great job from... What? Minimize?
Wow, good job from the Priestess. Oh,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. The wrong tentacle got activated there, ladies and gentlemen. Good kiting from my leg. Really doing a good job at buying as much time as possible.
Oh, the portal
No
is not
other
ready yet.
portal.
The portal is not ready yet. That might be a difficult spot for my leg. There we go. Good job from All for One. Can also see that the survivors already brought down one Cypher machine. They're really doing a good job. Forward is working on that Cypher machine. We can see that he might probably be the one who is going for the rescue.
Here we go. Schmitty's going to set himself up for the rescue. We got to see what Bad Troll does over here. Lure him away. This is going to set up for the rescue from the mercenary. So Forward purposely did that to lure the Feaster
Ooh,
away.
good tentacle.
Excellent. Good job from All for One.
Another tentacle just to bring up the
Well, he's
presence.
building up his presence. He's building up
Yeah.
his presence right now. That's why he's not
There we go.
trolling or being mean. He's trying to build up his presence. And now he has maximum presence.
Great job. There was like 2 additional hits that he needed to get max presence. Really, really nicely done. Bring him to the game chair yet again. We are down to 3 Cypher machines. So far, great teamwork from before you, but you also have to give it for All for One. Doing a fantastic job going back to the forward. But also...
Forward's going to have to use that football if he's going to go in for another rescue. He can't wait until the last second. Yeah, he sees that.
Ooh, nice
Runs
tentacle.
into... I don't think that was a tentacle. I think he ran into the wall.
Yeah, he ran into the wall, but he was trying to actually... Nice! Oh, that's a double down right here. He was trying to stop the forward. It was a good tentacle, but forward was dodging it and running into the wall.
So, what my
Great
leg
job.
is doing is making sure really bringing the Feaster away from all of the Cypher machines so Forward can finish. Well, Forward was supposed to be able to finish that last Cypher over there, but he got hit with that other hit, so now that's actually going to slow the entire game down. That was a very important moment for All for One to take that Forward down because that other Cypher is almost done.
Right, and we can see Schmitty is transitioning and trying to help up the forward, but realizing that it might be a little bit too late. There comes Abnormal. Good job.
That ability to take down that Forward just changed the entire game. Because if that Forward... If Feaster didn't have that ability to really multitask like that, that was a good play from the Feaster. He was able to abnormal that Cypher, so now the entire game is slow. This has changed the entire course of the game.
What we can see is that the Perfumer is still decoding on the boat. I want to remind everyone who is watching, Potatoes, All for One, needs to get the 4 survival elimination. They need to get the 4 survival elimination to tie this round, to get into the next round. Else, this is the victory for Before You, and therefore, Before You only needs 1 survivor to escape from the Feaster. Difficult situation for All for One. He needs to secure the 4 survival elimination, and there comes the rescue. Good job with the tentacle hitting the mercenary. The mercenary was trying to take another hit if necessary, but All for One. Oh, good job with the tentacle.
Beautiful tentacle from All for One.
Really, really good move from All for One, and extremely necessary as well.
We could see that other Cypher down being worked over there. Now remember, Feaster's ability to take the Forward down was very good work from the Feaster because he was able to abnormal that Cypher. And if that Cypher probably should have been down and this would have been a pop Cypher by now. So Feaster's ability to really double down on that Forward rescue was the most important play that Feaster has made in this game. And it really shows you how great All for One is with this character.
And what I think what we can expect is that as soon as the mercenary is taking a hit, what is happening
Terror
right now
shock
is,
on Schmitty. Beautiful job from All for One.
and now we can
they
see
might pop
that,
it. They may pop.
Yeah,
they only
right.
need one person out.
Oh,
And
you're
there's
right.
no teleport. There's
Not
no
yet,
teleport. They switched to abnormal. Feaster's not going to have the ability to move to the other side of the map. All they need, ladies and gentlemen, is one person to escape. They only need one person to escape it, right?
Yeah, they need one person to escape to win.
Yep.
What was the first trait of All for One's Feaster?
I forgot. Maybe
I did not pay.
Maybe Peeper? I can't remember. No, it wasn't. I don't know. I'm not gonna start randomly guess. I look dumb.
Good job.
Oh yeah, it was Peeper. It was Peeper.
Good job from before you again. This means that. Wait. Yeah. This means that before you will proceed into the finals. Fantastic job. I have to give it to All for One right here. He was doing a fantastic job, just really bringing down the survivors, bringing down the priestess as first survivor, and then hitting the fort as well, and being able to get. Are you waving with your pop thing? Hi. Bringing the fort out of the game, and when he was hitting the mercenary, he was about to go for the the strategy that we saw earlier in the tournament as well, going back and forth, but Perfumer was already about to pop the Cypher machine, and that was giving before you the chance to actually get out of there with the Perfumer. What we can see right here are the stats for Before You versus the Potatoes. Round number 1 was decided by Before You, as well as round number 2. That means we will not see a round number 3, but that also means we are going to see the winners of both semifinals. We are going to see LBM going against Before You, and this will be the final fight between the top 2 teams. This fight will decide which team is the strongest on our server for this tournament. And again, during the finals we are having a best out of 5. So we can expect more survivor bans, more hunter bans, and we can expect a lot of heat during these matches.
You are definitely right with that. We are now seeing LBM versus the Before You. Before we get to that, and again, this is what we're about to see. This is 5 rounds. I don't know why there's 6. There should be 5 rounds between these, and there's going to be more survivor bans, more hunter bans. Everyone's going to see this. Everybody knows how this works. I want to give a shout out to the Potatoes. You guys did absolutely awesome work. All for One. You're a good buddy of mine now. I want to tell you something. You really brought the heat there. You absolutely brought the heat there. All of the fans of the Potatoes, you guys should be very impressed with how your team performed. I hope that Potatoes, you show incredible amount of love and support for the players who just played, because they did a great job. They played a very good team, and they showed that Potatoes is hands down one of the best teams on this server, as well as Riot. Alien made a name for himself tonight as hands down one of the most dangerous hunters on this entire server. And I want to give a shout out again to LBM for moving forward, Before You moving forward. And this has been a very, very successful tournament thus far. And Grizzly and I want to thank all of you for supporting us, for supporting everyone who's competing. And the finals are coming up next. And I'm very excited to see how LBM goes against Before You in this sort of time frame. Grizzly, could you ever compete on this level?
I definitely could. I think I definitely could if I would put in enough time and effort into this. But on the other side, you know what? I will leave it to the rest of the teams right here. I will leave that to the rest of the teams. I think I'm I will rather be the entertaining guy, you know, like making jokes with you, and I think that's something that I
Yeah.
enjoy more than actually competing. I'm not the guy who's going. I'm not even playing ranked because I don't like to get sweaty. I'm like, no, everyone is so good, and I need to get the. I probably could at least try, but no, no. Now that I'm thinking about it, what am I talking? I could never be as good as these two. That's
I believe in you.
real.
I do.
What?
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are
No.
about to go on break. And yes, I am over talking Grizzly for once on this feed. And I want to say thank you, everybody, for joining us so far. Grizzly, give out our outro.
Bye.
stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. Trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. Trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets none that I can trust. There's just the moonlight lighting up my way. There's no escape, so I let the breeze embrace me. Like a curse upon me, I'm forced into the solitude. The longer, the more that I fear. No matter how much I try to break free, it's like a shadow over me. Oh, I need to run
a test of a killer. It's too hot, it's a minute, one thing twice. Pick you up on my shoulder, go to hell or in a car. Like a cray, go insane. Feel the pain, what a shame. Think you bad when you climb, who gon' save you?
I got faster, Lordy, you first. I don't bad thing, you have no choice. Let me see it, but be the road, beat. Tie you up, hang you up, and cut you up. Find the first, but first, then I scare you off.
I don't wanna die, you're gonna kill me now. I don't wanna keep all of that for a while, die. I don't want matter what, it's my lifeline. I don't want need to get it, I can't stop me now.
Just hold my hand tight, no matter what, I'm sure we'll make it through. As long as I got you, it ain't gonna matter how the path is gonna be. Yeah, that's the truth. We're gonna be set free if you come and skate with me. We'll be free, free, free. Oh, I need to run away. Need someone who's gonna stay and guide me to a safer place. Yeah, I need to run away. Hold me tight and lead the way. Out of dusk into the dawn, could that be you? Out of dusk into the dawn, could that be you? Out of dusk into the dawn, could that be you? Out of dusk into the dawn, could that be you?
And welcome back, everybody. We are finally in the finals. Ooh, semifinals were absolutely exciting. We saw Riot going against LBM. LBM was turning out to be the winner of that match, and we also saw Potatoes going against Before You. Before You was the winning team out of that competition, and now we are seeing LBM going against Before You. The final matches, best out of 5. We're gonna see more bands. We're gonna see more bands on the Survivor as well as on the Hunter side. So that means we're gonna see a little bit more of a variation when it comes to the Hunter and Survivor picks. Persuadable.
Hi guys, my name is Persuadable. It's good to be back. It's good to be part of this, MCing gig, where I talk sometimes. And thank you for joining us. David Grizzly, if I ever thought that there was a moment where I thought that you would talk so much, I've never been able to say that, and I'm not mad. I'm very proud of you. You have gained so much confidence.
I mean, hey, it's you're helping me. You're helping me. This is like
It makes my job
team.
easier, dude. I can just chill.
Yeah, right. That's true though. That's like you can just chill.
Do you
and
like
drink
my
tea.
cup? Do you
Dude,
like my
I wish
cup?
I had a cup like yours. Like
Has flowers on it.
that's pretty epic. Wow. Can we get some flowers in the chat for Persuadable's flower team cup? Like that's
Gamers
a real
unite.
thing. I want to see flowers right now.
Gamers unite, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, you all have some choices to make in your life, and those who decide to be positive and motivational for all of the players and competitors, including the MCs and everyone else. I thank you guys for those who choose to be positive and nice. And remember, again, that sort of behavior, I love it. I love it. I love that positivity. I love you guys. And we are now going to the finals after a 6-day, 2-weekend stretch. I'm very excited to see LBM. I'm very excited to see Before You. And I'm very excited to take a vacation after all of this. So there's a lot of stuff that we're looking forward to. And this is going to be 2 of the best teams in NAEU duking it out for all of the viewers to watch. And I'm excited. I've been saving my energy. I've been letting Grizzly talk. But let me tell you something. I'm excited. You're excited. And we're about to be best friends.
Yeah.
I
Dude, you
don't
know
care.
what I
We're
was?
in the last day. We're in the last
You
day.
know
I
what-
don't care anymore.
You know what I was reading during when I'm always checking my social medias, and I was reading on Twitter that like while you are talking, I'm just sitting here and I'm like nodding and I'm like and smiling, and that's my thing that I'm doing because I think, dude, just like
It's just so still.
you're
Every
right, that's
single
like so I can't do that. I'm always like rocking back and forth on my chair, and I'm like yeah, and I'm like let's go, let's go, let's go. And I think like that's just me. Like I'm also always super nervous, and I need to move something. I need to touch like my pen. I need to write something down, and that's just me. But then I read on Twitter like, yeah, Grizzly is always just nodding and smiling, and that's true. I was spectating myself, and I really just like while you are talking, I'm like,
Sometimes when you're talking, I'm just like this.
yeah, you just freeze. Sometimes I think you just disconnected. Like sometimes you're just like looking at me or looking at the cam, and you're like,
Oh, I am so excited. I'm gonna miss you after this tournament, Grizzly. See, this is the most like relaxing moment of this is when you don't move, you don't talk, and we're fine.
sure.
And we're about to go to the picks and pans. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a random coin toss,
Yes.
random coin toss, as in who chooses the map and who doesn't. But again, let's look at the. I forgot that we were going to do this. I'm not going to lie. So we have LBM, some of the best players: Liz Flower, Doji. We got IDTY. We got LJS. We got Roland, and we got Leon. You know what? That Hunter, Grizzly and I apologize.
Union. I think Union. Like
Union.
like a double I. Union.
I feel like a jerk. If you contacted me after this tournament, I promise you, I'll give you like a skin or something. I feel like a jerk. I don't mean to do that. I promise you.
Yeah.
And LBM, some of the scariest players on this team. Congratulations, making it this far. But they have an obstacle in front of them. You all know them. The team known as B4U. We have Bad Troll, Paul Blums. We have Schmitty. We have Myleg, and we have two of the best hunters in the entire server somehow on the same team, KKZ and Sprinter. We've seen KKZ really being able to show how scary this is. The number one hunter, or was at one point with NAEU, same with Sprinter, and KKZ was able to show how dangerous they are with this being their first real tournament on a national stage. And the question is, when does Sprinter come into play? They specialize in between 5 and 6 hunters. Very scary team. However, you cannot underestimate LBM, and this is going to be a really good finals. Gaming Grizzly.
So what we can see right here is round number 1 of the best out of 5 finals. We have the Arms Factory as chosen map for that round, and we can see that Before You is banning the Mercenary, is probably going in for another really strong Dream Witch play. I have to be very honest. The late game that we were seeing during this entire tournament of Dream Witch players is just phenomenal. It really shows how dangerous she can be, especially with patrollers, especially with Blink. But on the other side, we also can see that we now... Ooh! Dude, this is
You okay?
so exciting. Yes, I am. LBM is coming through with the... Are you okay? Sometimes I need to, you know, take a deep breath and to get ready of what is coming next.
Sounds like a war cry.
A bear cry, dude.
Like a
bear
war
growl.
cry. Just like... Oh man, I've been preserving my energy this entire live feed for this final. And remember, LBM, there's some great survivors. And remember, Before You, KKZ. You know, if you talk to Before You, KKZ, I'm very big fan of Ken from China, the #1 hunter over there right now. Ken is an amazing hunter, has an excellent win rate, like 92% over in China. And before you, KKZ really wanted to show their love and respect to Ken and decided to name their name after him. And I just felt like that was important. So if there's anyone who knows Ken or who can talk to Ken or whatever from the China server, you let them know that this is out of respect and tribute to their bonbon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to look at the footage. One of the scariest hunters over there in China right now. So, but anyways, let's get back to this discussion. We got Seer, we got Gravekeeper, we got Forward, we got Mechanic, and we have that Mercenary ban. We've seen that before. Different philosophies. Do you ban Mercenary? Do you ban Seer? And right now, KKZ decides to go after Mercenary. Do you want to call the group out, Grizzly?
No, go ahead, please.
This is going to be group number 2. This is actually a choke point. If you're a survivor, do you see where IDTY is? That's the only time you ever spawn over there. So if you spawn over there, you should always be able to let your team know that the hunter is spawning to the left of factory.
And good job from KKC, just leeching him in between. Now we have the Seer in between 2 of the leeches, and therefore there comes the pretty good hit. Really, not really giving the Seer any chances to get away right there. Fantastic job putting pressure on the Cypher machines here as well. The Cypher machine in the middle where the Ford was just decoding. That is a great start for KKC, but also have to keep in mind that the main goal of KKC right now is to actually find, or maybe go for the Seer, but also to find the Mechanic
window.
As fast. Ooh, yeah, there comes the same strategy that we saw before. Great Owl.
Great Owl from IDTY. And IDTY is doing the right thing. IDTY is leaving the factory knowing that most likely there would be a trap set up with those 2 followers. Beautiful blink. They're going to get the hit. Gets the hit with 5 Cyphers remaining.
Really good job from KKC bringing on the Seer as first survivor. But again, we have the Mechanic on the field. Mechanic can do a lot of damage. That will most likely happen. Ooh, nice. Main body right behind the Gravekeeper. Oh, nice blink. Was able to hit the underground Gravekeeper. Ooh, was trying to Terror Shock, was trying to hit. Great rescue, fantastic job.
Yeah, beautiful job from the Gravekeeper there, understanding what the Dream Witch was going to do. And Dream Witch was expecting that Terror Shock with an immediate rescue. Excellent discipline from the Gravekeeper. I'm laughing because I barely was able to say that word.
But you also have to say KKC is really locating his leeches in so good locations and key locations where you can just hit the Seer again after you get rescued. Fantastic job. And there we go. Finally found the Mechanic, the survivor that can decode the most. So great job just scaring her off the Cypher machine. Look at that. Look at these leeches just going from Cypher.
They're doing a great job. Grizzly, it's hard to hear you a little bit. Are you far away from your mic?
Is that better right now?
That is a little bit better, yes.
Alright, just give me 20 seconds. I will give it to you. I will be right back.
Okay. So what we see right here, remember, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not gonna do a play-by-play. You guys can watch the footage right now. One of the things that I want to tell you all about is with Dream Witch, this is why some Dream Witches prefer going after banning rather a Mercenary, right? Because it's pretty much like I'll deal with the Owl knowing that the team formats are usually slow decoding. So you ban a Mercenary so you don't have to deal with it. And once Seer uses the Owl, it's pretty easy to kind of catch up to any sort of Seer user, because after that, they're not gaining constant Owls as you're constantly shifting. And beautiful move from the Gravekeeper there again. I think Tide Turner is out. And this puts KKZ in a very good position now. And we're going to see the Seer now being put on the rocket chair. And yeah, so that's really that philosophical difference between whether you ban that Mercenary or that Seer first on specifically this map. It can change from map to map, but I did want to explain that so everybody can leave this sort of thing having some sort of educational piece as to what you should do if you play Dream Witch.
Great job from KKC, getting the C out of the game quite early in the game. Again, we all know that the Dreamwitch is an extremely powerful character when it comes to late game. But look at that, C already out of the match, putting pressure on the rest of the team right now. That is a fantastic job, and I want to ask you, what about my voice quality right now? Is it better?
You have a beautiful voice.
Ah.
Your voice, it is better, yeah. Actually, nothing was wrong. I just wanted you to leave for a little bit so I could talk.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It sounds remarkable, Gaming Grizzly.
Good job from the mechanic.
If there's anything that we should be remembered for is our ability to A, overtalk each other just like I did, and B, our love and friendship where we just roast each other for 6 days. And I'm going to miss these moments, my friend. I'm going to look back at these moments as an old man and smile. And thank you for being part of that process.
So you're looking at these moments like tomorrow?
Oh, I see. The one that was talking about. Okay. All right. I never. Last tournament.
Good rescue right here from the forward.
That was actually a really beautiful rescue.
Nice blink. Oh, mechanic. This flower really going through with avoiding 2 of these hits. Fantastic job, but taking the hit right here. Most likely locating into a corner.
Going into a corner, but now they're going to have to try to lead this forward. You know, it's going to be interesting.
Look at the sniper machine.
Oh, wow. All right, let's focus on that.
It's bright.
They're doing a good job.
There comes the hit. Mechanic got up. We now have detention time. Dreamwitch. Good job.
And we saw this time. KKZ was able to come back from a late game, and we see that leech now, and we see some movement. They're gonna move that follower to that exit gate, so now you got to teleport. So the first teleport is on the gate. This one's gonna go towards Liz Flower, put them on, and they're really gonna force these survivors to have to go towards the gate. This one right here. So that's the strategy that he's most likely employing. So what you do is you teleport to the other gate, you make them run away from that, you put somebody else at the rocket chair in the other gate and force them to go towards where some of your spawns are at. Good pallet throw from the forward. Grizzly is so quiet right now. He's just marveled.
No, there's so much going on right there. Look at this.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I can. Oh, wow. Beautiful stun from the forward. They get one person down. The Gravekeeper is trying to make their move, but again, they have. This is why some people like to use the teleport trick. Beautiful job though from that Gravekeeper. We see that the leech is going on, and we got to see exactly where the forward is. The forward. Where's the forward? Forward is now rotating towards no man's land. Mechanic is down, and really what they're doing is trying to buy out time away from the detention. This is a very difficult. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Grizzly. If I can keep talking, I'm just gonna keep talking right now. The thing is that I saw a lot of players trying to give, criticisms and advice to other players going against Dreamwitch is on this match. You can play everything perfect and still pretty much lose to a Dreamwitch, which separates Dreamwitch from all the other hunters. A lot of the other hunters have to capitalize on mistakes, but Dreamwitch is just an entirely different beast. It's very, very difficult. Some of the top survivors will only have success rates of about 10%, and that's what we're seeing. And good job from LJS buying enough time for detention to run out. Gravekeeper is down. They're going to pick Gravekeeper up, but we got to be careful because forward, you may allow forward to escape. So it's going to be interesting to see how KKZ is going to be able to prevent that, but it'll buy another 60 seconds. A 3-person elimination is still really good for round 1. What are your eyes telling you, Grizzly?
My eyes are telling me that KKC does currently not know where the forward is, trying to teleport to the gate and hoping that the forward would be there. We can see the doll is hiding right there. Main body teleporting over to that gate. Let's see if KKC made the right decision right there. Still protecting the Gravekeeper.
Sorry. Yeah, no, that was a good job. They noticed that Tinnitus was activated because of the doll. and that actually forced the Hunter to have to teleport because they weren't sure if the forward was decoding the exit gate. And so that's the reason why they teleported, to make sure that that wasn't out. And really, this is going to be an interesting point from the forward. Is the forward going to have the ability to escape? And it looks like he may, because now KKZ is going to the wrong corner, and that's difficult to try to find the survivor. But now we see the sort of relocation towards the dungeon. This is going to be an interesting last point. Remember, a 4-person elimination is a very important thing.
And there he is. We can see Ford is coming through, can absorb 1 hit and therefore is able to escape. That means we have LBM coming through with 1 survivor through the dungeon, giving LBM 1 point for that match. And on the other side, we have Before You, KKC securing 3 points for BU, Before You in that first round.
And one of the things also to remember is that in that last sort of against the Potatoes, what we see is that Before You, their Hunters were able to get 4-person eliminations, which allowed them to get to this point. So the survivors really need to show up on this match and do a really good job trying to at least secure that tie, or at least a tie in order for them to get 1 point. And that's very important to start this tournament off with that 1 point. And, remember, Before You, they were doing really good against All For One's Bloody Queen, but you leave 3 ciphers right on top of that. Bloody Queen was really able, All For One's Bloody Queen was able to do a remarkable comeback, one of the best comebacks in the entire tournament. So now the question is, can Before You at least get 2 people out? If they have the ability to get 2 people out, that now means that they are going to get 1 point, and that is very strong and very good to start this series. I'm done. My stomach is grumbling. I'm hungry.
That is very right. If Before You can get a tie in the next match, that would mean that Before You would take 1 point in round number 1. But everyone, keep in mind, this is the best out of 5. If you're taking the first point, you still need to secure basically 2 more points, or you could also get like 4 ties, because then you would be the only one with 1 point after 5 rounds. But of course, you want to get the points. Again, this is a best out of 5 gameplay right here. Super, super excited to see what these teams can come up with. We already saw Roland and E-Union, I hope I say the name right, coming in with extremely powerful gameplay. So if anyone can get even 4 survivors from Before You out of the game, then it's definitely Team LBM. I also want to mention something that I have read a few times in the chat right now, because we are also monitoring the chat a little bit, the live chat, to see what you guys are thinking about the games, what you think about Persuadable's beautiful face. And I saw people saying that there would be stream sniping eventually, if they're just tuning into the stream and they're seeing where all the survivors are, if they're on the Hunter side. That is not possible. That is absolutely not possible. We have a 5-minute delay on the stream. So if one of the players would check out the stream, they would see what happened 5 minutes ago. Just to make this very clear, there is no stream sniping possible. And we are jumping into the second match, the second half of round number 1. We are still on Arms Factory. You can see the Mercenary is the desired ban for Union. And on the Survivor side, we can see the team is getting readied up. We have the Mechanic that just brings the decoding to the battlefield. And we also have the Forward, the Gravekeeper, and the Seer. That seems like another dream match. Hey, I complimented your face. Say something nice back.
I think that my face is also nice.
Hey, we are on the same page on that. Epic.
I am so awful. We are losing our minds after 6 days. You know what? At least we keep it real, though. At least we're not super uptight. We try to be overly. We're just whatever. Say whatever we want when we want, and just have a good time. I think that's why, at the end of the day, at least people, I think, to a degree, can appreciate that. And we want to say, again, There's no way any of that sort of cheating can happen. It's getting tiring. Get over it. Move forward. There's no cheating. So, but yeah, at least I'm more blunt than you. It's But yeah, so for all the people who are being positive in the chat, I love you. Just remember that. At least I'm saying it. I love you. And again, we're seeing that mercenary band that we were seeing before with some of the top Dream Witches. And this is a very good Dream Witch player. The question is what is B4U going to do? They have a lot of practice against some of the top Dream Witches. They have the daunting task of going against KKZ every day. How is that going to transfer over today in this match against one of the best Dream Witches on one of the best maps for Dream Witch? We will see.
We will see indeed.
I think that you should do the call-outs this time.
I can't.
Okay.
I am not ready. I will do it as soon as we are on Sacred
I
Heart.
literally
Alright?
told you how you could do it before the stream, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, I am not doing it how you're doing it.
I'm not doing it that way. I memorized them. I told
Oh
you.
yeah,
that.
of course. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so this is No Man's Land. This is group number 6. It's the only time a hunter will ever spawn here. Take it away, Grizzly.
And what we can see right here is that, it seems like Union already, I will refer to the hunter as Dream Witch from now on, already found the forward, but is not going for the forward, really wants to find the mechanic first, as always. And there's the doll, that might actually help giving away the location of the mechanic. But also found the seer, and is shifting priorities to the seer at this point. Sees the doll over there in the corner. And that's gonna give away the location of the mechanic if she as in the Dream Witch, is able to hit the doll. But, there we see it, already found the location of the mechanic at this point and now is shifting over there.
Here we are. Let's see.
There
See that
comes the
my
leech.
leg. Yep. Excellent job from the Dream Witch. Good discipline from my leg. This is a difficult spot to be in. Let's
There
see.
comes
We got
the Troller.
Troller now. He throws the pallet down, but there's nothing else in this side of the map, so expect a hit. And now Mechanic is going to have to relocate in factory, knowing that Mechanic is dealing with a patroller rather than Blink, and really is just going to have to keep doing the best that they can to move. I don't think the Mechanic has been leached, right?
Not yet. There comes the patroller, really concentrating on giving the mechanic hits right here. Putting the patroller
gotta
from
get
the
this pallet
main
down.
body. Fantastic job from the hunter, from the Dream Witch, just really utilizing these patrollers to get down the mechanic early in the game, and is now leeching the mechanic before she gets on the chair. Great job, still 5 Cypher machines up, but we have to keep in mind that the mechanic's stall is still on the team, which puts another character on this map that can do a lot of decoding.
We see that Seer has wanted order. Polblom's using Gravekeeper. They're going to have to try to set up for this rescue. That's a good hit right there because Gravekeeper is going to get hit before the rescue.
There we go, good job, really nice rescue, but Gravekeeper, oh no, Gravekeeper taking the hit. That might either be a double down, or that might be the chance for the mechanic to actually get distance between himself and the hunter.
Yeah, but the thing is that they were able to leech the Gravekeeper and then use that leech in order to catch up to the mechanic. So the mechanic really needs to keep running here and try to get away. Oh, the other follower got in the way, actually.
Good job, just putting down a leech right there, right in front of that Cypher machine. It's almost decoded, only one more tap and it should pop. But putting a leech right there, really putting pressure on the Survivor team. We now have the Gravekeeper on the balloons, and most likely in a few seconds on the rocket ship.
Right, this gives them a little bit of life here now that the mechanic was able to get away, but the problem is that you have the wanted order which that's that orange mark on the side there on mechanic my leg. And so now Dreamwitch is going to know exactly where the mechanic is. That's really unfortunate because that's a 25% probability, and hey, that's why you carry it.
Is it really 25 or is it 33?
There's four survivors, so you have a 1 in 4 chance.
I might be confused. When is it
Oh, I
activating?
see what you mean.
That's
I
good.
see what you mean. That's right. Yeah, 33%. Oh my God, Grizzly, I'm so proud of you. That
I
was awesome.
really-
Good job, Grizzly.
You were so confident. I was so confused. I was like, should I really ask that
good
question?
job. Yeah. Day 6, baby.
No, they really want to get rid of the leech, but there's one leech right behind them. No, it wasn't.
Good job from Polblums carrying that window. This Dreamwitch is doing a good job. They're at 2 ciphers. Polblums needs to try. So what you're seeing Polblums do is really trying to get them away from these ciphers, but that's going to be difficult. And remember, that mid cipher was almost done. So
Yeah,
they're trying to
that is-
remove leeches from each other, but they're not being able to get it down. They got to be careful if abnormal is selected. And yep, good job from Schmitty using that owl. They got to pop this machine. This is the most important part. They're at 2 ciphers. They're able to pop it. They're at 1 cipher here. Really being able... You got to remember, these survivors have the ability to go against the top Dreamwitch every single day in practice. And that's a luxury when you have one of the best Dreamwitches, is the ability to practice against them. This Dreamwitch is doing a good job. This is a very good Dreamwitch player. I'm very impressed with their gameplay. And we're going to see... Remember, we already know you can't underestimate a Dreamwitch at this point.
That's true, that's true. But what we can also see is before you're doing a fantastic job just, you know, separating the cipher machines. So we can see that there are 2 cipher machines quite close to each other, but my leg basically on the other side of the map right now, decoding the cipher machine that the Dreamwitch can't really... There we go, it's at 63% that the Dreamwitch can't really protect at this point. Oh, we also have the Gravekeeper. We're putting a lot of decoding into that machine right here.
But you see that separation. They understand that within this cipher layout, you have to separate that corner. So the corner that my leg's at, you don't ever want to decode that right away early game in some cases, because then you just allow the ciphers to cluster. So they're doing a good job at separating the cipher machines on this match. And that's going to make it very difficult for this Dreamwitch to keep going across this entire match. And these are some strategies that are practiced against these top Dreamwitch players, is the ability. And remember, the cipher machines, this is random probability in regards to where these
look at that.
ciphers
That's gonna be
actually
interesting.
pop.
Is
They
she
pop
waiting?
it.
Yeah, oh, good job.
They popped it. All 4 survivors are still up. I think this is the first time in the tournament we've seen 4 survivors pop against a Dreamwitch. I don't know if that's true, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time 4 survivors have been able to pop that final cipher against a top Dreamwitch player, specifically on Arms Factory.
I can't say anything about that, but I trust you on that one. Great job.
I don't know. Well, you know what I do know, Grizzly? This is a very good Dreamwitch player. Look at the multitasking.
Yeah, that is extremely true. That is... I would not want
This
to go
match
against
isn't
that
over.
Dreamwitch. Was able
This
to
match
get
is
down
not
that.
over.
No, that's far from being over, that match. We already saw this in several matches before, where we saw Dreamwitch going against the survivors late game. Look at that blink! Just bring down the... I think the seer it was. Good job. We can see the
Wow, this
leeches
is
are coming
amazing
through
gameplay.
again. There's
They got
the
2
survivors
people
are-
down.
Yeah, survivors are
They
really
need
pressured
two-
right now.
Yep, they need 2 people out in order to win this round. They've been playing very good, but the end game for a Dreamwitch can be very, very difficult. Specifically on Arms Factory. That map is so small.
It is. And what we can see is that I don't see anyone opening up dates at this point. So that is just... Or am I mistaken?
No,
No,
they're
trying to get rich. Yep. Oh, nice.
Polblums
That's
is
gonna be a good
try
rescue.
To get this rescue off.
Good job, good job. There's no... Oh, nice blink. She had the blink ready. There was
She
no
did have the
skill
blink
for the
ready.
Gravekeeper left.
This is excellent gameplay from the
These
Stream.
blinks right there.
Is doing so well.
Just look at that. They were really able to bring down 5 Cypher machines with 4 survivors up and running, and now they're in a pretty difficult situation. Look at that, look at that. We have 2 leeches right here. Good job,
Excellent
good patience from Milek.
Yep. They need to at least get 1 survivor out, because if they do, but one survivor out will tie this match, right? The first round.
Yeah, yeah.
So the tension is ran out. Nobody's been eliminated, but Milek is trying to take one of those shots, and now we can see that I think there's only 1 leech left. So now Schmitty is going to decode, but there's going to be a second one now.
I mean, there are 2. There's the main leech.
Oh! Get Schmitty before he can get out, but this is going to force the Dream Witch to commit. Oh, he was able to crawl out!
Seer crawled out!
Schmitty able to crawl out! That's a very important part!
And that might be... They need 2 survivors out of there. They need 2 survivors through the gate, and that might be possible. That might be extremely possible right here. Look at this. They are both at the gate. Someone will take the hit, most likely.
Look at the jukes! Look at the jukes!
No
look at the... Oh my God!
That just happened! What?
Wow!
3-point game for B4U.
Insane!
What just happened right there? You kidding me?
I have never seen that, I think, in my entire... That many jukes from 2 survivors at once to be able to... That is going to be unbelievable in order to get the win for the first point of this final series. That was remarkable. Grizzly, you're going to have to MC for a second. I can't believe what I just saw.
Me neither, me neither. That was looking so good for LBM. Let's be real, let's be real. The late game of the Dream Witch was outstanding, protecting the gates and just putting so much pressure on the survivors. Survivors were doing a fantastic early game, and it looked so good for the Dream Witch. But at the point when the Seer was able to get through the gate, that was really changing a lot. That was really changing a lot. Seer was able to get through the gate, therefore only another survivor had to get through the same gate. 2 survivors were there, only 1 leech. Even if the leech was able to actually hit 1 survivor, the other survivor would have enough time with the attack recovery to go through the gates. So the tie was, at this point, quite likely. But these jukes, this narrow point, the exit gate, where everyone has to kind of come to the same spot, being able to juke like, I don't know, 5 times? Like 4 hits, 5 hits? And getting through the exit gate with a total of 3 survivors. We have, hands down, we have to give it to B4U. That was a fantastic play. First round, first point of the best out of 5 finals goes to B4U. And therefore, we are going to jump into a little break before we're going to see round number 2. I'm super excited. Let's get into this. Break time.
You're not gonna do it? What's going on, everybody? Grizzly, intro us in. That's your job. You got one job. Intro us in.
I just walked into the room. I was getting something to drink in the kitchen, and I walked in and I was like, wait 1 second. Let's just at least sit down real quick. I'm here. Welcome, everybody, back to the summer tournament. We are in the finals right now. We see LBM going against Before You. We just spectated Before You doing an amazing escape. An incredible, outstanding escape at right in front of the exit gate, right in front of the hunter, juking, I think, 4 hits. Did you count the hits?
I'm still speechless right now.
Doing an amazing job and therefore securing the first point in round number 1 in this best out of 5 fight between these two giants. And let's see what we can expect from round number 2. I think we can expect some Dreamwitch bans at this point. Wow, that was truly impressive.
You know, in all fairness though, we got to give our hats off to that Dreamwitch. You know, we're talking about that exit that Before You did, and it was remarkable. That was amazing. One of the best plays that I probably have ever seen. But that Dreamwitch, I know you're hydrating. But the thing is that with that Dreamwitch, was in a very difficult situation and was able to almost come back and really put pressure, had 2 survivors who were in the rocket chair. I mean, that was remarkable work from that Dreamwitch. That's a very difficult thing. Remember that unless you're using a charged attack as Dreamwitch, juking a Dreamwitch is not I don't want to say it's the hardest thing to do, but our hitbox is very limited in regards to compared to some of the other hunters such as Blood Queen. And really, that's not to minimize what Before You did. They did a remarkable job, but we got to show some love and respect to that Dreamwitch, man. They were really able to come back and put the pressure on Before You, and here we go. We see that Dreamwitch ban against KKZ. We see that the Red Church is being utilized. People are so scared of KKZ's Dreamwitch, one of the top Dreamwitches, if not the best Dreamwitch on NAEU. It depends on who you think deserves that gauntlet, and I think that there are plenty of names in the mix that allows KKZ to use Blood Queen.
And I would be afraid of that Dreamwitch as well. Wow. For me, that's the obvious ban. Just get this Dreamwitch out of there. She is so powerful. Again, we almost saw the Dreamwitch coming through. Fantastic. Oh no, wait, we are now, KKC, yes, yeah, no question. I would definitely ban the Dreamwitch. And what we can see on the survivor bans, it's the Mercenary and the Seer. Therefore, we are going to see Gravekeeper, Perfumer, Forward and Mechanic. Whew. Let's go. KKC, just ready up. Let's bring the heat. Yeah. Round number 2.
You can't ready up until the survivors do. Bobo.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay. Right.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I actually think you can.
Blaming players. Blaming players. Not a big deal. We see the Mercenary and Seer ban.
I think I make like itsy bitsy tiny mistakes, and you're just showing me how.
I'm gonna interrupt you. Dari saw your comment.
Wait a minute.
The other day when I gave a shout out to my girlfriend.
No idea what you're talking
I'd also
about.
like to give a shout out to Persuadable's girlfriend. I'll be home soon.
I don't know.
And Dari loved it. Dari loved that joke so much.
Oh, joke, yeah, joke. Yeah.
Oh, see, here we go again. You know, one day I'm gonna wake up and her Discord name gonna be Ms. Grizzly, Mrs. Grizzly. Oh man, that just shows you how great of friends we are, man. I love you, and yeah. So we see that the LJS is readied up with his forward, and Bloody Queen has readied up, and here we go for the second round of this 5-round competition. However, it is the best of 5. And we saw that KKZ was able to secure that 3-person victory last time. And so what we see is this group layout, what we refer to as group number 4, right outside of Wedding.
And we can see KKC going straight, and that is actually really good decision because we can already see Mechanic is right there. Found the scratch marks, is most likely bringing on the doll real quick because you really don't want to have the doll on the map decoding while the Mechanic is on the chair. Fantastic job and great job actually finding Lizflower that early. Oh, that's gonna be.
It's a beautiful juke from Lizflower.
Yeah, that's true. But that might be the first hit. Oh, actually.
Beautiful hit.
Mechanic was trying, okay, it worked this time. Mechanic was trying to use the doll to body block to just prolong her kite right here.
Yeah, that was good from Lizflower trying to use that doll to juke, but it's going to be very difficult to get out of this area. And you know, there's a lot of philosophical differences for Mechanic. Some mechanics hold their doll, and what we're seeing is Lizflower is holding their doll. So you hold your doll to avoid the tinnitus. So if you don't put your doll down right away, you can try to save your mechanic doll. We saw Lizflower do this on Arms Factory a few matches ago, I think yesterday, and it worked in her favor. But the problem is that by doing that strategy, if you hold your doll and you use it at the last second, to avoid that tinnitus, it also allows the hunter to take down your doll. So it is a risky move, but it is a move that can really, really pay off. And yeah, we'll see how this match continues to go. Red Church, ladies and gentlemen.
KKC really being in a strong situation right here. Bring down the Mechanic early game, bring down the Mechanic's doll, and the team knows that they have to decode. They have to concentrate on decoding right now. They are leaving the Mechanic on the chair for as long as possible. And we can see that the Gravekeeper is going into the rescue. Also have to give it to KKC, just hitting the forward across the entire map and just putting pressure on the team yet again. There we go, great rescue. Great rescue from the Gravekeeper, but of course KKC is now going for the Mechanic. There
Excuse me, really showing the danger of using Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper is an excellent character choice, especially with that rescue potential. And we'll see that the Mechanic is going to go down here, Lizflower. And excellent move from the Blood Queen. But again, you cannot underestimate LBM. I mean, they've shown how great their survivors are throughout this entire tournament, and I'm very excited to see how they can adapt to this, but it's going to be a very difficult situation for LBM, and let's see how KKZ able to use that mirror and predict. And good hit against that forward, and yeah, so this is going in KKZ's favor.
That is absolutely going to KKC's favor. There was a nice attempt to stun, but it turned out to be a hit on the forward. KKC really concentrating on the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper has no skill left, no shovel left in his ability, and goes down right here. Fantastic job from KKC. Look at that. We are still at 4 Cypher machines. Perfumer is about to pop a Cypher machine, so we... Wow. That's a difficult situation for LBM.
It is a difficult situation for LBM. The other consequence of popping that Cypher down is that now the Blood Queen knows most likely where that Perfumer is. And Perfumer is going to have to try to pull off some sort of rescue. Because the forward's already injured, but let me tell you something, this is a good Perfumer. So let's see how this is going to work in their favor. They may have to rescue after half. This is going to be a very, very difficult match for LBM from this situation, but you know, that's going to happen. Remember, Grizzly, if I may say something real quick, when you spawn on this map and you play as Mechanic like Lizflower did, it's very unfortunate when you spawn that close to the hunter in positions where it's very difficult to get out of. This is a group layout where the hunter spawns by that graveyard, by Wedden, and that's literally right on top of the Mechanic. That's very difficult to get out of.
What a hit. Just bring down the Gravekeeper right away. Good job from KKC, concentrating on the Gravekeeper right here. He is down and can he can't get on the chair again because then he's out of the game, and that's exactly what is happening right here. We can see it. Gravekeeper is the second survivor out of this match. Now we have 3 Cypher machines remaining. That is nearly impossible for 2 survivors that are both already injured to bring down 3 Cypher machines and to go through the gate. Therefore, the main strategy right now is to separate and to try to get at least 1 survivor through the dungeon.
That's going to be very difficult, though. We're talking about 3 ciphers.
Yeah.
It's gonna. I mean, obviously, you can try to wait for somebody to bleed out, but that's a lot of pressure on the survivors, and that should be well noted. That's a difficult thing to do, and it's very hard to execute correctly. And we'll see if LBM can do it. But hey, they did do it in round 1.
There goes the forward, trying to avoid that hit from the mirror image. Good job. Good job. Again, what we can see right now is basically KKC going back and forth. Was first going for the perfumer, is now going for the forward as soon as KKC got the forward. Or maybe even is now already transitioning back to the perfumer. Because as soon as the perfumer is down, she cannot get up again. Fantastic job finding her over there. Almost hitting her, but difficult spot right here. And is going to bring down the perfumer right here. And now what we are going to see is that the perfumer will be on the ground while KKC is trying to find the forward. As soon as the forward is found, he can put the forward on the rocket chair, and that would decide this match for Before You with a 4 survivor elimination. And therefore, obviously, Forward right now in the basement trying to find an item that helps him, for example, the syringe, got the elbow pad which can help.
Sees that tinnitus. Now remember, LJS was the survivor that was able to hide long enough in order to get out from that Dream Witch last round. So although this is very, very hard and difficult to do, if anyone would be able to do it, it would be LJS. This is going to be very hard, though, with a Blood Queen. Blood Queen has a little bit more tools in their toolbox that Dream Witch doesn't in regards to this. And great elbow pad. Very, very good elbow pad. And we're going to see Blood Queen go after this mirror image. They're going to look in the bottom right-hand corner. And we can see... Oh, beautiful job from the forward, and now we're going to see that movement here.
It's going to be,
see that
movement? Be interesting.
There we are.
Ooh. Oh!
Beautiful 360 hit. Good job from LJS trying to avoid that. And we have another 4-person elimination. I shouldn't say another. This is actually the first one from KKZ in this series. And that's a 4-person elimination. And that's, remember, now, Before You only needs to get 1 survivor out. And sometimes Before You will switch up their strategies based on that. And so that puts a lot of pressure off of the survivors. And you allow survivors to relax a little bit, they're going to perform better. So this is going to be very difficult for LBM's hunters. But again, they have some of the best hunters in the entire server. And we're going to see some of that demonstrated in this next match. No, you don't want to talk? Now you decide to chill. You're getting tired, aren't you? What time is it over there?
I'm not getting tired. It's almost 5 a.m. at this point. But I am absolutely...
Couldn't do it. Can't relate. Yeah. Couldn't do it. No, I'd seriously be sleeping.
You have to understand that I was preparing for this tournament. And throughout the entire week, I was, turning my sleeping schedule. Every night I was basically going to bed a little bit later to have a sleeping schedule. And at the very moment, I usually go to bed at 8 a.m. in the morning. So therefore, right now, it's not even the time for me to rest. But I was just I was listening to you, how you were just playing the match again. And you are already sleeping over there. That's how it looks like. I'm going to rest my head on my palm right here. And I'm like...
No, I'm just listening to your story. Continue, Walt Disney, please.
Your story. So yeah, what we saw just now was before you coming through with a 5, so minor elimination, and no, a 5-point game for survivor elimination, and that is putting Union into the spot of getting a 5-point game for survivor elimination as well. Dreamwitch is banned, Mercenary and Seer is banned. We're gonna see the same map, the Red Church. Let's see what the survivors are picking.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, all they need to do now going forward is get that one survivor out. And, you know, remember, this is a very good Bloody Queen user. We have Mercenary and Seer both banned. Remember, B4U is already up 1-0. And as long as they can get one survivor out, it'll be 2-0, which puts a lot of pressure on LBM. And we'll see how this is going to unfold.
That is very true. That is putting a lot of pressure on LBM. If they are not able to tie this round, you already said it, 2-0. And that would mean we would jump into the matches as with a lot of pressure. I mean, there's already a lot of pressure on Union right now. It seems like we're gonna see another Bloody Queen match. But we just have to wait. I should not talk about survivors or hunter picks before they are readying up.
Hey,
should I tell you a secret?
Nope.
Yeah, what's up?
I love doing that too. I'm like, nope. No. Actually, yeah, I want to. When's the secret? Is that your release date of the lip sync K-pop song? We would love to hear this secret.
Shut up.
Don't tell me you're not tired. You're so blunt. You're at the point where you're just like, shut up, dude.
No, I just want to say that, like, my family, we were talking about our families yesterday, and my family was seeing how I was like saying hi to them and how you were like, yeah, I'm gonna jump into their building, and I'm like, pop, persuadable, and they loved it. They loved it. They truly did.
I hope that I have the honor of meeting your family one day, because
dude, I wish you could meet them.
They did an incredible job with you.
That's yeah. Thanks, Mom.
I'm not asking you your opinion about yourself. I'm literally telling you that they did a good job for you. This isn't a debate. Anyways, thank you. This is position group number 2, a little bit outside of Graveyard, and we're going to see how this works because there's 2 survivors who spawn right in front of her. But we see that she's moving towards this side of the map, which so happens to have another 2 survivors, and it's going to depend on the rotation. You see that my leg has a different strategy from the mechanic from the last round. He drops that doll immediately, or not immediately, but pretty quickly. So he separates himself from the doll. So even if my leg goes down, that doll is still going to stay up. So mechanic realizes, okay, I'm unlucky. This hunter is right on top of me, but I need to save my doll. And that's the difference in the sort of strategies between the 2. And remember, there's not much you can do as a mechanic. I would honestly say, before you're going to talk, Grizzly, that the mechanic was fortunate by that spawn point more than the mechanic of LBM. Because when LBM spawned in that location last round, that's very difficult for a mechanic to get out. So we need to be honest about that.
Agreed. I was about to mention that as well. I was saying that it is another great match where you can see that the Bloody Queen is finding the mechanic early game, but this time mechanic, as you already said, mechanic was able to put down that doll and can now utilize that doll even if my leg is already on the chair. And that is a huge advantage for the survivors right here, because they still have another character on the field, they still have another character that is decoding. And what we can see is that LBM's hunter is just putting the mechanic right on this chair, which is a fantastic... Oh, I saw the forward was dashing in as well, which is a fantastic chair, because there is a Cypher machine right behind it, and that is going to stop the decoding on that Cypher machine. Nice blink, trying to hit. Okay, not concentrating on the forward at this point, going for the mechanic. Good job. You can also see there's already one Cypher machine decoded.
No, that's not fully true. The Bloody Queen actually did try to hit the forward. The forward's using his football because he knows that he cannot afford to go down as well as the mechanic. So the football is purposely using all of his football to make sure that this isn't a double down, and he's going to have to maybe use his football right here. And that's what he's trying to prevent. And I think he ran out of football there. There wasn't anything else he could do. He ran out of football. And they're down to 3 Cyphers right there. And now this is going to put them in a little bit of a bind.
Still good job from the Survivor side as well as from the Hunter side. We can see that I think Schmitty, who is the Gravekeeper, was about to... I think that Cypher machine inside the shack is primed at this point.
Ooh, good eye. I'm not able to tell. Let's see how Schmitty can do his rescue. He needs to get a rescue here. Cannot afford a terror shock.
You're seeing the forward transitioning over.
Beautiful discipline from Schmitty.
Look at that.
Good job trying to keep that mechanic alive. He's got to be careful about that mirror strategy, though. I'm not sure if taking that other hit was good, but hey, it's working out right now. So they're down to 1 Cypher.
Look at that. It's primed. It's primed. It's a prime Cypher machine in the check right now.
Survivor out. Wow, beautiful.
Wow. There comes the stare. Let's go. Fantastic job from the survivors. Ooh, you love to see it. You love to see it. We had the forward going in to prime the Cypher machine at the wedding area. We can see that the perfumer is already opening up the gate. Again, LBM needs to get out 4 survivors, needs to eliminate 4 survivors to tie round number 2. But at this point, it seems almost impossible. Look at that, I think... No. Wait, did I miss that? Didn't someone just hide in the locker? Yeah, someone hid in... Oh, dude, it's the doll too, it's the doll. Alright, great job confusing the Hunter a little bit right here. Again, LBM had to get 4 survivors out of the match, and since the Gravekeeper already left, that is something that is impossible. So therefore, round number 2 at this point is going to be for you. LBM still trying to figure out where the rest of the survivors are. But we can see Ford is out of the game. Mechanic is the only one left. I think LBM might be...
Let's see what My Leg can pull off over here. My Leg is a very fierce competitor. Let's see where My Leg goes. He's gonna hop over here. This is a good move from the Blood Queen, pushing him off out of here. And unfortunately, for at least for My Leg, the dungeon is not in any of these locations. So 2 of the 3 spots that My Leg could have escaped
might be able to get. Still might be able to get there.
Able to. Do you think
he's making his way?
Yeah, but I think the mirror is up.
Yeah.
Let's see what My Leg's able to do here. They got teleport. My Leg is injured. Let's see this sort of. Look at My Leg. Just hanging in that corner. Let's see what this Blood Queen can do. This is a chess piece match. Here we go.
Look at the patience.
Blood Queen's waiting for the mirror.
It's up in 3 seconds. It's up in 3 seconds. And there we go. Terror Shock.
Wait, is he gonna be able to crawl? Is he gonna be able to get?
What?
Oh, they got the form there! Wow, amazing job from My Leg, and great job from the Blood Queen, trying to wait for the mirror to come to use that to their advantage. Excellent gameplay from both competitors at the end of that match.
What? Dude, I cannot. No. He was... I'm speechless.
Can we talk about how My Leg was also the first person down in that match? Their ability to get away, to pull the rescue, the ability to get the 4-person, and beautiful job from Blood Queen, really trying to prevent that 4-person escape. And that's a difficult position. Blood Queen did everything that they could in that area, but great transitional skills from the my leg.
From the leg, dude. Wow, not gonna lie, that was a great performance from my leg, actually making his way. Was there, dude? There's a fly on straight up on my camera. I was disappearing for a second. So fantastic job from my leg, really making his. That's not helping your forehead though. It's still
Yeah, but there was
no,
a
right?
little bit of what's wrong with my forehead? Because there's a little bit of
No,
wrinkles because I'm part of the aging process that is natural among many
because
people.
because
And comments like that make a lot of people feel insecure about wrinkles that naturally naturally form rather on our body. Is that what that is? Let me tell you something, Grizzly. No, I'm going to tell you something right now. You see these forehead wrinkles? When Dari and I go shopping and I'm holding shopping bags in my 2 arms, what she can do is say, babe, can you hold my credit card? And what I can do is, even though both of my arms are holding shopping bags, I can say, babe, I have forehead wrinkles, and you can pop it right there and I'll hold it.
my leg, you did absolutely fantastic. That is what I wanted to say, nothing else. Congratulations to before you for making this a 4 survivor escape, securing the 2nd point in round number 2 right here. This is going to be very interesting. The next match could already decide the winner of this tournament. But of course, LBM can make their way back. If anyone can do it, it is LBM, and I'm absolutely looking forward to see it. But before we jump into round 3, we're gonna have a little bit of a break. So we will see you in either 3 or 5 minutes. I don't really know. Bye bye.
My boo-boos.
And welcome back to the final day! The final day, day number 6 of the North American European Summer Tournament. Very excited for the upcoming match because we are already in the finals and we are already in round number 3. We just witnessed before you going against LBM and they were able to secure the victory for round number 1. Before you was able to secure the victory for round number 1 as well as round number 2. In round number 1, it was actually quite close because they were able to get 3 points in each match in round number 1. But round 2 was a little bit more in favor of Before You because they were able to actually get 4 survivors through the exit gate or 4 survivor eliminated during round number 2. And therefore, we right now have 2 points on Before You side and 0 points on the side of LBM. That means if Before You is actually taking the victory home in round number 3, they're taking the crown home. They're climbing on the throne of this summer tournament. So that is going to be a very interesting round. LBM obviously knows about that. And LBM obviously is doing their best to prevent this from happening. So I'm curious to see what is going on in the next round. And Persuade, how do you feel about that?
I feel that was a good match for Before You. I think LBM is really trying the best that they can, and they are a clan that you should never underestimate. And there's a good chance that this tournament may not be anywhere near over. However, again, if Before You can have one more victory, that would be the conclusion of this tournament. So we will see how it has to end. But remember, LBM, you cannot underestimate them. They're very good players. This is a very good tournament thus far.
One question I have for you. Since this is round number 3, do you think we're going to see Roland on LBM's side right now?
Very much so. That could happen. The question is Before You going to also switch to a different sort of map as well as a different hunter? Remember, they have Sprinter and they also have 464, also known as KKZ. So it's going to be very difficult for LBM, but again, you cannot underestimate them. And it's going to depend on the map as well. Even if they put Roland in, Roland is a very good bomb player. So we're gonna see what Before You does.
We're gonna wait and see what is happening. Very true, very true. Man, dude, that's the final day. This is the last time that we are seeing each other for quite some time on stream.
Thank God.
I want to say I'm not happy about that, but maybe I am now.
That's one of us.
I will miss you, man. I'm gonna
miss you too, my friend. I'm gonna miss you as well, man. At least people can see what our friendship is like. It's so funny, the ability to joke around, poke fun at each other, and we literally never have to worry about it. And it's been a privilege and an honor thus far to be able to MC with you. I've obviously been going from MCing at least on a official level with NetEase for over a year. It's actually been over a year. I was unfortunately unable to make the summer tournament last year. I got very, very sick. So I decided to help coach AO during that time. And obviously we all know what happened with the regional tournaments. That didn't happen, and I was very honored that they, extended that invitation here to me for the summer tournament this year. And it's good to be back. Feels good to be back. MCing is it's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. But you know what? I want to tell you something, Grizzly. I'm very impressed with this server. You know me, I'm a blunt guy. I'm an honest guy. And day one was a difficult day. And we've been able to turn that around. And every day after that has been filled with absolutely insane gameplay. great support. We've been able to learn as MCs and players, and as a community, we've actually been able to gather around and continue to make this tournament a great tournament to show that we have incredible skill and an incredible community. And so it's been an honor to be part of that process. And we are now going to move to the bands. And as I said before, Sprinter is now going to be substituted for KKZ. And we see that Dream Witch and Bloody Queen have been banned, and they are going to choose Leo's Memory. This is the first time that we have had Leo's Memory on this tournament.
I am excited to see Leo's Memory. Because, again, I don't think I've said this on the stream, but Leo's Memory for some reason is one of my, if not even the least favorite map of mine. Because I don't know how to rotate on this map, I don't know what exactly to do, so I really hope to see some amazing, outstanding gameplay right here, especially from the Survivor side. And I think we are going to see exactly that, and I hope, you know what? I will take notes. I will take notes and I will try to learn something right now. And what we can see is that Sprinter is coming in on before use Hunter side. As we just talked about it, we might see some Hunter changes, and it's exactly what we are seeing right here. We see a Seer ban, Priestess ban, Mercenary ban, and therefore I shouldn't talk about the Survivor picks, but I'm pretty confident that that is actually the team constellation that we are seeing right here, which is the Gravekeeper, the Perfumer, the Mechanic, and the Coordinator. Interesting to see that we are having, maybe you can tell me a little bit more about that, that we are having a Priestess ban instead of a Mechanic ban. Is the Priestess, can the Priestess be more powerful on that map?
Yes, because of the factory. We haven't had the Leo's Memory rework. I think that's going to come out within the next week or two, or maybe 3. I don't remember what the patch notes are for the next Wednesday. But Leo's Memory has a very, very powerful spot for the Priestess, similar to Sacred Heart. Not as bad, but equally as destructive. And you have to remember that LBM is they're filled with great players. What B4U strategy here is you pick a map like Leo's Memory first. They only need to win one more match in the next 3 rounds. So if they've practiced Leo's Memory quite a bit, and the Hunter has done a good job at memorizing the spawn points, then you can try to predict that LBM is caught off guard. That's the hope. Now remember something. In Koa 2, we saw a 4-person elimination by Geisha in Leo's Memory because they were able to, kind of catch the opponents off guard with this selection. And even if LBM is able to do well, you also have to worry about other maps that also Sprinter is familiar with. And this is actually map group layout number 8. There are 9 layouts for the Hunter and Survivors. Very difficult. And so you try to throw the enemy team off by memorizing these routes. I want you to know something, Grizzly. To memorize these routes takes hundreds of matches. Hundreds. To truly understand the positioning of every single Survivor and every single Hunter when there's 9 different spawns with not too many choke points. Oh, so close. Good job from the Gravekeeper. Good job from the Gravekeeper. He was able to accurately predict that.
Yeah, really, really good job. And I believe you. I totally believe you. It takes at least hundreds, if not even thousands of matches to get all of these down. And what we can see right here, both teams definitely have these hundreds and thousands of matches down, and they know exactly where to go, what to do. And good job from the Gravekeeper, but we also have to say, Sprinter coming through with the Foggy Blade hits twice in a row. Fantastic job. And now is having great.
So you see what Poland is right now? I don't want to interrupt you, but I actually want to say, oh wow, beautiful Foggy Blade. So where Bolin is right now is where the steps are going to end after the adjustment of this. So that's where the steps are going to end. So all of that other steps is going to be nerfed. It's going to be removed. And then if Sprinter looks around, behind Sprinter will be another pallet. I'm waiting for it. Hold on. He's looking at the ciphers. Not right there. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to see it. So he's gonna try to block Liz Flower off. Liz Flower can't. Oh wait! Oh, squeezes through. Good job, Liz Flower.
Good job taking the hit as well.
This flare is gonna be
Just-
important.
And
Oh, boys, the flare gun!
against the railing right there. Ooh, bringing down this flower right there, and now going for the Gravekeeper again. That was an amazing. Oh, Foggy Blade is coming through yet again. That is putting the Gravekeeper on the chair for the second time. Fantastic job from Sprinter. Wow. Can see that the mechanic is decoding fast. We are down to 3 Cypher machines already. But that is putting pressure on the Survivor team.
Yep.
I have to say, Sprinter's Foggy Blades so far have been really, really on point. He's using the Foggy Blade to get a little bit of a speed boost. So he's really confident in them just leaving the Grave Digger on Gravekeeper on the chair, and there you go. Gravekeeper is also out of the game.
Excellent.
Missed
from
the Foggy Blade.
perfumer there.
Yeah. Rescuing the coordinator. Look at that. Down to 1 Cypher machine. There comes it on the
LBM's
perfumer.
doing a good job at getting these ciphers down for sure.
Oh, look at that. 87% on the Cypher machine right there. But we now have the coordinator on the chair, or at least... Oh, not the coordinator, I'm
Switched to
sorry.
abnormal. He switched to
perfumer.
abnormal.
Yeah, good job.
Now it's going to be an interesting strategy late game because there's going to be no teleport. So really what's going to come down to is how much can you shut these survivors down, and how much has the hunters from LBM practiced Leo's Memory. Leo's Memory is a map that's often forgotten. And a lot of survivors don't practice this map, a lot of teams, because they're focused on the Sacred Heart, they're focused on the Moonlit, they're focused on the Arms Factory. And we'll see how that pays off.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful move. Beautiful move from the mechanic, getting that rescue in time. And so now he's going to focus over here on this cipher because this abnormal is about a little bit over halfway up. Takes down this. The mechanic is down. And now Ripper needs to try to make a prediction. Do you chase after Liz Flower in this corner, or do you think that they're going to go back to the cipher that they were initially decoding? So that was a good strategy from the Ripper to switch over to abnormal.
Good job utilizing an elbow pad right there. Was not expecting that, and the Hunter neither. Was able to get a little bit of distance in between. Oh, that's a difficult spot.
Beautiful job from Liz
able to-
Flower. That's very
Yeah,
difficult.
great job dodging that, and we can see that they're healing up right there. But Sprinter already on their tail.
Oh, came so
That
close.
hit. Yeah, good job.
It hit the person who was, I think, throwing down the pallet, but
Yeah.
came very close to hitting the perfumer. They're gonna hop this window though, and that's a good move using the perfume. You're gonna force the Ripper to stay around. Excellent discipline from the perfumer. And they're at that 1 cipher right now, and Sprinter needs to make sure that he doesn't get too distracted from trying to get somebody down. Beautiful juke from the perfumer.
Wow.
He's gonna go
Really,
back to
really
that
good job.
cipher now. Good discipline from the Hunter, knowing that they need to move out. But you can see the excellent communication from LBM, letting them know, hey, Ripper's leaving me. And it allows LJS to move away. But again, that abnormal is going to buy a whole bunch of time. And he's going to go back to the cipher over to here, make sure that no one's over there. And he's really doing a lot of control on these ciphers.
Oh, look at that. He's actually going back to the 3rd cipher machine. And he sees the mechanic is there. We have the other 2 survivors healing up, though. We have the other 2. Oh,
Oh, by basement, though. By basement. You have a perfumer and a coordinator. That's going to be very difficult to get any sort of rescue off. And remember, you practiced this map a couple hundred times. You know those cipher locations, you know, and these three are relatively close to each other. So it's very difficult for a lot of teams to adjust on this map. I mean, again, 9 different spawn points. That's very difficult for the survivor. In my humble opinion, it's easier for a hunter to remember the spawn points, but this is usually considered a survivor-based map. And that's why it's also going to be adjusted soon.
All right, I was curious to see where the perfumer was. I was kind of losing sight of the perfumer, but she was circling around and is actually able to rescue the mechanic before the halfway mark hits. Now we're gonna see what they can do. Again, we probably have, yep, you can see coordinator is on the cipher machine, 75%. That means this flower should be able to prime the cipher machine while mechanic is going down into the basement, and I think perfumer is attempting the last rescue of the mechanic. There we go, cipher machine
Definitely.
sprite.
LBM's doing a great job at adjusting to this for sure. Oh, gets the hit, but
nice
beautiful perfume. Here's the problem now, though. I don't think that there's no tide turner, so he's got to drop down and try to swing.
Oh, that's gonna be dangerous. Might
There we
be
go.
a possible
Get
2
them
survivor down. Cipher pop is happening, but
Yep.
Forcing the
Mechanic's gonna
mechanic
run
down
all the
here.
way down here. And that's a good move from the mechanic. Beautiful juke.
wow.
Now remember, they've already switched from abnormal, so there's no teleport option. So this Ripper really needs to try to get to that location immediately.
Mechanic is out of the game. That's so far we have 2 survivors out of the game. They are trying to opening up the gate. I'm not sure how far they are. We have the Foggy Blade ready, which he is swinging at right now, taking the hit, and the gate is
Oh,
open.
and they just get away. Good job from
Wow.
LBM.
Fantastic match, making this a tie. Just blocking the Foggy Blade on the exit gate, allowing the other survivor to opening up the gate just in time to make it out of there. Phenomenal job, great team play. Whew, especially with the mechanic in the basement. That was a really good job. Congratulations to LBM slowly making a comeback right here. Let's see if they can do it. If they are tying, we will still see around number 4. Maybe they can even, if someone can turn this around, it is LBM. Maybe they can turn it around. We're gonna see either Roland or Union for the next match on the Hunter side. That was a really good comeback right there. Fantastic job. Wow.
Definitely so. Excellent job from LBM being able to adapt from a very difficult situation there. And that was amazing work from LBM. I'm very excited how they were able to adapt from that because, again, when that coordinator, when the hunter was able to avoid the coordinator's flare gun, they were in a really sticky situation. And LBM showed their ability to adapt to a situation like that. So very excellent gameplay from LBM. They get the tie. The question is how is B4U Survivors going to be able to adapt on a map like this? And remember, B4U only needs to win one more match in order to end this. And as the tournament continues, there's going to be more and more bans.
I just want to say, like, they need 3 survivors out of this match. Right now, at this point, we are in the second half, match number 2 in round 3. And if B4U manages to get 3 survivors through the gate, that's basically the end of this tournament. But if someone can prevent them from doing that, it's LBM. It's obviously LBM, and LBM is going to put up a fight. LBM will not just say, hey, you know what, let's just let 3 survivors live. No. They are going to do everything to get at least 3 survivors out of the game, because they need to get 3 survivors out of the game to decide round number 3 for themselves. And that would actually turn this into a 2-1. So they are still in a disadvantage when it comes to the points, but they need to catch up right here. They need to catch up. They need to get the points. If they are tying this round, they are tying round number 3 as well. If they are tying this match, they are tying round number 3. And then they are forced to win the next two matches to make it to match number 6. So if we are at match number 5 and we have a tie when it comes to the points, we are even seeing a round number 6. That would be something. That would be a long final right here if we would go all the way to round number 6. But for now, let's just concentrate on round number 3. What LBM wants to do is they want to make this a 3 survivor elimination.
My question, Game of Grizzly, is that if they tie this, so if they tie this match, it's the first tie, wouldn't that mean that LBM now has to win rounds 4 and 5?
That's what I just said. If they're tying, they have to win these rounds, and then it's still a tie. Right?
So if they won the first 2 rounds, and then they both tie this round, that now means that LBM has to win the next 2 rounds, 4 and 5. So we're in round 3. So they won. Yeah. So before you won round 1, they won round 2. Now, if only 2 people escape, they tie this round, which means that doesn't that mean that LBM has to now win 4 and 5 if they tie one more time? Isn't it over after round 3?
You are right. They have to win. You're very right. They have to win 3. No, they have. If they're tying right now, they have to win round 4 and 5. And then we are looking at the total points. That means, for example, in round number 1, we had 6 points on B4U's side and only 2 points on LBM's side.
But they would still have to win.
They have to win, yeah. If they are tying right now, they have to win 2 more rounds.
I asked a yes or no question. I ain't asked for a whole book.
Yes, persuadable. They have to win both rounds if they are tying the next match.
You don't like me. You don't like, dude. We've been working together for way too long.
Like the thing is, this is a best out of 5. Like, I feel like everyone except of apparently you know what a best out of 5 means. No offense, no that. But you're asking this question.
Leave it at the door. Leave it at the door.
I left it there. It came all the way from there right here. And I'm sorry.
You know, it's funny. Whenever we get a business proposition and you ever get told, hey, next month there's a business proposal for you and Persuadable, you're going to be like, yeah, we only work together twice a year. Anything more than that, I can't tolerate this guy.
Yeah, like you kind of need that 1 year vacation from each other. Like, yeah, it's fun and all, but like after one tournament, we kind of need that break. We both kind of
speak for yourself. I don't ever need a break from you.
You just said that.
I don't. No, I said that you need a break. In fact, Dari and I, we're trying to renovate our house, and we were going to build a grizzly room just for you. Oh, we're going to the Picks and Band soon, by the way.
No, you are lying. You're not building a grizzly room.
We would. What? Okay, there you go. Yeah. What sort of friends? What sort of friend are you to assume that your friend would lie to you?
Dude, no. Oh, come on.
I mean, you're right. We're not building a grizzly room, but we very well could have.
I would definitely move in. I'm gonna move in with you guys.
Yeah, there you go. You can come by. Well, COVID has messed up all of our plans. I haven't seen her in. But yeah, I would love for you to come and visit us in Mauritius. You're welcome anytime, and you can take. We'll let you stay in once I'm done renovating the house. We'll let you stay there in our house, so you don't have to pay for any rent or anything like that, and you can chill on the island for a couple weeks.
Man, that's so kind. And then I also have you right on my side teaching me everything. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still learning everything over there too. And if you want to continue talking for a little bit, Grizzly, I actually have to leave the voice chat just for a quick second.
Of course. And what we can see right now, again, is the second half of round number 3. What LBM needs is at least a tie. What they want to get is a victory, but they need at least a tie, because if they are tying, they still can get, they can still continue with round 4 and 5. If they are losing this round though, if LBM is losing, before you will be the winner. So therefore, they definitely want to get the tie, and they might even, or not they might even, they want to go for the victory. And what we can see on the field right here is, again, we are on Leo's memory. We have the Mercenary Priestess and Seer ban, which is pretty much the same Survivor ban that we have seen before. And on the Hunter ban, we can see that we have a Bloody Queen and a Guard 26. That is actually giving Roland the option to go for a Dream Witch. But, of course, before you just know that Roland is a top Guard 26 player, we saw Roland playing the Guard 26 earlier in this tournament. So therefore, the Guard 26 ban makes a lot of sense. On the Survivor side, we have Schmidty, we have Schmidty as Gravekeeper, we have Batroll as Forward, Problems as Perfumer, and Milek as Mechanic. These survivors work together very, very well. We have seen them in several matches, and Roland decides to go in for the Soul Weaver. That is something that I'm extremely excited about, because Soul Weaver, extremely dangerous hunter since the very first season. Now, I wish Bruce Wayne was here.
I am here, and so what we're going to see, this is going to be group layout number 4. We call this a Moongate spawn, and so this actually is very favorable for the hunter. When you spawn at Moongate spawn, there are 3 survivors who spawn over here in this corner, and it's all about rotation, and Paul is going to rotate immediately in the factory, and you can see Schmitty immediately rotating out of factory.
Great job, great job. And what Roland really wants to do right here is he wants to find the mechanic, so he's looking around. Oh, saw Problems right there.
Yeah, well, the thing here, though, is that Spider's doing the right thing. They're allowing their thread to heal up. That's why it's called thread holding, I'm sorry. And beautiful job from Schmitty making sure that he gets that dig down. But remember, Roland is a very good hunter. He's been in this game for a very, very long time. And he's being very, very disciplined with how he uses his webs. He's not wasting them. He knows that Schmitty is just going to relocate out of this area. So Roland's doing a good job waiting to use these webs, and that's what he's going to do. And he's going to hit him, and he's going to throw this pallet down. And Schmitty, now beautiful
nice
blink
blink
from Roland. But Schmitty also knows, I need to get out of this area because the webs are already being used. And Schmitty needs to try to start digging. He's going to throw this pallet down, and he's going to... Oh, does not get the dig. Beautiful job from Roland, preventing Schmitty from digging.
Really, really good job.
Excellent
and Roland...
job from Roland.
Again, Roland wants to get that victory in this match, and what we can see right here is still 5 Cypher machines up, and he's just doing a fantastic job. Oh, there comes Batroll, the forward, preparing himself for a rescue. I think Roland saw that. Yeah, there we go. He's coming to stun. And dashing right through. Is it enough time? Is it enough time? It's not enough time to rescue right away. Oh! Baited the chariot. Good job. Gravekeeper taking the hit. What a rescue.
Forward. Yep, and now forward wasn't trying to stun. He was trying to get over to the rocket chair in time, because remember, this is a big map. And there's no point in trying to do an unnecessary stun that puts you in danger. So now Gravekeeper is going to stay over here. And we see that the forward, that was a good save from the forward, but very good from Roland. And we're going to see if he has the ability to put Schmitty into the basement.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I would say that was a... That was probably a miscalculation on Schmitty's end over there, and you know, I have no problem saying that because I love Schmitty. Because going over towards the basement, you should relocate to the other side, and sometimes that miscommunication can really cause you, once you're in that basement, that's a very difficult rescue. But they are at 1 Cypher, and what I can see is that Gravekeeper does have 1 dig left.
Ooh,
and gets the hit and the follow-up on the Milek.
Wow. That was an extremely dangerous hit. And putting the second survivor, yeah, really good job, putting the second survivor into the basement and denying the rescue, which means Gravekeeper is now out of the game. But look at the Cypher machine. We are down to 1 Cypher machine, and in the bottom left we can see that the Perfumer is about to prime that 1 Cypher machine.
Yep, and what they're going to try to do, they're going to try to escape from this area, but Roland's going to come up here and try to drop down. And that was a
okay.
good. Yep, you got to be careful over here.
Oh, got
Gets
the
the mechanic down. Gets both of them down.
Oh, Cypher Pop is happening, but my leg was picked up before the Cypher Pop happened. Ooh, what a timing.
We see that
We still
blink
have
is
the
still
door.
being used. Beautiful job from
Good
Roland.
job.
They really need a victory here. Excellent job from Roland, showing how dangerous of a hunter he really can be. He's in really good position here to pull off a 3-person elimination, which will be LBM's first victory of this sort of matchup between the two.
Perfumer is leaving, and that basically decides this round as well as, yeah, this match as well as this round for LBM.
Good
So
job
the
from
first point.
LBM being able to get that first victory for the tournament's sake, and that was great execution from Roland, showing why Roland is one of the best hunters in this entire tournament. Look at that, you got 11 strikes, 6 knockdowns, and really being able to capitalize on that basement against Schmitty.
What an amazing match. Again, Spider is, for me, still one of the most dangerous hunters in the game. Right after Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. And what we are seeing right here is a comeback on LBM's side. You can see the points right underneath me. We have round number 1 and round number 2 going to before you. But round number 3 is going to LBM. And that is putting them into the game again. There is no way that you would underestimate any of these survivors just after what we saw right here. And now we're going to jump into round number 4. The thing is, not LBM, before you already has 2 points. That means as soon as LBM is losing 1 round and is giving another point to before you, not giving them the point literally, but like, you know, giving them the point by losing. That is deciding this entire tournament before you. Therefore, what LBM needs to do right now is to get a victory and another victory. And it's gonna be difficult, but we just saw LBM coming back from 2 losses, making this a victory for round number 3. And if someone can do it, it's LBM. It's LBM. But we can't underestimate before you as well.
Definitely so, and interesting strategy to get rid of Leo's memory in round 3. You got to ask yourself, where is their mindset at? And I think I might be lagging. Can you still see me?
Oh, I can see you, but you are very right. You should definitely restart your
I don't think
entire.
it's that. I think it. Yeah, no, they gotta actually fix it on their end. So yeah, can you still hear me well?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Grizzly. So yeah, excellent comeback from LBM.
But I think, you know what? We're just gonna give them 5 minutes to hopefully fix your little lag on your face cam, and we're gonna jump into a short break before we are seeing round number 4. Super excited for it. See you in about 5 minutes. There we are yet again. We are in the finals. This is the final day. We are actually already in round number 4 of the finals. We saw round number 1 and round number 2 was decided by team before you. We are having a comeback though. LBM was able to decide round number 3 for them. And now we're going to jump into round number 4, which means if before you is able to win this round, they are winning the finals. And if LBM is deciding that round for themselves, we are having a tie when it comes to the points, and we are jumping into round number 5. If we are seeing a tie, we are still jumping into the next round, but the points are still in favor of before you. Whew. So far it was extremely exciting. Dude, I can't wait to see round number 4, because we are now coming to these rounds where we have even more hunter bans. I think. I hope.
And we are going to the pick and ban. Hi guys, my name is Persuadable, and I'm still a part of this MCing gig. And it's good to be back, you know, finally being able to talk 3 minutes or 10 minutes later. And we're about to go to the pick and ban. Grizzly, I love you, dude. And now we have 3 survivor bands. I'm sorry, 3 hunter bands and 4 survivor bands. And so the question is Sprinter going to use the Ripper all over again? And this is where it gets interesting with these bands. Very surprised that B4U didn't decide to go with Moonlit on 3rd round, but I don't know which teams decided to select the map, so can't really comment too much on that unless they can tell us who won the coin toss. And let's see who they are going to choose.
Not too surprising to see that the smiley face is being banned instead of the Ripper, because Sprinter is very well known for his smiley face gameplay. One of the best smiley face players on the server, and obviously LBM knows that and is banning the smiley face. Therefore, curious to see, as you already mentioned, if we are seeing a Ripper yet again. On the survivor side, it pretty much seems like we are having an acrobat this time.
I think B4U is selecting the map this time. I think LBM is the one that chose Leo's memory, and you can tell that LBM practiced that map a lot. They did a very, very good job. And now Sprinter's going to have to choose between which survivor he wants to choose, because everyone knows that Sprinter is a clown user. So what is he going to do? Is he going to go back to the Ripper? Because remember, using Acrobat is very, very strong on this map.
I'm actually excited to see the Acrobat. We haven't seen any Acrobat gameplay on stream during the last 6 days. So that is basically the first time that we are seeing Acrobat in action. Really, really excited to see it, because there are a lot of locations where you can really utilize the Acrobat's ability on Moonlit River Park. Just waiting for Sprinter right here.
This is going to be very interesting to see how this is going to play out.
There we go. We can see we have another Ripper gameplay.
And here we go. We are going to go on Moonlit River. I can't even remember the number. It's like 4, something like that. I don't know. All I know is they're going to 10. There's somebody that spawns at the Cypher Bridge and somebody at 10. I'm tired. And here we are. We'll see where Ripper is able to locate. I think Ripper is going to choose Teleport just in case, which is going to make it easier for survivors to try and hide.
But is it going to work? We can see Lizflower was right behind the tent, and it seems like the Ripper got now seeing Lizflower right there. Got its first target. It actually is the Acrobat, who can pull off a really, really good kite. But on the other
Yeah,
side,
but
you have
This is a difficult area. You want to be by the first stop and fourth stop
Yeah.
as acrobat took.
Oh,
Oof.
nice. Good job getting away from that foggy blade. And again, you have to ask yourself. Ooh, nice
Beautiful
hit, though.
charge
Nice
attack.
You have to ask yourself, who are you going for first? All of these survivors are extremely good at kiting and can just give the team a lot of time. Look at that, look at that. Foggy blade. Oh!
Oh, so close.
Extremely
So close. Good job
call.
from Liz Flower.
Now we can see Sprinter is seeing the perfumer right here. Seems like Acrobat is getting healed. They are really trying to... Oh, look at that patience. Look at that patience. That's... Oh, that did not hit. That did not hit. Good job. LBM just really trying to get some distance between themselves and Sprinter the Hunter. There comes the wall. She's going back into that area. That is a really good kiting area. We have a lot of pellets where you can go around, but keep in mind, there is the foggy blade. It's going around.
Let's see how Perfumer uses this area to their advantage.
Oh.
Gotta be careful about the... Look at the discipline.
Oh.
Beautiful Perfume.
That was just perfectly timed, really buying her more time to transition into the building.
Yeah, the personas build up a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. What a great kite so far from the Perfumer. Just really allowing, oh look at that, forcing the Ripper to stay up there until the Perfume disappears, buying more time for her to transition yet again, and just giving the team so much time. They're down to 3 Cypher machines. We can see the forward is decoding on the bridge. We now have Sprinter going for the Gravekeeper, switching his targets. That is extremely good for LBM, but also putting pressure on the Cypher machines. There we go, switching targets again, going this time for the Acrobat yet again, who got healed, and therefore Liz Flower could potentially take another hit. But gotta be careful with the Foggy Blade.
Beautiful
Ooh.
Foggy Blade.
Very good job predicting where the Acrobat was.
Good.
Look at
Fireball.
That Cypher machine was almost primed. That is so good for Sprinter that he teleported there and it's just slowing down the decoding speed. There are still at 2 Cypher machines and that one Cypher machine is almost about to pop.
Forces the forward to use his football. So now he can pick up Liz Flower and put him on the rocket chair. Expect him to look back expecting that stun, but I don't think that forward... Yeah, forward's got good discipline. Is going to go for an immediate rescue.
Are they going to pop that one? That one is almost ready. That one is almost ready, but they still need another one. Ooh, is taking the last
hit.
Yeah, taking that tide turner to just prime that Cypher machine right here. With now the Perfumer coming in. Oh, we can see the Gravekeeper also. Oh, I did not see that Cypher pop is happening.
They popped all the ciphers.
What a coordination, what a timing on these Cypher machines. Great discipline, great match from LBM right here. We now have 4 survivors up and running late game while all 5 Cypher machines have been decoded. Acrobat is just trying to buy more time. Good job so far. You can see 3 survivors are transitioning over to the exit gate on the other side of the map. Teleport is ready though. Pay attention, teleport is ready. The exit gate is open, but there might be a chance to utilize teleport to his advantage.
Surprised he's not going to use teleport here.
Using it right now, and there we go.
Yeah,
oh, we have the forward though. Forward.
Oh,
goes
did
down.
he get the forward down?
Yeah,
wow.
he got the forward.
Is he going to be able to pull off a tie after this match?
Wow, he's even trying. Oh, but that's not.
No,
yeah.
he's going to put
Good
him in a
job.
rocket chair. The fact that he was able to pull off a tie is absolutely remarkable. Wow. Good job from LBM. LBM did
Yeah.
such a good job that round.
That was a phenomenal match from LBM's side. We are clearly seeing a comeback from LBM's side. Survivors were able to get 2 survivors out of there. Almost 3 survivors. It was a really good move from Sprinter to actually hit the fort instead of the Gravekeeper. It was a difficult task, but he pulled it off and therefore was able to get 2 survivors out of the game. Congratulations to Sprinter, congratulations to LBM. These matches are getting more intense the further we progress in these finals. Wow. Look at that kite. Look at that kiting time from the Perfumer as well as from the Acrobat.
They did a really good job. LBM did an excellent job on that map. They really had a good ability to transition. We saw that Sprinter, unfortunately, some of his foggy blades hit the environment. We also saw that Liz Flower was able to use that Acrobat very well and showing how to use those I say fireballs, regular balls. Liz Flower did a great job with that Acrobat on that map. And that was very impressive, and I'm very excited that my lighting has been fixed. But anyways, I think I still have a little bit of lag. But yeah, anyway, so with that being said, excellent job, LBM. But can we talk about how Sprinter was able to teleport and secure a tie? If I'm a hunter in that map, you know, having that big of a struggle against such great survivors, I would not be mad about the tie. I'd be very excited that I was able to pull off a tie in that match. But again, LBM showing how crazy of a team they really can be. They're really good players, Grizzly.
They really are. They really are. That coordination, that was absolutely phenomenal. Again, we can't blame Sprinter right here. LBM was just doing a phenomenal job. And I was actually, dude, I was seeing LBM going out of there with 3 survivors. That was so close, especially with the Gravekeeper being there, was trying to take the hit for the forward. But after all, we also have to give it to Sprinter, who was having a great eye on where the forward is and just bring down the forward before he was able to get out of the gate. Again, I already said it. These matches are getting more intense the further we progress. And right now, dude, we are already in round number 4. And I can't wait to see LBM on the Hunter side and before you. And keep in mind, LBM was able to get a tie. But if before you is getting out of there with 3 survivors, before you is winning round number 3. What are you? Should I stop? That's throwing me off a little bit. Before you needs to get out of there with 3 survivors to actually secure that entire tournament to themselves. And on the other side, we also have LBM, who could get a victory. You're throwing me off, my guy. Who could get 3 survivors out of the game and therefore securing round number 4 to themselves. And that would ultimately tie the entire tournament. 2 points for LBM and 2 points for Before You. But we got to jump into the next match and see what the result of that round number 4 will be.
The picks and bans are about to happen.
Pretty epic.
Grizzly, I'm going to miss you.
Huh? What?
You know, at least we keep it real on live feed. We just don't hide our personalities at all. And I want you to know that it's been a privilege still continuing to be here. This has been a long day. I appreciate all the viewers who are still being loyal and sticking with us. We love you. We see that Bloody Queen, Bonbon, and Spider have been banned. And we're going through the process to make sure that Seer, Priestess, Mercenary, Perfumer have been banned. And just like Game and Grizzly has said, I am going to repeat it just in case our obnoxiousness, or rather mine, distracted everybody. If B4U is able to get a 3-person victory, the tournament is over.
Yep. I also want to give a huge shout out to the community. You just said, I was checking it on YouTube. We right now have 2.3 thousand viewers, which is amazing. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you all so much for sticking around. We are live for around for well over, no, not, yeah, for well over 5 hours, almost 6 hours now. And that's not only exhausting for us as MCs, it's also, I can totally understand that, guys, if you're watching this for 6 hours, huge respect, huge respect. And wait. We already saw Roland utilizing the Soul Weaver. That makes sense that they are banning the Soul Weaver, but it seems like we are actually going to see our first match, at least on live stream, in this tournament with a gamekeeper. I shouldn't say it because he's not readying up yet, but that would be something that I would absolutely enjoy to watch.
We could. And I would like to take the time, because, you know, Grizzly doesn't care, but I do. I'd like to take the time to give a shout out.
I don't even know what you're saying. But
then how are you going to disagree with it if you don't know what I'm about to say?
Because
I would like to give a shout out. See, that's what I mean. You're interrupting me. All right. Grizzly's like, I can't stand this guy anymore after 6 days. I'd like to give a shout out.
I know it's wrong.
To the organizers of the tournament. That's right. Invade.
So
we
you
love
say
you,
I
baby.
don't
worry about Grizzly. Grizzly is full of nonsense. We don't care right now. Just shout out to the tournament organizers. You guys have done a great, phenomenal, remarkable job. I have been able to become friends with you all. You are extremely reasonable, professional, great individuals, and we have been privileged to work with you as the tournament organizers. Don't worry about Game and Grizzly. Don't worry. I'll carry this. And here we go. I don't even remember the group layouts. It's like 5 or 4 or 3 or 2 or so. I don't even remember. And here we go. Grizzly, can you please talk? And here we see that no, that's all right. We see the gamekeeper moving towards the forward. The forward is trying to put as much distance as he can to distract the gamekeeper, but he is rotating into another survivor, so we'll see how this plays out.
Oh,
wow,
what a hook right there. What a hook. Getting the forward back, hitting the forward. That's the first hit of the game, quite early in the game. Let's see. All right, that only makes sense. Just getting distance between himself and Roland. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting chase.
That was an amazing hook, though.
Oh,
he's gonna get the forward down. Wow.
Fantastic.
That was absolutely amazing from the gamekeeper, and he might get him in the basement.
Wow, that is so good. We are seeing LBM really coming back. And look at that. You have the forward. Again, if you look at the survivors, you have Gravekeeper, you have Coordinator, you have First Officer, you have Forward. No matter which survivor you find first, it's always difficult to go for them. But that hook from Roland really ending the kite from the forward extremely fast. Now we gotta see what the survivors are doing.
From the gamekeeper. Excellent gameplay from the gamekeeper.
And we're gonna see that before you is really concentrating on decoding. They're gonna leave the forward in the basement for quite some time, but they most likely gonna rescue before he's going off out of the game. At least that's what I think. Yeah, there we go.
I don't think they're not gonna go. They're not gonna go for a rescue, but Roland understands that.
Ooh.
So they're not gonna go for a rescue because they're doing their best to try to decode down. They're actually gonna fight for a tie. Remember, they're at 3 ciphers now, and you know, we have a first officer now. And good job from my leg doing that zigzag sort of transitional movement. And again, Roland did a great job at shutting down a forward.
And that is hitting again. Fantastic job. What a... Dude. What precision with the hook right here.
Right.
Gonna give him a little bit of a
He's gonna use that. He's gonna use that pocket watch, and yeah, hopefully buy another 30-40 seconds. We'll see what my leg can do, and that's very difficult for a gamekeeper to predict that sort of movement. So gamekeeper's doing the best that he can with that in regards to that area. Schmitty immediately goes in for the dig. He's got to be careful for the hook. He gets the regular attack. He's got to be careful for that hook, though. And now he might go back towards my leg. My leg may try to transition to that Cypher, but Gamekeeper really paying close attention to this area.
Really good job from Roland, just scaring off Schmitty. Schmitty on the other Cypher machine though, and starting to decode right there. We have 2 survivors decoding Cypher machines, and as you already mentioned, we might see the first officer transitioning in. He's searching an item box, he's trying to heal himself up, he has no pocket watch left. Good job from the Gravekeeper right here. Gravekeeper
they're
versus
at one
Gamekeeper.
Cypher, so Gamekeeper versus Gravekeeper.
That's your nightmare, isn't it?
Trying to say it as an MC. Beautiful blink right there. And he's going to transition to that teleport, so they need to be careful. Schmitty's going to run in the wide open. That's an interesting strategy to run this way instead of in 2-story. So we'll see if this pays off.
What we are going to
He
also
can try to
see
pull up
is
that. Oh, wow. It's going to be very difficult for Gravekeeper. He's got to be careful for the hook.
Present. Good job. Is the Cypher machine primed? I don't think so. It seems like it's not. There we go. Gravekeeper is not on the balloons, but on the shoulders of the Gamekeeper. And keep in mind that the Gamekeeper has maximum presence. So that means if he's hooking someone, there we go. He's giving damage to that.
Are they going to use the flare? Oh, wait. This coordinator still has flare gun. Beautiful stun.
Ooh.
They get this. If they get a tie, that's tournament over, right?
That's not true, because then we could still see LBM coming back in round number 5.
Yeah, that's right. If they tie, there'll be match 5. That's right. Okay, thank you for the clarification. We'll see what Schmitty can do over here. Right. Thank you for counting the 5.
All right, let's see what is Schmitty able to escape the hook. He's not. We have the detention coming through. Gravekeeper is down. Again, if we are seeing the tie, we're gonna jump into round number 5, and it pretty much seems like that is what we can expect, because first officer coordinator is out of the game. That is a tie for round number 4. If LBM... Alright, I want to explain this real quick. We have a tie right now. That means LBM is having 1 point at the moment, and Before You is having 2 points at the moment. We are jumping into round number 5. LBM needs to win round number 5. And even if they're able to win round number 5, we still have to count the points, what I am not going to do right now. But they need to win. Even if we are seeing a tie during the round number 5, this would be the victory for Before You. So LBM really needs to win the next round. And if someone can do it, we just saw it in round number 3. If someone can win against Before You, it definitely is LBM. But on the other side, Before You is extremely strong. We just saw it right here. Whew. We are going to see the entire 5 rounds of this final. I'm excited, and I'm curious to see what both teams can come up in the next, probably final round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really, LBM is showing why they're such a dangerous team. They were down 2-0. They were really able to come back through this. And the question is really what is going to happen in this final round? And it's showing how in-depth LBM is with their hunters. I mean, really, that Gamekeeper, I'm trying not to confuse it with Gravekeeper, the ability to kill a forward as a Gamekeeper is an incredible skill. And that just shows you how great those hooks were from that Gamekeeper. And that completely changed the outcome of the overall match. That's exactly what Roland was looking for. And Before You did a good job at not trying to force a rescue. And they understood, okay, this happened. We need to really fight for that tie. Maybe we can get a 3-person, but we got to fight for that tie. We can't afford to lose. And they didn't make an emotional decision. Great gameplay from both teams for sure.
I absolutely no doubt. I can't disagree with you on that. That was phenomenal. Both teams were doing a great job, especially the comeback that we are seeing right now, the comeback from LBM. Fantastic job. We are just In the background, we are. Persuadable. Just say what you're writing right there. So we are just getting confirmation
Yeah.
that this tournament might be over. If we're looking at the points underneath me, we have a total of 23 to 11 points. 23 points for before you, and LBM is coming through with 11 points. I was just saying, even if LBM would win, we would have to check the points. But if we are doing the math, if LBM is coming in with a complete wipeout of the team and a complete clutch while escaping, they are getting 10 points. That would still put the entire points to 23 for before you and 21 for LBM. And therefore, even if LBM would win both of the next matches with 5 points, they cannot catch up to before you point-wise. So
So with that
therefore,
being said, that means that B4 will win because although it is best out of 5, as we indicated, there is also a point system in this, which is exactly why you need to worry about how many survivors escape, even when you win, whether it's 3 or 4. That therefore means that B4U is the winner. This is official tournament rules on an international level. And congratulations to B4U for ultimately winning and being able to get some individuals out in that last round. And congratulations to LBM for their ability to really show the heat and showing everybody on the server, don't forget our name. We are scary. We are fearsome. We are fearful of no one. And that was an excellent tournament for this 6-day stretch.
I want to give a huge congratulations to the 4 teams that were competing today. We had Riot, we had Potatoes, and we also had LBM and before you. Congratulations for LBM for making it to place number 2. And you just said it, congratulations to the winner. Before you, doing a fantastic job, really showing off their skill yet again. And you already said it, LBM just proving themselves that they are worthy to be one of the top teams. What an exciting day. What an exciting day. And what, dude, LBM coming back in that manner, that was fantastic. But ultimately, before you was taking the victory right here. Whew.
That was
and
remember, yep.
There it is. There we can see the brackets. Phenomenal job to all the players.
And remember that
these
are official tournament rules. These are the official rules that are understood by all tournament players and tournament teams from especially China and professional leagues, etc. So it's not only about how many wins you get out of the best out of 5, but it's also the ability to win the most amount of points. So when we say best out of 5, that not only attributes to the amount of wins, but it also attributes to your ability to get more survivors out, 4 survivors versus 3 survivors. And that's why it is so important to get as many survivors out. Excellent gameplay. LBM, you guys really made a name for yourselves. Before you made a name for yourselves. And honestly, LBM and Bread Bank and Complex P5, Vortex, Asian Girls, Riot, EXP #1, and so many others, Riot. And there's so many clans that have made names for themselves. XQ, even SS, Goldsmith. I can't remember all of them on top of my head. I'm literally trying. Vortex, Complex. I'm literally going on the top of my head. They removed the brackets, and reading the brackets was easier, but now I'm going on the top of my head. If I forgot any of you, even the other clans who didn't make it this far, keep going, keep practicing, keep trying. You guys are remarkable. No matter what anyone tries to say to you, the fact is that you competed in this tournament when others did not, and that automatically makes you a winner in my book. It's a daunting task to win a tournament, to compete in a tournament and to show your skill set in front of so many others. And Grizzly, I don't care. I'm going to say one more thing. Throughout this tournament, you guys know that I won that first U.S. tournament in the history of this game. And you guys know that I've been a top competitor for a while. I no longer am. I'm washed up. I've seen a lot of players be incredibly hard on themselves because in this tournament, they didn't perform on a level that they felt they had. What I will tell you is that no matter what team you're on, even before you, and they'll attest to this, players take it incredibly hard when they don't play well. And let me tell you something. All of us are like that. If you watched a professional league, there are players who still go down in under 60 seconds. It's the nature of this game. It's a difficult game. And I want you to know from one competitor, former competitor, from one coach to another, I want you all to know something that I tell my own players. That happens. Adapt, overcome. You will get better, and you have done a great job by competing, and I'm proud of all of you.
And I also want to say that I have mad respect to all the teams out there. That was a phenomenal tournament. We made it through all the 6 days. We saw phenomenal matches. We saw great teams competing against each other. So I want to say, Persuade is pretty much right. You are all winners in our books, and congratulations to all for making it this far. I can't wait to see more tournaments on our North American European server. But after all, before you was coming out on top, being the number 1 on our server for this tournament, congratulations for taking that spot. For now, that is actually the end. And if you look behind me, I have like these little curtains. The sun is, wait, where am I pointing?
Yep.
The sun is coming through.
It is.
That was a long day. And I am happy that we were part of this amazing tournament. I had a lot of fun, and I want to give a huge shout out to the community. You did fantastic. We were checking out the chat, and most of the times it was peaceful. I saw a lot of hearts, I saw a lot of love, and I saw a lot of support for all of the teams that were competing. And I also saw a lot of hearts and love for Persuadable over there, and also a little bit for me. So we really appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around with us for today. It's over 6 hours, and of course the other days. And I want to say we both love you all very much. I am signing off for the day. I'm probably just laying back and sleeping like that and not moving. Oh, I'm almost.
Grizzly, if I may say one thing, and I'll let you actually conclude all this. I want to say one thing. You guys know that I'm a coach to some of the top competitors on the server. If you're a clan, a new clan, an old clan, by any means, if you contact me, I will definitely allow some scrims and some input into how everybody can improve. You guys know that I'm a coach. And by all means, it's important for our server to stick together and help all teams improve and continue improving and continue with their strategies. And I welcome those services to everybody. And thank you for joining us. It's been a privilege to MC. I know that we are a little eccentric, but we have done the best that we could in a 6-day stretch with very little sleep to provide you as much realism and entertainment as possible. We decided not to hide our personalities within this MCing gig, and we really just let it flourish, even the trolling upon one another. But we want to let you know that from Grizzly and I, we love you incredibly. That's a very important statement to make. And Grizzly, please conclude this out.
I couldn't have said it any better. We love you all. Thank you all for coming through. And this is the end. This is the end of this tournament.
6 days. I'm going to bed.
Why are you all still here? Like, just to hear us talk? I want to give a huge shout out to Persuadable. He was an amazing co-host. I also want to give a shout out to Persuadable's social medias. Check out Persuadable on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all these things. And if you want to, you can do the same for me. I am on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch. Just, I don't know, maybe you're new to us. We are basically content creators. So it's a huge honor to be here to cast this huge tournament. For me, that's it. I'm signing off. I love you all, Persuadable. You can have your last word if you want to.
I love you. Let's end on that. We love you.
We love you lots. Bye!